what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the king. And cry your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the king.
I've got it set up so that I gotta press a button at the beginning of every stream. It's important to press the buttons, or else chat will say no sound. And they'll keep on saying no sound for a really long time because of the delay. And yeah, then I'll see somebody say, there we go. And I'll know that actually the sound is getting to you now. So that's good. Yeah, we're here. We're bouncing. We're beating the heat with exercise, chat. This is the natural way. This is the natural way to throw off body heat. It's by bouncing on a trampoline. I'm sure this will be super effective. No, it's not even that hot yet. At least where I'm at. But yeah, we're gonna get hot and we're gonna get heavy. Look, some people, they like to do things nice and easy. But here on NCC, we do things nice and rough. And we got quite the debate coming up. If you some of you know what this is, right? In fact, this is a twofer. This is a twofer. This is 2 toxic debates with Brianna Wu. And Destiny and, oh my God, who's this guy? Joe Walsh from the Eagles, right? You know Joe Walsh, the life's been good to me so far guy. Joe Walsh is going to debate against Whick, and he's going to be put off by Whick's tooth. That's Whick's secret technique, is like showing off his tooth, and they're like, wait a minute, is he going to bite me with that thing? He might. He very well might just bite you with that thing. It's entirely possible. But yeah, we're bouncing. We're having fun to not Destiny. Yeah. This is what Brianna Wu's creating. She's trying to rekindle. You know, it's really weird, right? When I think about it, like what inspired Brianna Wu? Where'd she get her start, right? Because from what we know, she really likes Vosh, and she really likes Destiny, and I think she's probably like an old Hippy Dippy fan, right? You know what I'm talking about? She likes the old Twitch poll debate stuff, the stuff that doesn't really, like, I mean, Prime Kai is still doing them. Nobody's really watching them, but it's still out there. If you're into that kind of thing, if you want to hear people debate the ethics of doggy diddling, you know, that's still out there. Wick's doing them. Prime Kai is doing them. Maybe is Stardust? No, Stardust not. Oh, you know who? Oh God, the last person to jump into the panel thing was actually Food Shop. Speaking of, but yeah. Anyway, I think she got inspired by that stuff. And she's trying to rekindle that, right? So that's what she's doing. She got David Pakman to put her on a panel with Nomiki Kunst. Nomiki. Chat, do you remember Nomiki? Nomiki's kind of been just disappeared from the sphere of influence, right? Nomiki used to be on the Majority Report all of a sudden, and she just stopped appearing. And I haven't completely gotten the story behind that, but yeah, we've got two debates, right? One was with Pakman, Nomiki, and Brianna, and the other is with Brianna, Whick, Cenk Uger, Destiny, and Joe Walsh, who at least will give us some, you know, I'm assuming that Joe Walsh is just going to play guitar. Like, I think, is that what's going to go on? Is that how we're going to do it? Nomiki Kunst. Nomiki has been making appearances lately. She was on Katie Halper. Oh yeah, Katie Halper has rekindled, what's it called? What's it called? The show that she had with Matt Taibbi, but it's not with Matt Taibbi anymore. Nomiki, when I hear about Nomiki, I just hear her voice saying, I'm gonna throw up. Well, she's gone through a transformation, and I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in chat can explain. Maybe somebody in chat can recommend some background information on, like, what is actually going on with girl. Because I'm a little confused myself, but she is very different than the person that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. No, through a Majority Report. I don't mean I actually knew her. Indiana Jones of the Legend of the Wicked Tooth. Yo. Oh my God, chat. So, okay, so here's the deal. So as you might notice, all right, you are on a delay, right? So the me that you're hearing is a me from, like, I don't know, like 30 seconds ago, maybe 45 seconds ago. There we go. See, like, I can tell how much lag there is, but I did that for a reason, okay? And I'm sorry about it, right? Because I know it's really annoying to you, probably to be, like, behind the actual stream, behind, like, so there's me that exists in the future, and there's you that exists in the present, or there's me that exists in the present, and there's you that exists in the past, right? But depending on your perspective, you know, that's how it works, and it's going to be a little bit annoying, but let me tell you the drawback, or, like, let me tell you the draw forward, the opposite of the drawback, right? The bonus, the benefit of streaming like this, I think, is that if I say something cancelable, I can hit the button and wait. If I say something cancelable, I can hit the button. Oh, See, I said something bad. I had to, whoops. You got to do the H3 thing. Yeah, that's what we do. That's how we do this. And then we just come back to here. Oh my god. Yes. We're in the future. No, the real reason for being on a delay is like I think that was what was you remember yesterday? Like I started streaming and all of a sudden the stream went down. And everybody had to, like, I had to send you a link and you had to go into a different chat and it was a whole pain in the ass. It was a pain in my ass. It was a pain in your ass. You don't have a H3 bottom? Oh, button. Okay. I don't have an H3 bottom. Jeez. But if I did, I would stick it out for the Rizzler. Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh my god. So you got to stick it out specifically for the Rizzler because the Rizzler believes in consent. The Rizzler is not trying to notice any bottoms that have been stuck out for other reasons other than specifically for the Rizzler. What? 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 Come on. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the applause. The golf clap. Yes. The very best kind of clap that you can have. But yeah, we're going to be doing a debate analysis today. 2 debate analyses. I also almost kind of want to start off with the RFK. Or should we save that for, oh my god, what else do I need to do? I need to do note. Wah, 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 wah. But I don't know. Yeah, I was really worried that I was going to be too hot to stream. That I was going to be miserable. My brain was going to be broken. My brain was going to be Bidening. I was going to be Bidening. And nobody wants to see me prematurely aging my mental faculties like that. So, you know, that doesn't sound like a very good show for you. But luckily things got better. I figured out how to keep my room kind of cool. And I'm really hoping, chat, because there's a few more days of heat. The summer heat. The dog days are here already. That's right. Angry birds. The angriest birds. The goodest birds. You re-upped your sub yesterday and now it's showing? Oh, as far as being able to post weasels? She's Bidening out. I know we can't Biden out. Yeah, that's what happens if it's too hot. I start to Biden. Oh my god, chat, I just realized, like, I don't even have as much, like, background lighting as I probably should, but it's kind of chill. Do you like the slight little green glow of the cactus? The only clue to what part of the country I am streaming from? Oh, you're talking about Patreon shit. Has anybody else experienced what Shakespeare is talking about? I think the Patreon it said it was canceled last time you mentioned it, Shakespeare. I just didn't want to but like I don't know, like it could have done it, like auto done it or something, or I'm not sure. But hopefully that's not like a bug on Patreon, which we definitely need to get set up. Because like eventually I want to be able to do like a thing where I end the stream, but it doesn't quite end for the members and Patreons, where we can do like a extra, like a debrief like after the stream. I think that's on fancy weasel level, and so since we don't have any fancy weasels yet, I don't need to But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Patreon's weird. Everything's weird, isn't it? Everything is weird. Things are weird. Like online things where you set them up and you're like, I think I got the like I thought I had, restream until I tried to stream and it's like you can't restream. Your membership is up and I'm like, like I didn't even remember like, setting the yeah, I think it's because my for me it was because with restream it was because my card had like my card had changed. So I don't know, maybe that's the thing. But anyway, either way, it is totally something that is understandable and um but yeah, Brianna Wu. Oh yeah, RFK's canine barbecue, RFK's BBQ, RFK sad BBQ. I'm trying to add something else in, like, because I want to cover this RFK thing, and it's not honestly, it's not just the dog. Like, right, there's a new article about RFK, and like honestly, the dog that he barbecued is the least of it. And yes, it is a dog. Experts have looked at the skeleton. That is not a goat. That is not a goat. RFK like found a way. If you don't know, like, right? Yeah, it wasn't a dog. Wait, you think it was not a dog? I'm pretty sure it was a dog. I thought that dog experts were in. I thought that they had some dog skeleton experts. They're like, that's no goat. That's no goat. But like, I mean, he finds a way to be offensive on like multiple levels, right? Like culturally offensive. Like in terms of like, hey, I went to, wherever and here's this I'm gonna take a bite of this like dog and at the same time be offensive to people that like dogs. Cabrito, it looks like exactly like a goat. Wait, are you telling me that are you telling me that Toby Maguire got bit by a spider, but for RFK it was the goat? Oh my god, I got a negative comment. I don't know if that was for my joke or not. That was I'm not sure how that like landed exactly. Oh, it's a roast goat kid. I thought you were calling me kid for a second. It's a roast goat kid. You mean the kid is a young goat, like not. I thought you were being like, it's a roast goat, kid. Come on, what's wrong with you, kid? It's a roast goat. That's a roast goat. We're trying to decide if RFK ate a dog or not. Chupa cabrito. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. I love that. Um, I thought that dog experts had looked at it and had said, no, that is a dog. He's got a dog there. I know he's trying to say it's a goat, but I thought that we had some kind of expert opinion on that by now. Maybe not. Wait, walking barefoot onto a public airplane bathroom? Is that how he got the worm? You missed the RFK stuff. So like for now, I've got the RFK's barbecue. Okay, so here's the deal. I'll throw that onto the notepad as an option for this. Yeah, let me go ahead and set this up because I'm always so slow about this. What topic do you want to see next? There we go. See, because Toby Maguire got bit by the spider. Okay, so yeah, Mehdi Hassan versus Dean Phillips. This is the sunburn special. If you don't know, Dean Phillips has got a massive sunburn. What's up with like? There's a lot of sunburns on in debates now, right? Hassan debated somebody. I'm not even sure if this guy had a sunburn or if he was just like mad. He was mad at Hassan, and his face started to turn red. It looks like a sunburn. Maybe it's not actually a sunburn. And oh god, we got 2 RFK subjects, don't we? RFK BBQ'd. All right. So we'll look into the RFK stuff if you choose that. We could also make this 3 debates. 3 debates on Sunday with Mehdi Hassan, Dean Phillips. Here, let me put this up for you now. There we go. There we go. There we go. It is a poll. I have created this poll for you to vote on. You can vote on it when you donate, regardless of what kind of donation it is. Let me know if you've got a preference. Like Zara just resubscribed on Twitch. Wait a minute. Did it show up? Yes, it did. Oh, cool. Wait, does it show up here? No. Oh, interesting. Some of these... Oh, no, this one's got Twitch alerts. But yeah, Zara, thank you for the resubscribe. He should put on... And Shakespeare, message me if you're still having trouble with the Patreon stuff. And I'll see if there's anything I can do to help you on my end. I'm not sure, but it sounds like Patreon's just being weird. So that's a thing. And we want to get that set up. We want to get that set up. We want to get... Oh yeah, anybody else that's a Patreon having trouble getting into the Discord? That's the other thing is I've seen, I think most of the Patreon members have gotten into the... So the reason I'm setting this up is because Patreon, sometimes it's hard to see what your benefits are. And if I set up a Discord, then I'm hoping I can link the benefits so that otherwise you got to like scroll down and find them. And it's a huge pain in the ass. And most people are like, I can't find my benefits. So we're trying to get that set up. We also want to have like a little community. And eventually the Weasel Court is going to be the new Discord. But I get that moving over is really hard. And I don't anticipate like, so right, the Discord that you're a member of already, you know, if you're not a Patreon, that's still going, that's still good, that's still running, that still will be running for a very long time. We're trying to get a second Discord set up where I actually know how the permissions work so that I can make it better, because I'm running into issues where somebody else set up my Discord many years ago, and I don't understand how the permissions work. So eventually we're gonna move everybody over to Weasel Cord, but for now you're all on the NCC Discord, and we're still working on that. Okay, so there we go. Yeah. Right now, Moms for Liberty meets a drag queen is doing pretty well. But yeah, you can vote on that. And oh wait, did Zara, what did you want? Zara, did you want to vote for something? Zara, you can vote with your resub. You can vote for one of these topics if you want. Let me know. Let me know if you have a preference. Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. Moms for Liberty meets multiple drag queens, actually. RFK BBQ'd. Yeah, RFK gets BBQ'd. Cenk Uyghur supports RFK now. These are the topics. These are the topics that we have for today. As oh my god, I have got to fix this somehow. I would just tape it, except like if I put tape on my headphones, you know my hair is gonna get caught. My hair already gets caught in the headphones excessively. Okay, so yeah, you can vote in the poll. You can also when you're donating super chat, super stickers, if you're getting a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting memberships on YouTube, if you are signing up for the Patreon, if you are donating to the throne, if you are donating to any of the links down below in the description, you can vote with your money too. You can vote with your fingers. You can vote with your thumbs. And I hope you do vote to like the stream. That would be great. That helps me out a lot. Right, you can also if you're like Zara, just Vox Populi. Okay, that's so see here's how it works, right? Zara, thank you for helping me show and illustrate how this all works, right? So Zara resubscribed on Twitch, right? You can so Twitch subs work, Twitch bits work, any sort of thing. In fact, I should do something special for the hype train, right? I feel like I should give people like extra like extra pull on the vote if they start a hype train. Like we got to do something to recognize the hype train people, because we got to start trying to go for hype trains on Twitch. The only thing that makes those weird, right, is that like it's this kind of weird thing where like there's a hype train happening on Twitch, but YouTube can't see it. So I'm just like, do I bounce on the trampoline? Do I like put on music? Like that's what we used to do for the hype trains, but then I stopped because I thought it would be confusing for YouTube. Anyway, yeah, any sort of way in which you donate or contribute to the stream, you can put that money towards one of the topics that you want, and it'll raise the overall polling of that topic by 1% per US dollar. That's how it works. Oh, that's what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Patreon, Shakespeare. Well, that's yeah, there we go. 3% for Mehdi Hassan. And see, so yeah, like every time you donate, the dono goal goes up. If we get to 100%, then we get to cover another topic. These are the possibilities for topics, and what it does, like Shakespeare just said, Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips, so that adds 3%. So whatever Mehdi Hassan see, that puts right now they're tied with Moms for Liberty meet drag queens, and but the Shakespeare's donation just puts that over the top by adding 3% to it. Oh my god, now it's not tied. Now it's not tied anymore. Oh, issues with both. Oh, interesting. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know, and I'll see if I'm gonna wrestle with the with Patreon for you, because that should be working anyway. So yeah, that's how we're doing it today, and we're gonna try to hit this dono goal. We've got two debates to watch. This is one of them. This is Whick or Whick. If I was Stewie Griffin, I would probably call him Whick, and it would annoy Whick. He would not like. He'd be like, "It's Whick. It's Whick." He'd be like, "No, actually, Whick. I believe it's pronounced Whick." Anyway, but yeah, Whick TV. This is Brianna's pet streamer. I don't know what to call Whick, right? This is somebody that tried to do what Dylan did, tried to do what Prime Kai did, failed miserably, probably due to his bland personality, and is now being sort of supported and kept aloft by Brianna Wu, but not enough that he can actually like take care of himself. So I'm like, I almost feel bad for the guy, like, right? Just being sort of put in this spot and having to be paid to have like the worst opinions out there, to agree with Brianna on all of her gross Gaza takes. And then the other one is Pakman. So yeah, Brianna Wu, kind of a mover and a shaker, I guess. I mean, that she'd probably love to hear me call her that. That's probably what she's going for. It's kind of like these people are trying to rekindle old Twitch poll tactics, and I'm not sure how well they work in a new world. Because despite the fact that she's got Cenk Uyghur Destiny and a former congressman on here, it's not really helping Whick out that much, right? Considering the kind of guests that Whick's gotten, you'd expect Whick to be like a much bigger streamer, and he's just not. Like, people come, they watch the debate, but they don't stick around. Because it's like, why would you stick around for Whick? Let's see, like, what do we got? David Pakman is the other one. Watch me get like in trouble for. Oh, weird. We did watch Brianna Wu encounter David Pakman before. I don't know if you remember this, chat, but we saw Brianna Wu come on David Pakman's stream to talk about Gamergate. And it was this weird conflict that she was having with Milo Yiannopoulos, who, I mean, like Milo Yiannopoulos, right? David Pakman, if you don't know, he's like the lib's lib. He's like the libiest lib of the libs. He's libbing it up. He's libbing libita lib. Okay, I'm not gonna finish that. But he's he's libbing it up. And so he's got Brianna. He's got Nomiki. And did they even list his other guest? Wow, I guess not. Interesting. Is it Gloria La Riva that's on here with them? Again, I'm getting no help from oh look, he lists his tech. That's his camera. He's got the same mic as me. And I've got the same background as him because I stole his background. He's got a voice processor? God damn. He's got a Stream Deck. And he's got a Cloud Lifter. Oh my god, and you can buy them all on Amazon. Wow, he gets paid for this. Is that what he's doing? It's like an affiliate link. Anyway, this is David Pakman. These are his guests. I was told that what's up, Tails and Wings? I was told that he had a candidate on with him, and I'm wondering, is this yeah, this is Gloria La Riva, isn't it? No, wait, am I wrong? Claudia. Where is my brain mixing people up? Claudia de la Cruz. Who is running for president. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just trying to make sure I identify the party correctly. It would be so nice if there was like why the fuck did it show me when I this is so weird, chat. Okay, that's what it was. Sorry this is taking so long. I just wanted to get you this article from The Guardian here. So, this is Claudia de la Cruz right here. The only good person on this panel, honestly. Running for president of under the PSL with Karina Garcia. It's 20th of January, 2025, the day of the presidential inauguration. After taking the oath of office, the new president, 44-year-old woman born in the Bronx to Dominican parents, takes her seat in the office and gets to work. One of the first acts of Claudia de la Cruz's presidency, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk watch on as the government seizes control of Amazon and Tesla, along with the top 100 corporations in the USA. And that's just the start. De la Cruz, America's first socialist president, goes on to abolish the Senate and the Supreme Court. This is a great way to get into the article by talking about the issues that she's running on, but as if, you know, the results of her election, right, would be this: abolish the Senate and the Supreme Court. There isn't a specific plan as to how, as well as disbanding the FBI and CIA and reining in the military. Barring a major miracle, none of this will happen. The Party for Socialism and Liberation, PSL, which sees a U.S. Socialist U.S. as a part of a step towards the creation of a communist world, won about 85,000 votes in 2020. And so that was, they were running Gloria La Riva, I think, in 2020. That is where I got confused. Despite the obstacles, De La Cruz predicted that her name would be on the ballots of 30 to 40 states. In November, way above the 15 states, Gloria La Riva, in the 2020 PSL candidate managed. Yeah, I was like, wait, David Pakman's got a PSL candidate on, and I immediately thought of the 2020 candidate. But yeah, this is Claudia de la Cruz, the current candidate, and her running mate, Karina Garcia. So yeah, that's what we got for the second debate. Wait, which one should we watch first? I don't know. Maybe this one. What do you think of liberals like 90s Democrats? But something has changed? Well, okay, so the Democratic Party, you know, has always been if you want to think about this more structurally, which is not what you're encouraged to do by the media encourages you to think of it as a team sport, and you culturally identify with the Democratic Party, or you culturally identify with the Republican Party, right? And you root for them as teams. But in reality, if you want to think of this in a more structural way, you can think of their, sort of, you can think of them in terms of capitalism, right? And you got two parties that have the same goal. The goal is to uphold the capitalist system, to protect private property, which doesn't mean you being able to keep your toothbrush and somebody else not using your toothbrush. That's not what private property is, right? Private property is Jeff Bezos. Private property is Elon Musk, and it's them owning everything, and owning more and more going forward, right? That's what it's upholding, right? So they're both parties that want to uphold capitalism, that want to continue the aggregation of capital and of value from the people producing that value, the workers, onto the people exploiting that value, the capitalists, right? So they're similar in that way, and people don't usually, this doesn't get mentioned enough. However, I will say that they generally have different strategies, different policies, in terms of how they want to maintain and conserve capitalism. Because believe it or not, the Democrats and the Republicans are both conservative. Sorry if that blows anybody's mind. Yeah, two conservative parties trying to conserve capitalism, trying to conserve hierarchy, but doing it in a different way. Now, if we want to see the contradictions between these two, these two conservative parties, like, heightened a little bit, we can take things back to something like the Great Depression, and we can look at the Democratic remedy for the Great Depression versus the Republican maybe lack of a remedy for the Great Depression, right? When you talk about the economy being bad, and it's bad enough to sort of empower like more revolutionary candidates, more revolutionary parties, you'll see that that the Democrats move to protect capitalism from itself. How do they do that? Through things like reform, through things like a welfare state, through things like a minimum wage, which, at the time was needed. Something needed to be done, right? But it also preserves and conserves capitalism in that there's nothing fundamentally being changed, right? In other words, the Democratic candidate's job in a time when capitalism is failing, and capitalism has cyclical failures baked into the cake. It's part of the system. It's part of the plan. The depressions, the recessions, the cutbacks, the layoffs, that's not on accident. That's not because something isn't working right. That's how it's supposed to go, right? The unemployment rate, for instance, right? If you talk to liberals long enough, you'll start to hear that, yeah, the unemployment rate can be too high, but it can also be too low. Oh, do we not want full employment? No, we don't want full employment, because we need a reservoir of labor. We need people, desperate at all times, willing to work any job that they possibly can, because that's the only way that, capitalism can continue to exploit people. That's the only way that downward pressure can be exerted on wages to make sure that wages don't rise too high. Why don't we want wages to rise too high? Because when wages rise too high, then profits lower. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with the Republicans and Democrats. Now, obviously, I'd be, silly if I told you there's no difference in the policies of Democrats and Republicans towards working people. And in general, Republican policies are going to be more outright exploitive. They're going to be more absurdist, right? Like things like supply side economics will be employed by Republicans. Things like Donald Trump's plans to eliminate the income tax and replace it with a tariff, meaning that the taxes for the wealthy go way down, and actually, like, taxes get eliminated, right? So maybe taxes for you go way down, but where do you end up paying that money? Where does that money go? Well, you're going to pay more for every single good or service that you buy, because you're going to have you're going to have an upward pressure on prices from those tariffs, right? So, I mean, like, it is important to keep in mind that both the similarities and the differences between the Democrats and the Republicans, right? Keep in mind that there may be times in which there is a lesser of two evils, but also remember that when you start to get in that riding with Biden, vote blue no matter who mentality, and you start that's your, political agitation is to like, yeah, vote for that Democrat, right? You make things way too easy on the Democrats. They're trying to save capitalism, right? They don't want you to become radicalized. And the more radicalized they think that you are, the more that they're going to try to throw those breadcrumbs at you. And hey, sometimes we need those breadcrumbs. You need a higher, wage. The minimum wage hasn't been raised in years and years and years. Sometimes that's something that you need. Right, but if you just give it to them and say, "I'm on Team Biden. I fucking love the Democrats. I don't, because like, right? Why do you say that? Because you're scared of Trump, and you should be scared of Trump. Trump's scary as fuck. But you shouldn't be so scared of Trump that that you don't make the Democrats work for your vote. Anyway, sorry, chat. I just got a little tangent there. Let's get into the actual content here. Wait, I got to do something before we do that. So yeah, once again, we're going to be watching this Whick debate. Brianna Wu, Cenk Uygur, Destiny, Matt Walsh of the Eagles. Just kidding. Whick from Whick TV, who did not get the shout out. Like, right. So they ran this on TYT too, which could have been a huge boost for Whick's career. They didn't mention him. He's in this debate. He's on this. He's ostensibly they're on his panel. But their TYT is like rebroadcasting this, and in their rebroadcasting of this, they forgot to mention that Whick was involved at all. So once again, he's kind of getting the short end of this deal with his employer, Brianna Wu. That's Brianna Wu, paying those Wu bucks to Whick, so that he will be there with a platform for her whenever she wants to insert herself into a discourse with people like Destiny. People like Cenk, right? That's what he's getting the small bucks for. Because honestly, this guy doesn't get paid enough for what he has to do for Brianna Wu. Let's see. I'm going to la. There we go. Both streams are up. Both streams are running. Oh yeah, Buffy, did you want to vote? I saw that you resubscribed with a Prime. Here, let me add that to the dono goal. So we're up to 11. Again, if this dono goal hits 100, that means that whatever gets voted for, whatever wins the poll, is going to be what you're going to see next as a segment. So it's essentially a fun half that you unlock by hitting the dono goal. And chat's been pretty successful at hitting that dono goal lately. So very good chance that we'll be seeing one of these things. Mehdi Hassan debating Dean Phillips, Moms for Liberty meeting drag queens, RFK being barbecued, or Cenk Uygur supporting RFK Jr. now, right? These are second segments, follow-up segments after the two debates that we're going to be watching that can be unlocked if we drive this from 11% to 100%. So yeah, if you donate, just let me know which of these you would prefer to see, and I will add your donation to that, and it'll affect the poll. So I'm going to add the poll on shorts as well. And remember, we're running on shorts and on full screen today, both on YouTube. If you... I might as well tell you that it is possible to vote on not just one poll, but in both polls, right? Some people are probably going to figure that out by themselves. So I just thought it would be good to tell you all that that's a possibility, so that nobody feels like, you know, other people are getting a second vote and they're not. You can all have 2 votes if you want. There's literally nothing I can do to stop you. All I ask of you is that if you do cross over to the shorts to vote on that, or you're in shorts and you cross over to the full stream to vote on that poll, just leave me a like, because the likes help a lot, especially on shorts, right? Nobody likes nobody hits the like button on shorts, and there's a reason for that. Let me get into that really quickly, and then we'll start off on our first debate. Okay, so here's the reason why nobody why these shorts do not tend to get likes, right? So if you're watching me on the full screen, the like button is right down there, next to the subscribe button, next to the bell button. There's a lot of buttons down there you could press. You could even hit the more button, and you could find more ways that you can support the stream, including on Throne, which the link is right down there. So right, that's the full stream. On the short stream, right, you would expect, since it's shorts, like, is the like button here? Is the like button there? No, it's not. Strangely enough, right? The like button is actually right up here. You see that dot, dot, dot? There's 3 dots right there. If you press those, you can open up a menu, and it will let you like the stream, or it will let you dislike the stream. And, you know, either way, I appreciate the feedback. So if you want to know where that is, that's right there. This is just on shorts, right? This doesn't apply to Twitch. This doesn't apply to YouTube, the full screen. But on shorts, that's where the like button is. And I do appreciate those greatly. So, yeah, let's get going. I think I've said everything that I need to say. And, oh, my God, except for the top of the hour ad break. They got taken away by the ad break, chat. They got taken away already. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. Here's what I'm going to do. We'll talk about the ad break later on. I think I can remember to do that. I'm hitting... Let's get started. Okay, so here we are with our first debate. Our cursed debate. It's been called a nightmare blunt rotation, and I'm not going to really disagree with that. I feel like that's a good characterization. Again, Whick TV. This poor guy. Trying to rekindle lost glory of the old days of Twitch politics, of the giant panel podcasts, the Hippy Dippy, the Prime Kai Reverie, these things that used to be relevant. Well, now it's Brianna Wu paying Whick to, I don't even know, like what service, what maybe she's just doing Whick a solid here. I don't even know what purpose Whick would be serving here, but anyway, this is a blast from the past in terms of the format. But we've got Brianna Wu, we've got Cenk, we've got Destiny, we've got Whick, and then we're going to have Joe Walsh of the Eagles. Oh my God. Okay. Well, they're not quite ready, are they?
Performance a little over a week ago. Should Biden drop out of the race? Or, despite this misstep, is he still the Democratic Party's best chance to beat former President Trump? We've a great lineup today. With us, we are joined by Representative Joe Walsh, formerly representing the 8th District of the state of Illinois, Cenk from the Young Turks, and friends of the channel, Destiny and Brianna Wu. I guess we'll start with this. Representative Walsh, we're going to start with you. What are your thoughts on this, please?
How did they get a literal Republican boomer? And I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure Joe Walsh is actually a boomer. How did they get him on Discord? Obviously they haven't showed him how to work his camera, but
Hey, good to be with you all. Look,
chat, this is like me trying to get my parents on Discord, right? I don't think even my parents could get I'd be like trying to explain it. Okay, so you download the Discord app, right? And then you see all these hashtag thingies. Well, those are text channels, and that you see the little speaker thingy. Click on that. Okay, see, no, not that one, not that one. No, click on this one, the one that says panel talk. Right there, you go. There you go. Okay, so now you're in. Can you hear me? Yeah. See, you hear me. All right, now mute your mic because I'm hearing you in two places. Like, I mean, this is just like nightmare trying to I don't know. I mean, I guess a lot of people use Discord now, so maybe people in Joe Walsh's age group are adopting Discord. Maybe they've merely adopted the Discord. Anyway, chat. Enough bad jokes for me. Let's get started with this debate.
The only thing that matters is
Um.
Donald Trump cannot win. Donald Trump
Ooh.
is
Good point, Moinope. Thank you for the member chat. I will fix that. Gotta hit this. It's not running yet. That's what Shorts was trying to tell me. They're like, they can see the stream, but it's not running yet. Oh my god, here we go. Whoa. All right, welcome in, everybody. We have got a debate for you today. On the top left, we have Brianna Wu. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. And yeah, she is indeed cursed. To her right, we have Cenk Uygur, host of Young Turks, founding Turk of TYT. And we got Destiny to his right. We go down below, you're going to see a man with a backwards American flag. I'm not sure if that is a Supreme Court reference, a Vergonia flag, or if he just flipped his screen because he thinks he looks better from this side. But regardless, there's Whick of Whick TV, the ostensible host, right? And, you know, for a host, he's not really getting the credit. This ran on TYT as well without even crediting this guy. But, you know, here he is. This is Brianna's pet streamer, I guess you'd say. Brianna Wu is a, God, what is she? She's a gaming developer. Her one game that she's known for being one of the worst games, one of the worst reviewed games out there, right? So in actuality, she's more of a dilettante whose parents spotted her with seed money to start the gaming company. And she's kind of, you know, she also tried to run for Congress. And at the moment, what she's doing is she's sort of buying her way into the political debate sphere of content, right? And in part of that is paying out her woo bucks to people like Whick to have places to insert herself into the discourse. Now, she also is involved with Rebellion PAC, which is something that I think TYT is part of as well. So that's her connection to Cenk Uygur. A lot of people, in fact, I think including Vosh now, have sort of disavowed Brianna Wu because of her, you know, racist takes about Gaza. But she's still okay with Cenk Uygur, apparently. She's still okay with Destiny, apparently. And she's paying Whick, so... And then we have Joe Walsh, former Republican Congressman, boomer on Discord. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're going to be talking about, should Biden drop out of the race? Are you ready? But yeah, thank you, Moinope.
un-American. He's lawless. He's a psychopath. He can't be anywhere near the White House again. That's
So yeah, we got Joe Walsh identifying himself as a never Trump Republican.
all that matters. And we're at a point now where I don't think it's possible for Joe Biden to beat him anymore. Because the issue has got to be Trump's unfitness. The issue cannot be Joe Biden's unfitness, i.e. his age. So I don't think Biden gives us the best opportunity to keep that psychopath out of the White House.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get into it as we go, I'm sure. Next up, we have friend of the channel, Brianna Wu. What are your thoughts here?
So, all respect to my good friend Joe, but I think something that happened with his party is they lost the ability to be able to challenge, the powers within the party, and as a result of that, the Republican Party basically became a cult.
So yeah, it's weird that she said her good friend Joe. Like I mentioned before, she ran for Congress. She didn't even come close to, I think, clinching the nomination. So it's maybe more of a vanity project than anything else. She is part of Rebellion PAC, so political action committee that makes her a mover and shaker. I don't know if it's. I mean, Joe Walsh also not particularly relevant to politics. The only thing I can think of, chat, as a connection between Brianna Wu and the old Republican Party, the pre-Trump Republican Party, because that's what Joe Walsh represents, is a guy named Trent Lott. Trent Lott, if you don't know, was an old segregationist who was in the Republican Party in the early 2000s and going back. And this was somebody that Brianna Wu canvassed for. So her first, she cut her political teeth doing canvassing work for a former segregationist Republican by the name of Trent Lott. Trent Lott, I'm guessing, would have been a contemporary of Joe Walsh. That's my best bet as far as how these two know each other.
We don't have that culture in the Democratic
She only got 349 votes. Oh my God, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Party, and I actually think the conversation we're having right now is very, very healthy. It's a sign of a party.
Let me turn up the volume so we can.
Not a cult. So I know it's very stressful right now.
Is that better?
Yelled at all week. I'm sure everyone on this panel has been, but I think it's to our benefit, and I think it's worth remembering. All of us are here for the same reason. We want to beat Donald Trump, and we realize democracy is on the line. There are several things that really give me a lot of concern with this, but I don't feel as strongly as I think my good friend Cenk does.
Is she using face AI? I mean, not that I know of. You mean like a TikTok filter?
The first is a president that only has 36% approval rating is effectively unelectable, in my view.
Luna Rose is saying that maybe Brianna's using AI. I guess I don't know about the filters that are available. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a Photoshop smoothing tool that uses AI, but I don't know about any sort of video tool, or especially a live video. This would be a plugin, right? You think she is? Okay, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'll take your word for it, chat. She looks different somehow.
There's not a precedent for this. And even though I understand it's very,
all I can tell is that maybe her image is kind of overexposed. You know what I mean? She's got the ISO turned up so high that you're missing some detail on her face. I don't know.
tricky, especially the compliance things with getting the money shifted around and building campaign offices and getting canvassing operations. I really don't see another good option at this point. As Joe said, the problem is Biden's health is going to dominate the news cycle from here on out. And every second we're talking about that, we're not talking about the existential.
Okay, so strange moment, blue moon moment. I'm going to agree with Brianna Wu and Joe Walsh on this, right? Joe Biden and his issues with his cognitive ability are at the very least distracting from, stuff that should be being spoken about with Trump. Joe Biden has unfortunately provided a very interesting, very compelling story, and stuff like what we covered yesterday with the connection between Trump and Epstein is not getting covered because Joe Biden and his cognitive decline are too damn interesting. I think replacing him with almost any Democratic candidate would make it less likely for Trump to get elected in November.
Threat that Donald Trump is to democracy. So, I feel like our odds are slightly better if we change candidates, but my mind could be changed.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Cenk Uygur, please, what do you got?
Yeah, this is the easiest decision of all time. He's at 36% approval. when he won last time in 2020. Remember, he barely won the Electoral College by about 44,000 votes in 3 swing states, which is just a microscopic lead. And at that point, he had a 52% approval rating. Now he's at 36. I did the math on it. That's a 16-point difference. So the folks who look at the interview from last night and go, well, he survived. He answered the questions. That's not within a million miles of good enough.
I feel like I went kind of easy on him the night of, and it was particularly because I was in a situation where I couldn't stream the debate. I mean, I probably could have. GNN did it and got away with it. Other people did it and got away with it. But the company that ran it was making so much noise about possibly taking down people's streams that I just didn't want to risk it. So what I was doing instead was I was listening to the debate and describing it to the audience. That was the one way I could cover the debate live and not get in trouble. And so because of that, I was spending more time just describing the questions and the answers rather than listening really closely and catching like the end. Because it would usually be like the Biden starts off okay, but then he kind of runs out of steam and he trails off, or he says something like, "We finally beat Medicare, Jack. Now we're going to spread COVID." Just like he's mixing, he's talking about finally beating COVID. So he says, and then wanting to spread Medicaid to the states that haven't allowed the Medicaid expansion yet. And, he gets it so mixed up that he sounds like he is anti-Medicare and, very popular program and pro COVID. So like not a good debate on so many levels. And there was so many little Easter eggs that I didn't catch until the day after. But yeah, I mean,
he has to make up a 16-point deficit and in that regard. And guys, if you follow politics, an incumbent under 50% is very likely to lose. Biden is under 40%. To my knowledge, no federal candidate.
It's the feds, Joe. It's the feds. The ATF's coming to take your guns.
In U.S. history, that's an incumbent in an election year, has ever won when they're in the 30s.
Is somebody snoring?
So the
was that Whick?
Opposition, I guess, that wants Biden to stay in, their main argument is Joe Biden is the most miraculous politician that anyone has ever seen. And he's going to rise from the ashes and not just stay stable, but make up 16 points in approval rating. It's just la la land. It's total fantasy land. This is we're having fun here to debate a thing that should not be debated, partly because mainstream media and the Democratic Party has created this mirage. And so we have to spend time tearing down this theater that's been constructed that is nothing but propaganda. It's been propaganda from day one. He's been disastrously behind. The debate only made it worse and made it more obvious. But if you want to run a race saying, oh, yeah, I think that guy who looks like a cadaver is going to make the greatest comeback in American political history, you're basically saying, I don't mind Trump winning at all. I'm totally good with it. I just don't want to offend the feelings of the powerful. And that's really not a sound argument, to say the least. I'll be polite.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. And I'm sure we'll get into it as we go.
So far we got Brianna Wu says, drop out Joe. Cenk Uger says, drop out Joe. Next, we're going to go to Destiny, I assume.
Last, but certainly not least, Destiny. What do you have?
Wait, did Joe Walsh already weigh in? I think Joe Walsh was like on the side of like riding with Biden. Stick with the alley cat that brought you there.
I think that there are two competing outlooks that we should keep in mind, or not competing, but concurrent outlooks that we should keep in mind when we're thinking about who we want to be the Democratic nominee. For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I hope, I'm not sure, but I hope.
Cassidy Johnson says he, being Biden, is the first black woman to beat Medicare. Yeah, even since the debate, Biden has been just misspeaking in a way that I actually think is like some people will try to tell you that you're only picking up on this stuff now because we're looking for it, because that's the narrative. But what he said was, when he's talking about running with Kamala Harris, I think he was trying to say he was part of the administration of the first black president, that being President Obama, and that he has, like he's running with the first the first black woman to be president or vice president, that being Kamala Harris, and he ends up instead calling himself the first black female president, something like that, first black woman to beat Medicare, yeah. And it's like, no, that's not normal. That's not normal. Okay, I don't know what There are some things like I said last night when we went over the interview that he did with George Stephanopoulos, when he said the goodest plan, or he's doing the goodest job, right? That is something that would probably get passed over normally if there wasn't already a narrative. If people weren't looking for it, like they probably wouldn't notice it. But of course, we notice it, and there's no going back. There's no erasing people's brains. There's no like Men in Black, device that I can use to erase the memory of the debate from your brain or erase the clips that are all over the internet. People are going to remember that. So whether or not you think that it's fair that maybe people are nitpicking Joe Biden's, speeches, interviews, etc. now, that's what's going to happen. And if what you want is for people to pay attention to the really scary stuff that Trump is proposing, the fucked up shit that he's saying, the, his own cognitive issues and rambling speeches about sharks and batteries. If you want those stories to pick up, if you want that shit to get any oxygen at all, your best bet is to get Biden out of the race. Hand him the gold watch, pat him on the back, say, nice job, Jack. You did your, you beat Trump in 2020. Good job, and hand it over to somebody else. That's, so I'm going to agree with Brianna and Cenk here, and probably not so much with Destiny. We'll see what Whick has to say.
That everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden. I also think it's important to keep in mind that when we criticize our party or when we criticize our candidates, I think that the only criticism that really matters are from people that support the party. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of voices, I believe Cenk is one of them, I'm not as sure about Joe Walsh, who are highly critical of Biden.
Oh, I see. So what Destiny is saying is that this is just an opportunity for the people that were not on the side of Biden in the first place. And then Cenk did try to run against Biden in the primary. The obvious problem being that he is not a citizen that was born in the United States, therefore ineligible to run for president. But he tried to, to run anyway, at least to get the press, to get the, in his mind, not so that he himself could become president, but to encourage other people to get in the race, to bring up the issues with Biden, to call into question the coronation of the incumbent candidate for another nomination, and to maybe shake things up. Right, that was his stated purpose. A lot of people think maybe it's more about his ego, but his explanation was that. So what Destiny's going to try to say here is that, hey, if you were not on Team Biden in the first place, if you flirted with Bernie Sanders, if you would have preferred Elizabeth Warren, well, we really shouldn't be listening to you at all. It's only those that are on the side of the Democratic Party. So we got a litmus test coming from a guy that has often complained about being gatekept, being not considered to be on the left because a lot of his positions are right wing. Kind of strange, Destiny.
Because of his debate performance, but before the debate performance, they were never going to vote for Biden anyway because of his position on Israel or Gaza or lack of, whatever minimum wage or socialized healthcare or whatever other reason. So when you have people that are highly critical of these people, it's important to know that in their mind, their best interest isn't for the
He's like, come on, guys, this is all an op of Bernie Bros.
Party. It's for whatever particular candidate that they like, which is why when we have these conversations, it's very hard to get somebody to put forth another candidate that they think would be able to outperform Biden. For a variety of reasons we'll get into.
Okay, I guess we'll start with that. For the people who say that Joe Biden should drop out of the race, who do you think should replace Joe Biden? Who do you have in mind? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should start with Destiny again, because he apparently wants Trump to win. Because only a person so detached from reality would look at Biden and go, that's our strongest candidate. So I don't know where your allegiances lie. I mean, you just questioned our allegiances. So I desperately want
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, yeah. When Destiny comes and questions your allegiances, you gotta call him out for being the reactionary that he is. In fact, people even from chat are calling this out, not just on Destiny, but also on Jink's part as well, right? Being against the unhoused, it does not make you, part of the left, right? So Jink Uyghur's credentials could be questioned. Brianna Wu's credentials majorly questioned, considering she just went on, Trigonometry, a right-wing anti-SJW show, to complain about progressives and to basically do her leaving the left and try to cultivate a right-wing audience for herself, despite the fact that all the audience wanted to talk about was her identity as a trans woman in a transphobic way. So they weren't having it because they're hateful. But she did not get picked. So yeah, this is a strange panel. This is a strange panel, right? Destiny, genocide enthusiast, Kyle Rittenhouse, fanboy. I don't know what else, right? Cenk Uyghur, part of this platform that is leaving the left in its own way, TYT. Brianna Wu, was she ever on the left at all, or is she just kind of a weird clout chaser? Oh, Chad, I think I see what you're saying. Wait, does she have like some kind of, is it like adding like makeup to her face? Is it like that kind of filter? I think I see it now. And Joe Walsh, a never Trump Republican. Whick, a guy who runs panels on Twitch, where he, brings on people to talk about Kanye and platforms somebody who says maybe Kanye was right about Jewish people. Doesn't agree with him, but, to defend the guy's right to, just be anti-Semitic on main, right? So these people are all questionable as far as any sort of loyalty, as far as any sort of allegiance to the left, whatever that fuck that means.
Trump to lose. We all do. He's a maniac, total, utter maniac. But by the way, the clowns you support lost to him in 2016 and are getting humiliated by him in 2024. So where's your allegiance? It seems to me that look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it almost feels like a false flag operation to say anyone who wants the strongest candidate for the Democratic Party is with Trump. Wink, wink. We should have the weakest possible candidate against Trump. Boy, I really want Trump to lose. Wink, wink. No, of course you should have the strongest candidate. How is this a debate? And if you think Joe Biden's the strongest candidate the Democratic Party has, you apparently despise the Democratic Party. You think even less of them than any Republican in the country. Are you telling me there's no one better than a guy who can't finish a sentence? This is preposterous.
So a few things. So, I mean, if you want to talk about the jokes that we put up in 2016, I would awkwardly remind you that Hillary Clinton was beating Trump polling initially, which is the thing that you're weighing in heavily now, is how they're doing the polls. And secondly, she had phenomenal debate performance against Donald Trump, something that didn't help her whatsoever when it came time.
I think that Destiny's wrong here. Okay, so here's where he's right. Here's what he's remembering. Prior to the election, Hillary was up in the popular vote. But what Cenk is talking about is at the tail end of the primary, and the time where they were browbeating Bernie Sanders into dropping out. If you looked at the polls, the head-to-head polls of Bernie versus Trump and Hillary versus Trump, Hillary Clinton was slightly losing to Trump, and Bernie was slightly ahead. Now, obviously there's a margin of error. Polls aren't as good as they used to be. Take that as you may. But there was every sign that Bernie had a better chance of winning than Trump.
To defeating him in the election. So, and these seem to be two things that you're weighing very heavily in choosing Biden or not. But to go back on the thing about supporting Biden, well, was it not the case that prior to this debate, you didn't want to support Biden anyway? Like, would you have voted for Biden over Trump prior to the debate?
I would never vote for Trump in a million years.
I didn't ask you to vote for Trump. I said, would you have voted for Biden? I asked, would you vote for Biden prior to this debate performance over Trump? Would you have voted for Biden?
So I think, Destiny, I've been super clear. I ran against Biden. I think Biden's a terrible candidate. And I knew that, and you gaslit your audience the whole way. Oh, yeah, he could win in the 30s. He could win. He could
Right,
win.
I still didn't hear
Oh
an
my
answer to
God,
that.
you have to bow
Okay.
your head and obey the officials in the Democratic Party. Who cares about beating Trump? Let's just obey,
I do
right?
I do
Come
want to
on,
make
Hillary Clinton. You want to talk about Hillary Clinton in the polls? Hillary Clinton did not have a 5-point lead. This is what I'm trying to get through your thick skull. The Democratic candidate needs a 5-point lead nationally in order to win the Electoral College. So when Joe Biden's down by 6 in the New York Times poll, he's down by 11. He's got to make up 11 points in that. There's no way he can do that.
Okay, is it?
couldn't
Can I
win
appeal to the
even-
moderator?
Well,
Wait, I want
before-
to do a
hold on,
moderator appeal.
hold on.
Can you make him answer that question?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I think I got it turned up too loud now.
Some other people who've
Let
been
me-
trying to get
Sure.
in. Go
But
ahead,
also, I just
Joe.
want to.
Whick, congratulations, you finally fixed your audio. You finally fixed your audio.
Yes or no? Would you have voted for him? That should
Ooh,
be
I think he
yes or no.
turned
Thank you. Would you-
Destiny way up.
Between Biden and Trump,
Oh no, he didn't fix this audio, chat. He just doesn't have it balanced. Destiny is turned way the fuck up though. Did you? Apologies, chat.
were my only two options. Of course, I was going to vote for Biden
Okay,
against
thank you.
Trump. Of course.
Great.
Cool. Okay.
Joe, please.
Let me
Fired up, says Greg Riesland.
speak
Yes.
for myself. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a never Trumper. I would vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden were 151 years old and couldn't get out of bed if he were running against Donald Trump. If Joe Biden stays the nominee, I'm going to run through a fucking wall to help get Joe
Jink has to be turned down. Oh, you think Wick turned Jink down?
Biden elected. Destiny, that's where I am, and that's where I've always been. All I'm interested in is, and this is a difficult spot, let's be real, because Democratic voters in a primary process selected him. I believe in that process. I'm appealing to Joe Biden.
Okay, so interesting. So far we got Brianna Wu and Jink Uger, two people that are I'm no fan of, saying at least the right thing in this situation, that it's going to be better for all parties involved, except for maybe Trump supporters if Biden drops out. You got Destiny questioning at least the allegiance of Jink. I mean, I think that I don't even know, chat. What's the relationship between Destiny and Brianna Wu? Like, is Destiny on the Wu Bucks? I don't even know if he needs Wu Bucks. Like, of all these people, Jink and Destiny are the only ones who are really making money. Brianna Wu is sinking money into vanity projects. Wick is barely staying afloat off of some of those Wu Bucks that she's throwing his way. Joe Walsh is, I don't know, an old Republican congressman, not super relevant, but they were able to pull a former congressman, so good for you. I don't know.
Because I think it's clear Joe Biden had only one issue he had to prove. He had one problem. Is he too old for this job? And if he could prove he wasn't too old, I think Biden would beat Trump. He didn't prove that the other night. In fact, he failed. So my
Oh wait, am I wrong about Walsh's take?
fear now is he can't beat Trump. And so I'm appealing to him to step down and him
Oh, okay.
to Kamala Harris, and away we go.
Okay.
Yeah, and
ahead.
Stephen, this is a question I want to ask you because I really respect your opinion, and like maybe you have a better answer for this than one I've been able to come up with. We're not just talking, we're almost talking about two questions here. It's like who can beat Donald Trump? But the other question is like someone actually has to be president.
Are they saying this because they care about democracy, or are they just acting like a heel and wrestling match? I don't agree with them for being who they are, even if they are right.
And something that's happened since the debate is we've seen a lot of clips.
Oh yeah, no, I am not trying to say, well, maybe I was wrong about Brianna Wu and Cenk Uger. No, that's not where I'm going at all. I'm just amazed that they have for once like a less objectionable take. But you're right. There is a certain degree of maybe contrarianism, I think is what Luna Rose is pointing out here.
Biden back in 2020. He is markedly worse today than he was 4 years ago. Here are the situations we have. It's not just Israel. There's a very good chance China is going to attack Taiwan in the next year or two. You have the Middle East that's still destabilizing.
We know what kind of YouTube videos Brianna Wu is watching.
And, Biden, to his credit, has talked about his work bringing together coalitions in the international community, which requires a lot of travel. Can you genuinely say you're confident Biden will be able to do the job of president 4 years from now? Because I can't. And I look at my Twitter.
Yeah, you're right, Natalie Marie. Joe Walsh said Biden should drop out to
Me questioning Trump's mental fitness for his entire presidency. I have to apply that same standard to Biden, and I'm just honestly finding it very lacking.
So if
the lack of glasses, huh? What have we figured out? Like, it does. Like, look, I didn't notice it at first, but now that you're saying it, chat, it does seems like there was maybe something going on with Brianna Wu's like that she's got some kind of AI filter.
if we were running 2024 Biden against 2020 Biden, I would vote for
Maybe she just didn't have a chance to do eyeliner, and so it's like a makeup filter. I don't know.
2020 Biden every time, but we're not.
Sure.
It's Biden versus Trump, and then the question is, who's the best candidate that we can put up versus Trump? For questions of what happened after the election, if Biden wins, and for some reason he has so much cognitive decline that he can't run the country, I guess I would hope that he would.
Who do you think that's out there, says L. Aubrey, that could possibly win against Donald Trump? L. Aubrey, I'm really sorry that you've got this, you've got it in your mind, you've got this narrative in your mind that Donald Trump is an electoral juggernaut, is a incredibly popular person. He's not. He's somebody with incredibly high negatives, and he is a loser that was lucky enough to run against a bigger loser in 2016. Lucky enough to run against an almost as big loser in 2020, and now that loser that's in the White House has suffered what seems to be some pretty steep cognitive decline. But as far as who could beat Donald Trump, the polls tell us that the generic ballot, which is a measure of like, hey, person, voter, would you rather vote for a generic Democrat or a generic Republican? It's leaning Democrat for a lot of reasons, right? Particularly the Supreme Court and its decisions on Roe versus Wade. So if a generic Democrat hypothetically beats Trump, why is Biden struggling so much? And I would say because Biden has got the one narrative that's more interesting than, for instance, what we covered yesterday, Trump's connection to Epstein, which we're finding more and more evidence of every day. That's not getting talked about because what's more interesting is this guy, Joe Biden, and his cognitive decline and him describing himself as the first black woman president, him telling George Stephanopoulos that he did the goodest job, right? All these signs that he is not capable of being president are actually more interesting than what's going on with Trump, what's going on with the Supreme Court. All of the factors that should be redounding in the favor of the Democrats this year are not being given oxygen by the fact that there's such a crisis in terms of the nominee for the Democratic Party. After they ran a joke of a primary, is somebody that does not seem to be capable of executing the office of presidency, let alone running a successful campaign.
Step down, or somebody would, do an amendment challenge to remove from office, but that's not really the question before us right now.
I agree.
The interesting question is from all the people, also to be clear, I don't have, for some reason, I don't know why Cenk phrases this way, like a fear of power or a deference to the institution of the DNC. I don't really care about any of these things. The challenge is which candidate do you put up that we're in very uncharted territory when we talk about swapping candidates this close to the election. And I think that people are a little bit too reliant on, they'll find a good poll and they'll be like, oh my God, we could run, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama or, whoever else. And it's like, man, there were polls that had, Hillary Clinton up like almost 15 points after the last debate that she did with Trump. And then, need I remind anybody that you have these shining star governors, okay?
Okay, so I think that Destiny's point is that he doesn't trust the polls, and he's still kind of like so when the polls end up being wrong, like they were in 2016, not as much in terms of the popular vote, which Hillary Clinton did win, but in terms of the polls in swing states, which was what was important, right? She needed to win Wisconsin. she ends up losing a lot of Rust Belt states that she was expected to win, and losing the election despite getting the majority of votes. So what Destiny is still sort of throwing on there is that, like, okay, so the polls pick up Democrats really well, they don't pick up Republicans. Or people answer the phone and they're too embarrassed to say, I'm going to vote for Trump, but they're really going to vote for Trump, right? So he's trying to take 2016, which, can I remind you, 8 years ago. 8 years ago, right? He's trying to take the error from a poll 8 years ago and apply it to the polls from today. But he does have a point, though, and I will steelman his argument just a little bit, right? In terms of, it's not like there's no risk in changing candidates, right? And here's the risk. The risk is, oh, she put her glasses on. I didn't even notice that. Okay, anyway, sorry, chat, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted by everything. The risk is that when you swap candidates after, and you don't hold a primary, you miss out on a process of vetting. What do I mean? Look at Ron DeSantis. On paper, Ron DeSantis looked like a great candidate. All right, if you are MAGA and you believe in MAGA, Ron DeSantis is arguably to the right of Donald Trump. Okay, so he cast himself in the mold of Donald Trump. He's kissed Donald Trump's ass for years and years. He's going to enact policies that are potentially more MAGA than MAGA. So what's not to like from a MAGA perspective? And then from a perspective of a Democrat or an independent, Ron DeSantis does not have the stink that Donald Trump has. Like, Donald Trump has been exposed as a liar. He's been exposed as a creep. There's all these negatives about Donald Trump that DeSantis doesn't have. So on paper, it looks like, yeah, swap Trump out for DeSantis, and then we can have the policies that we want without the baggage that might sink the candidacy, because Donald Trump lost in 2020 for a lot of reasons, including his incompetent handling of a major public health crisis. Ron DeSantis can appeal to the anti-vaxxers, the anti-maskers, without having that record that is going to make people that are actually concerned about, maybe getting sick, maybe having a relative, die of COVID, right? So, on paper, it looks like a good idea, right? You run Ron DeSantis, though, and you start to find out stuff about this guy. He's really awkward. He's really fucking awkward. Like, he's awkward. He's creepy. Stuff starts coming out about him eating pudding with his fingers. People can't get that image of Pudding Ron just gulping down that pudding, right? Disgusting, eating habits, and his high-heeled, what did he have? He had like heels on his shoes to make himself look taller. Not that Trump doesn't do shit like that. Trump's very conscious of his height, doesn't like to be photographed with people that are taller than him. But he has the good sense not to try to, put on elevator shoes or something like that, which would just make him a laughingstock. Ron DeSantis, on the other hand, thinks that he can do this. And so there's so many different little things with Ron DeSantis that start to come out and start to make it so that the people that would want to vote for him, especially the MAGA constituency, to whom he can be this Trojan horse that doesn't have the baggage of Trump, but will enact the policies of Trump. Also, why wouldn't they just go with Trump if Trump's an option too? So that's an example of what a primary can do. A primary can expose the faults of a candidate before they get into the general election. And any Democrat that would take over for Biden, unless they enacted something like what Zogby's talking about, which is running like a mini primary. I don't even know how that would work. But, essentially having people vote again in a real primary, you're just not going to have that vetting. So there is a point to what Destiny is saying. I will grant that replacing Biden is not a risk-free endeavor, but I'll also point out that the risk of keeping Biden is a known risk and is a greater risk than the risk of replacing Biden with someone like Kamala Harris, who would retain the money that Biden has fundraised.
Cuomo, DeSantis, who are like, oh, these are going to be like the new guard of the parties. And these people, Cuomo was destroyed almost immediately by scandals from his past. And DeSantis was destroyed as soon as he opened his mouth to talk to a potential voter. So the only thing that scares me is when people are so quick and keen to, put another candidate out there. It's like, man, this is an untested candidate in a national field for the most important election ever. And the only thing we're going to hear about for the next 3 months are anything this person's done wrong. That's just a really scary world for me to be in. Maybe even more scary than a bad Biden debate performance.
Responses.
And by the way, just quickly, Brianna, I appreciate your point about Biden being able to actually govern if he were elected for another 4 years. But I agree with Destiny on this point. I don't give a damn about that.
Yeah.
All I care about is who can beat Trump and keep Trump out of the White House. If Biden beat him and Biden stayed in the White House and he could only be president for a year, well, then heck, he has a vice president who will become president. I don't care about that. I care only about keeping Trump out of the White House.
Okay, I want to pass it to Cenk. I'm sorry, Cenk. He has some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. 80% of the country thinks that Joe Biden is not mentally healthy enough to serve. You're going to run that guy? You know what that means? That means 8 out of 10 people in America think that his brain is not functioning well enough to be president. To think that that's our strongest candidate is just mental.
Can I ask?
Totally, utterly mental.
Sure.
I mean, it's an alternate reality. It's blue MAGA. It's blue MAGA on steroids. 8 out of 10 Americans think that his brain isn't working. I mean, and we're going to run that guy? Why don't you just say, I love Trump and I want Trump to win? Because that's what Trump's saying. That's what MAGA's saying. Go look at social media. They're like, please keep Biden in. I'm begging you, keep Biden in. So it's this idea of devil we know versus devil we don't know. But look at this conversation you guys are having. So, like, can Biden finish 4 years? And you guys are saying, who cares? But you're not going to win an election by saying, yeah, our guy probably can't even finish 4 years. But who cares? Vote for him anyway. That is not a winning strategy. That is an obviously disastrous strategy. I cannot believe that anyone's making that point. Guys, think about the convention.
Yeah, so something that Walsh isn't thinking that Cenk's kind of pointing out here is that when you say, like, I don't care if the dude can't tie his shoes, if the public will take him over Trump, let's go with this guy, right? You're actually undermining your candidate. Right? And how are you doing it? By being honest. So the honest truth undermines your candidate. That's kind of a sign that maybe this is not the best candidate.
If Joe Biden's still the candidate by then, when they chant 4 more years, everybody's going to be embarrassed. The Biden team's going to be like, shh, you're reminding everybody that we have 4 more years with this guy. There's no chance in the world that America is going to put in a guy into the Oval Office when they don't think his brain is working.
So,
I mean,
who's the alternative?
It's already over. Let's pack it up.
Who's the alternative then?
Easy.
That's easy. So
That's easy.
Let me explain. So yeah, it is. It's easy on 2 fronts. Number one, this whole fear mongering about, hey, what if the other guy is even worse than a guy whose brain doesn't function? You don't think there's a single person in the Democratic Party who has a brain that's functioning? Of course there is. Of course there is. Okay, so now the process.
People in chat pointing out that Cenk is maybe doing more harm than good with his rhetoric. I would also say that Cenk has got like a likability problem. In fact, that is across the board here. This is 5 likability problems in one stream.
The process is just like it's always been until 1972. The delegates go and they vote in an open convention. What's the big deal?
Like, he's doing his TYT stuff, right? This is shit that he's been doing since the mid-2000s. USA Today, you fucking suck! Slams the paper. It works on the show. People are pissed off about their Iraq policy. They're pissed off about the media coverage, specifically from, rags like USA Today. And people resonate with that on the show. But lately, when I see Cenk trying to emote, trying to recapture that magic that he had back in the day, it just falls flat. And definitely in a debate, it does not work. It does not work.
Deal. Oh my God! Hold on. It'll be a mess. Mess how? Oh my God! You'll have the whole country listening to a bunch of Democratic politicians defend Democratic policies and get billions of dollars in free media to Democratic politicians and Democratic policies.
Sorry, Chad, I've got to
Why is that
bounce.
bad?
If
It's
I
terrific.
I don't mean I'm leaving. I mean I'm gonna
Go.
bounce.
On that. So once you go through that process, the person who won the most number of delegates is likely to be.
I feel like that's too distracting.
That's the whole point of the convention process. So why don't we go with the strongest instead of the weakest?
so if
These
I
are relatively
yeah.
easy things to decide.
if I may interrogate that for a moment, Cenk, when you say that the convention should decide, do you not fear or worry that that will be seen as an undemocratic process where the DNC elites are just simply picking who they want, anointing them?
Yeah, this is the weirdest contention to have. Look, the Democratic Party has never been small d democratic in terms of the way that they run the party. Look back to 2016, that primary. Look back to 2020, a former president calling in to get multiple candidates to drop out and endorse a candidate who's losing. In one night, flips the results of the election from the person that they're afraid will take them back to the original mission of the Democratic Party, the kind of Democratic Party that American workers, can right or wrong believe in, that at least has their interests in mind, to just an absolute sloppy Joe of a candidate, an absolute mushy establishment shithead overnight, right? So the Democratic Party has never been democratic with a small d. You can even look at the primary this year. Why did we have a choice between Marianne Williamson, RFK for a little while until he decided he was not a Democrat, which is probably true, and Dean Phillips? Am I missing anybody? Marianne Williams, Dean Phillips. I feel like there's one more. But regardless, nobody with a chance to win was willing to run. And that is because the Democratic Party does this thing where if you get in the way of somebody that's got next, like Hillary Clinton, you come for the queen and you miss, you're never going to work in this town again. They will absolutely sandbag you. If you run against an incumbent, oh my God, right? This goes back to 1980 when Ted Kennedy ran against Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter, won the very controversial nomination, and then proceeded to lose to Ronald Reagan. Some of these establishment Dems, the people that formed the Third Way, the people that formed the Democratic Leadership Council, and all the rest of these sort of conservative organizations, they took that lesson as we can never allow a popular candidate to run against one of our incumbents. Never again. And as a result, they have boring, relatively speaking, nomination processes that do not capitalize on the free media that they could get, and do not vet the candidates that even, the assumed inevitable candidate, which they need to be vetted. They need to be stress tested at the very least, right? This is the Democratic Party being afraid of its own shadow. This is the Democratic Party being afraid of its post-World War II history, the time that they were the most successful. And this is the Democratic Party being their, own worst enemy, trying to sandbag the likes of Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, etc. They end up sandbagging themselves.
No. Go ahead, Cenk. That's the very definition of how these parties work. Remember, none of this happens if Joe Biden doesn't say, I'm not running. If Joe Biden says, I'm no longer running, then there's a process to pick a nominee.
But don't you worry, to Walsh real quick, Congressman.
Yeah.
Back in '76, Reagan made a challenge on the convention floor, despite the person not running, right? So do you not worry that even if Biden says, I'm still going to run, that there won't be some challenges from contenders during the convention?
'76. So this would have been with Gerald Ford as the nominee for the Republican Party. Gerald Ford as the incumbent after having, been the named to replace Nixon as his vice president.
If Biden says he's going to run,
Yes, I'm still running.
No.
You don't think anyone
Biden
will
is
challenge
in,
him?
No, I believe if Biden stays in, there will be zero challenge at the convention. And by the way, if Biden steps down, hopefully, I think, as Cenk said, there will be a raucous, divisive convention. But my God, we live in fucking unprecedented times. This is exciting. We're going through something. I mean, embrace this. It's different.
Okay, Cenk wanted to get in, and then I'll.
Trey Money says, I'd still take Tulsi over Joe any day. I don't think we need to switch to a Republican, Trey Money. I get being uncomfortable with Joe Biden, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to vote for Tulsi Gabbard, you might as well vote for Trump.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys. First of all these things about back in '76, Reagan hurt the chances of the party, and Kennedy hurt the chances of the party when he ran against Carter, and all this nonsense, right? Okay, so wait a minute. Were they running against a guy that 8 out of 10 Americans thought that person's brain had stopped functioning? Of course not. It's like that Fleischman clown that's going around. I predict I have the 13 points. Yeah, but brother, the 14th point is the guy's mind working or not? 8 out of 10. It doesn't. And guys, it doesn't matter what we think on this panel. The jury's in. 8 out of 10 Americans say not mentally healthy enough. Good night, Irene. It's already over. So
oh my God. Hey, thanks for the shout out, Cenk. So wait. So yeah, the primary. The Republican 76 primary, that was actually pretty close. 53% popular vote for Gerald Ford, 45.9 to Ronald Reagan. Ford winning 27 states, Ronald Reagan winning 24. How do they... I mean, things... Okay, so yeah, so slightly more delegates for Gerald Ford overall. We got to keep in mind, too, that... the way that the primaries have worked have somewhat evolved over time. After the 1980 Democratic primary, you had the addition on the Democratic side of superdelegates, which figured largely in the campaign in 2016 in terms of giving people a sense, like when you looked at the leaderboard, right? So they're running the primary, Bernie versus Hillary, and they're putting the delegates up there with the superdelegates that are already pledged to Hillary, giving people who might want to vote for Bernie the feeling that it's a lost cause already. And in reality, superdelegates can swing, and particularly when a candidate starts to become popular with the Democratic voters, may very well swing. So these things have changed over time. They don't work the same way. Back in the day, it's a literal smoke-filled room with wheeling and dealing. Deals being cut of who's going to be, president. You could almost say that it's questionable to what extent the votes in the primary really mattered back in the day. As we go forward, they start to at least try to take on the appearance of small d democracy and validating the will of the primary voters. But at the end of the day, these are two private clubs, sponsoring their candidates that we have taken as being a binary choice. We have taken as being the only options, despite the fact that, if you look back further over time, it has not always been the Democrat and the Republican Party. It has not always been a two-party system. It's just kind of ended up like that, and now it's sort of stuck in that spot because anyone who runs as a third-party candidate is going to harm not the candidate that they most disagree with, but they're going to harm the candidate that they are closest to agreeing with. So you have the H. Ross Perot factor in 1992. A lot of people attribute H. Ross Perot being a somewhat conservative coded candidate as losing the election for George H.W. Bush. That's Pappy Bush, father of W.
question is can the Democrats miraculously resuscitate a campaign to give Trump a challenge? And the way to do that is already built into the process of the convention. And this whole idea that, oh, it'll be divisive. So what?
That's great. That's great.
So you're going to have different Democrats saying, hey, I want higher wages. No, I want higher wages for the average American. No, I want tons of health care for the average American. No, I want universal health care. These are all great things. I mean,
yeah. So no, now he says that those are great things, right? He's not looking at this like the Democratic Party, like the Democratic establishment, right? Democrats outbidding each other for how much they're going to be on the side of working people is the opposite of what the Democratic Party wants. Their mission is to run a few degrees to the left of the Republicans and to scoop up the donation money from people that are thinking maybe the Republicans are a little too conservative for me. Maybe I don't agree with their social issues. Maybe I don't agree with this or that. They also don't want to be in a position where they've campaigned on, something like, universal health care, and then, they're forced to actually enact that because they would rather enact a policy more like Obamacare, which keeps the private insurance companies in business, and in fact, actually shores up their ledgers. Is beneficial towards them, right? That became an issue with Obama running on what sounded like universal health care, but then morphed into a public option. And then, oh, I'm so sorry, Joe Lieberman has twisted my arm behind my back. It's going to have to be, essentially Romney care. Right? That's what the Democrat Party ended up on. And it's not really a negotiation. It's not something that they didn't want. They did not mind being forced to opt for a less progressive policy. They would prefer that. It allows them to keep a decent portion of the healthcare industry on their side, right? So they are always trying to set up a situation. That's why they love Trump, right? There's stuff that's even come out recently talking about the degree to which the party establishment supported and wanted Trump as the Republican nominee in 2016, because having such a shit show of a candidate to run against potentially would give Hillary the chance to win the election without making any sort of promises, without doing anything for the American people. This is the Democratic Party's preference. That's why I started off this discussion talking about who the Democratic Party really is, who the Republican Party really is, and the conservative nature of both parties. What are they conserving? Capitalism, hierarchy, and that leverage that capital has on all of us, right? These are two parties with arguably the same economic, serving arguably the same economic interest, but just doing it in a different way. The Democrats try to save capitalism from itself, and the Republicans try to put capitalism on overdrive.
One last thing. Look at 2016 when the Republicans had a mess and it was super chaotic, and they were talking about penis size and all this craziness.
I mean, I miss the penis controversy.
They won.
And look, I'm the only, I think, former Republican on the panel. I was a Republican.
Wait a minute. Nope. Wrong. Wait a minute. Chat. Okay, this is blowing my mind here. Brianna Wu started off her political career campaigning for Trent Lott, Republican. Cenk Uygur was a college Republican. That was a long time ago. That was the 80s or the 90s or whenever he went to college, right? But yeah, he did. He is, a former Republican. Destiny, I don't remember. I vaguely remember something about him saying that he was a libertarian. So maybe not a former Republican, maybe more of a former libertarian. Joe Walsh is the, he's outing himself, and everybody knows that he was a Republican congressman. So yeah, he's a former Republican. He's a never Trumper. He wants his party back. He wants to run that neocon grift instead of the MAGA grift, right? And these people have been lost in the wilderness for years and years and years. So I don't know if they'll ever get their party back. I don't know if the neocons realize how few American voters they actually represent anymore, and how stuck in the past their whole concept of the Republican Party is. Whick, I don't know. Anybody want to hazard a guess on Whick as far as what Wick's, if Whick was a former Republican? I don't know much about Whick at all.
Congressman, a Republican candidate for president. I was a Republican for my whole life. My former political party has become a cult, right? Like there is never any public questioning of the fitness of their leader. I think what the Democratic Party is going through right now is healthy. And if they went through a really raucous convention, if Biden stepped down, that would be healthy. But I need to back up for just a second, because Destiny, I want to appreciate.
I want to ask you a question. Now, first of all, Destiny, that's a woman's name, right? Second of all, do you love black people? Oh my God, no, it's not Jesse Lee Peterson, unfortunately.
I want to understand and appreciate why at this point you still think Biden would be the strongest candidate. Help me with that.
I mean, he can run on his record. If we have a new candidate that's in, you have no record that you can run upon anymore. He beat Trump once in an election. How relevant that is to the next one is, I guess it's hard to say. But those are two things.
Was he a classic Tea Party dude? I feel like he was around the party before that, but I mean, he may have, he may have tried to appeal to the Tea Party.
That are now completely tossed if you start running a new candidate. Another factor is that, Cenk keeps saying over and over again, like 8 out of 10. What? Yeah. Real quick. Cenk keeps saying like 8 out of 10 Americans don't think that, his brain is working, blah, blah, blah. That's fine, but the polls don't reflect that. I mean, look at the.
Wait, no, they literally do. They literally do. Right? The polls do reflect that most Americans, Republican, Democrat, whatever, have serious questions about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. And I would say that a lot of the people that are saying I am not concerned about those are probably Democrats that just want to elect him, and they really do have concerns, right? They're just going to wait on those concerns until after the election, right? So Destiny's absolutely wrong about this. What I think he's trying to say is that despite the polls that show 80% of the American people questioning the capacity of Biden to do the job of president, let alone to win the to win the election, the people that say that they want to vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump right now versus people who are saying they want to vote for Donald Trump over Joe Biden, Biden is losing, but he's not losing 80-20. I think that's what Destiny's trying to say. And Destiny, that is some cope. That is some serious fucking cope right there.
The popularity that Donald Trump enjoys, and they don't even care if his brain is working or not, right? We're told over and over again to take him seriously.
Again, if you want Donald Trump's brain to become an issue, which it should be in the presidential election, if you want people to start talking about his weird rambling stories about sharks and electric batteries, if you want people to start talking about the connection of Donald Trump to Epstein, which I think is the one issue that might actually crack through the shell of MAGA, the absolute hear no evil, seek no evil, speak no evil refusal of MAGA to deal with who their actual candidate is. If you want any of this stuff to matter, if you want any of this stuff to be talked about, if you want any of this stuff to get a chance to breathe, you need to get Biden out of there, because Biden is taking up all the oxygen in his room with his Biden brain.
Seriously, not literally. Like, they make excuses for him not even be able to speak, which, he stumbles through a ton. So yeah, again, I'm not like allegiant to Biden, but the idea of just throwing a whole new candidate up and the idea like, oh no, the primary process will produce.
Okay, so yeah, yes, Donald Trump does not make sense at a variety of times. The difference between Biden and Trump, though, is that when Trump stumbles and becomes incoherent, he at least has the good sense to keep talking. He doesn't let on that he's fucking up, right? He keeps talking and he's confident. And honestly, Destiny, as somebody who makes their money as a debate bro, you should know this. you should know that in situations like these, confidence is everything. Confidence is huge.
Something so good, and we'll all unite around that candidate in a big kumbaya afterwards. I totally don't see that happening.
So can I jump in on that? Because I agree with Stephen on multiple points here. The compliance stuff is something we are really not examining enough. Joe, you know this better than anyone.
Yeah, Jules says 79% worried about Biden's cognitive decline, according to one poll.
Here, all those donations, they could go to Kamala Harris, but, even if Biden starts a super PAC, it can't coordinate with campaigns. So, Stephen, better than anyone, the individual can go out there, get the data, run your own canvassing operation, but I think it will obviously be diminished if it cannot coordinate, right? It can put out ads, it can do all that stuff. That's going to be difficult. Another thing that I think, respectfully, Cenk, you're discounting a little bit is the media has not really dug in on any of these other candidates that we have and really vetted them. And every single one of them has some liabilities that we need to think about. As far as Gavin Newsom, who's married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, I don't even want to imagine what stuff is going to come out with that. Kamala Harris, the right-wing media has decided she's kind of this dim-witted aunt, once they go into full attack mode on her, is going to be a white supremacist running against a black woman. Right. You look at Raphael Warnock, there's some stuff there they can go.
And you can see where Brianna Wu comes from. You can see who Brianna Wu talks to. You can see her vision of America is very much informed by her, her childhood in Mississippi, right? Like, this is a black woman winning president. What are you, I think she's actually underrating Kamala a little bit, and this is saying as somebody who's not a fan of Kamala at all.
And I'm not saying it's a bad idea necessarily. I'm saying as we're figuring out our calculus of who is the strongest candidate, it is just simply true that we know where the bottom is with Biden, and I'm less certain.
Do we?
With these other candidates and that money.
Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe we know the bottom. Okay, assuming that this is the bottom, right? Assuming this is the worst that it can get, which I'm not sure if that's true. Are you really sure that Biden's not going to say anything worse? The guy that said that we finally defeated Medicare and now we can start spreading COVID is not going to make the guy that said that he was the first female black president. Right, he's not going to make a worse mistake than that. Are you sure we're at the bottom? I'm not. But even granted that we're at the bottom of Biden's, ability to shake people's confidence in him. Like, this is a pretty low bottom. Not only is Biden losing to Trump in the popular vote, and then in the swing states, right? He's also potentially dragging down senators and people running down the ticket. Normally, an incumbent is expected to kind of lift those boats, but in this case, it's the opposite effect. I don't know. I'm not. Let's see where she's going with this.
It's not a minor thing. So what I need to see moving forward is I need to see Biden with his head less stuck in the sand with a credible plan to turn around this huge deficit that he's got. Because on the course we're on...
Let me rewind her just to give her a chance to...
These other candidates. And that money challenge is not... It's not a minor thing. So what I need to see, and I'm less certain of where that is with these other candidates, and that money challenge is not... It's not a minor...
Okay, so she's steel manning the argument that she's against, I think, is where she's going with this.
What I need to see moving forward is I need to see Biden with his head less stuck in the sand with a credible plan to turn around this huge deficit that he's got. Because on the course we're on, he's not going to win. And if we keep this playbook that he was using last night, we are going to fail. And it's not just Biden that's going to fail. We're going to lose Senate Democrats. We're going to lose the House. And we're going to lose local races.
Wait, playbook he was going with last night. I'm assuming that she's talking about the George Stephanopoulos interview. I think that this panel took place yesterday. Let's make sure. Streamed July 6th. Yes, took place yesterday. So yeah, that's in reference to the Stephanopoulos. I'm sorry, I keep wanting to call him Snuffleupagus. The George Stephanopoulos interview.
But I also need to see, if we do replace him, I need to see a credible plan to bring up that fundraising, build new field offices. Like, whatever we do, we need to figure it out quick.
I actually think, and Cenk and I may disagree on this, I think Kamala Harris would have to be the nominee. And by the way, Brianna, Kamala Harris would get all of that money. Let's remember something. It's not the Joe Biden reelection campaign.
That's
This
right.
this is the
Biden-
Biden-Harris reelection campaign.
Sure.
If the president of the United States says, I can't do it, I won't do it, Biden picked her 4 years ago. Biden was going to be the bridge. Biden has to embrace her and
Sure.
endorse her. And in a weird way, maybe I'm shooting my own argument here, Destiny. I really don't believe it. It almost doesn't matter who the Democratic nominee is. I believe there are more people in this country who oppose Trump than support him. So in a way.
So yeah, it doesn't matter who the Democratic nominee is to a point, right? And that point is when their scandals, their eccentricities, their failures start taking up the oxygen that would be otherwise granted to Trump's failures, Trump's, fumbles, right? And that's the problem with Biden, is he is an absolute, caravan of clownery. And because of that aspect of the story of the presidential race is so interesting, you're actually missing out on news coverage of a lot of stuff with Trump that would potentially hurt him, even with his own voters, right? In terms of like the Epstein stuff, that is what I keep on harping on, and it's gotten next to no play. And I have to believe that part of that is because the Biden cognitive decline story is so damn interesting.
I think if you put Kamala Harris up there, I think this coalition of Tea Party never Trumpers like me, all the way to progressives, I think we're going to get enthused and we're all going to get behind who that candidate is.
As a quick thing on that, I actually think I agree with you. Like famously people refer to polling where if you have a generic Democrat versus
Exactly.
outpolls everybody until you start putting names in. If you could find me somewhere in the country a Democrat who steps out of a clone machine, who is 50 years old with absolutely no history on planet Earth, and then he runs and there's nothing to dig into, then I'd say, you know what, maybe we run that guy. But it's just, even if there are like minor.
So like point taken, right? Point taken that there is no generic Democrat. Like you can't run, an empty suit with a D on it against Donald Trump. That being said, there's not a very high bar to clear, and the bar is that you've got less interesting scandals, less interesting controversies than Donald Trump's. The guy that sexualizes his daughter, the guy that's BFFs with Epstein, right? It's not exactly a high bar to clear, and the fact that Biden isn't clearing it should concern us.
Scandals or minor issues, I could just see people fixating so heavily because we only have a few months to the election on whatever thing comes up, and that becomes the new talking point. So in my mind, Biden is essentially that generic guy to some extent. He just has to not be buried.
It's only more interesting because the media are clearly running an anti-Biden campaign. Look, I'll grant you this. There's a tolerance for Trump's foibles. There's a tolerance for Trump's lies, right? That has unfortunately been allowed to fester and become a non-story. When you've run stories about Trump saying grab her by the pussy, they let you get away with it. When you've run stories about Trump saying that what he has in common with his daughter is sex, you do get a certain degree of, numbness to what's wrong with Trump. And you do get stuff that should be covered more being ignored because the media's assumption. But there's also the media running an anti-Biden campaign. I think what they're doing instead, rather than an anti-Biden campaign, is trying to appeal to trying to cast themselves as being neutral, right? So there's objectivity, which is like, I'm reporting the facts. I'm reporting what's most relevant, what's most interesting, what I think the people need to know to make their decision, right? That's objectivity. And if you're objective, then you're probably going to be talking a lot more about Trump's foibles, about Trump's issues, about Trump's scandals than you are going to be talking about Hillary's or Biden's or whoever's. I mean, this year may be a little bit different given that there's this whole cognitive decline narrative that's being reinforced by Biden's own performance in polls and in interviews and everywhere else. But you know, if you take it to the Biden Hillary thing, yeah, there was some, you know, there were some things brought up by Republicans about Hillary that were nothing burgers, but they had to be treated as if they were akin to Trump scandals, because the media is not trying to be objective. They're trying to appear neutral. And that is a problem. But that is a problem that neither I nor I think anyone in this chat has the solution to. Right? What are you going to do about that? That's how the media operates. That's how the attention economy operates. That's not ideal, but that is the weather. That is the conditions. That is the environment that we're dealing with. And, you know, you can't shake your hands and yell at clouds and expect the weather to change. You've got to deal with it as it is. And in this case, eliminating some of the narrative that has gotten out of control and is like a runaway train at this point, and not just in terms of the cognitive decline, right? You've got a real problem with Biden alienating his own base with his policies on Gaza. You've got a real problem with, you know, people seeing children torn apart every fucking day and looking for a change in Biden's policy and not seeing anything meaningful, right? There's a lot of baggage with Biden that even dumping him for somebody like Kamala, who's literally in the administration and you could say, you know, culpable as well. But she's not as, it might give a chance to take some of those voters that have gotten disgusted with Biden and have checked out and bring them back.
By the cognitive decline. But other than that, like his incumbency, his record, like these things are so strong. And the fact that he's already beaten Trump in an election one time before are strong things to lean on, you know.
Right. But that's why, and then I'll give it to Cenk. That's why Cenk's point is so important. Biden's problem now is he's unfit. So many Americans now believe because of his age, he's unfit. This campaign has to be Trump's unfitness. Biden almost now has negated that, and I don't see how he gets it back. That's not just he's got one skeleton in his closet or he's bad on an issue. This is like humongous, and I don't know how he gets over it.
I'm going to give it to Cenk real quick, but after I do, I have a question both for Destiny and for the other side here.
Okay, so we're going to take that as a time to pause. We're going to listen to what Cenk has to say, and then we're going to pause. I'm going to look at the polls.
Maybe move this along a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot of responses. So first of all, I want to double down on what Brianna said on the dangers here. At this point, it would be a landslide win for Donald Trump. He's into the non-swing states. You know, the poll that the Democrats accidentally leaked shows Biden losing 3 non-swing states and in the danger of losing 6 non-swing states.
I gotta ask, chat, anybody know about the accidental leaking of a poll that looks bad for Biden? How did that happen?
So a down ballot will be disastrous. That's why Congress is panicking as we speak now. So if things go as they are, the Democrats will hand Trump Congress easily, all of Congress, and a mandate. There is no scenario that is worse than that. So right now, we're at a 0. We can only go up. So I need people to stop believing in the hypnosis that Joe Biden has any chance of winning. Because that if you think that he has a 45% chance of winning, oh my God, I'm a little worried he's off by 5%, you're going to make the wrong decision. He has a near 0% chance of winning. So, Destiny, you say, hey, 80% of the country, you acknowledge that he thinks they are worried about his mental health, but you say it's not showing up in the polls. But, brother, it is. Because as you guys are showing here, now I think at least 2 people, maybe 4, up to 4 or 5 people on this call have said that, hey, if Biden is like brain dead, you'd still rather vote for him. Well, that speaks for at least a third of the country. So where the election is being held is with independents that are in the middle. And Biden has now lost way too many of them. He's not going to lose blue MAGA. Trump's not going to lose red MAGA. But there's a big number in the middle. And now they have swung massively towards Trump in a way that is unrecoverable. That is why, in effect, he's down by 11 in the New York Times poll. And his favorability is so disastrous. Again, it's literally never been done before by an incumbent to come back from this far behind. So when you talk about vetting the candidates, look, I'm not Pollyannish. Will there be things that come up? Of course, but that's very, very normal politics. So I don't, for example, Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a good candidate at all. I think the idea of anointing her is preposterous. So you're right, Joe. I don't agree with that at all. But on the other hand, if she wins in an open convention, and she would be the favorite to win in an open convention since she's part of the Biden-Harris team, then she earned it, and it makes her stronger. It makes her more credible. So we should go through the process.
I don't know about what Cenk is saying, right? I think that what he's describing is maybe Biden dropping out, opening up a discourse for who's going to replace Biden, and then answering that question at the convention. I do think that that's probably too long to leave like no candidate on the board, unless you were to do something like what Zogby suggested, which is, run some kind of truncated version of a primary. And that seems like a heavy lift right there. So, yeah, I mean, it's not she's literally the vice president. And I'm not buying into this idea that like the Democrats anointing her, the Democrats appointing her as the replacement of Biden is going to be seen as this great travesty towards democracy, which the Democratic Party has already shown time after time it doesn't care about.
Process that exists instead of doing the same mistake the Democratic Party does every single time. We are anointing a leader because we are geniuses at the DNC. We're super smart. We're the ones who picked Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden in 2020.
Hold on, wait. Can you?
This is what I mean about Cenk's unlikability. This is like he does this. He does this shit, and it's just not.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't think he knows how it comes off.
Justify that? What do you mean? You keep saying anointing a leader. Like Hillary Clinton won the primary. Joe Biden won the primary. What is the anointment we're talking about?
Yeah, so easy to answer. In 2016, the DNC doesn't say, hey, I'm not, although in 2024 they did, and I'll get to that in a second. Hey, I'm not having an election. Instead, they do things like, oh, let's plan the smallest number of debates, morons. You gave up hundreds of millions of dollars in free media coverage. The Republicans swooped in and had a ton of debates, got all that free media coverage and used it to win. And they put the debates up against football games late at night, etc. So that's a small part of it. Another part of it is that they laundered money, and this is a proven fact, through the state parties. The giant rich donors basically cheated and got the money to go to the DNC and then to the, not the DNC, but the Democratic state parties, and then go to Hillary Clinton. That was favoring one candidate over another. And of course, we're not even talking about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is mainstream media. Corporate media loves corporate Democrats like Biden and Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I don't like none of this. Yeah, this is all, just to be clear.
Wait, is Joe Walsh going to turn into a skibidi toilet there? Was he speaking skibidi language? Bop, bop, bop. Yes, yes. Skibbity, skibbity.
Okay,
hold on. One at a time.
Oh my God.
Answer the question, but then we gotta get to the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. You guys think, oh, the DNC cheating for corporate Democrats is great. It's wonderful. Wonderful. They should tilt on scale. Yeah,
Tilt it off the scale. Come on, let's do. Like, what the hell, Cenk? What are you doing? He's doing like Alex Jones, but he can't. He's not Alex Jones.
on the scale. We don't want a populist who's had a 12-point lead against Donald Trump. We don't want to
He hasn't swallowed enough super male vitality to do that, Alex Jones.
win because you know that they think that an economic populist is way more dangerous.
Who's
than
the
Trump,
economic
who's just gonna be
populist
their
with a
dope
12-point lead to
tax
Donald
cuts.
Trump?
Well, in 2024, what do
Thank
they
you.
do? I know because I was in the primary. They're like, oh, the Florida primary canceled. Biden is unilaterally the candidate from Florida. In North Carolina and Tennessee, there's a sitting U.S. congressman in the primary. They're like, yeah, I don't care. We're not going to put anyone on the ballot because they cheat in every way. They hate democracy.
Okay.
And it's so ironic that their tagline for this election is protect democracy, as the DNC has stomped it out everywhere they could find it. And that is why they pick loser, super weak candidates, because they do this dumbass anointing instead of just having a fair contest where everybody can vote and have a fair shot at it.
Cenk, just real quick, do you throw your name in the ring when it comes to the Democratic
No,
convention?
no,
so you're
that's a
sitting
really
out?
important question.
Wait, am I
No,
able to
no,
respond to
hold
my
on,
simple
hold
question
on,
that
hold
he
on.
answered?
Can I answer the question? So the reason I ran in the primary was
This is frustrating.
accurately assessed that Joe Biden had no chance of winning. By the way, I await apologies for all the people who were wrong and said, "Oh no, you're ridiculous. Joe Biden has a great chance of winning." Oops. Okay. So I ran desperately to get someone else in the race. I said it on the first day that I announced my campaign, and I said it throughout. Let's go. If we could somehow rattle this race enough, the Democratic governors will come in. Look at Andy Beshear.
He sounds like
Kentucky. In Kentucky, he won twice.
he sounds like he thinks he's dealing with a vending machine.
Pennsylvania. Whitmer would almost guarantee Michigan. Why don't we take a much higher chance of beating Donald Trump instead of a 0% chance of beating Donald Trump?
Okay, I want to pass it to Destiny. He said he wanted to answer.
Yeah,
that.
sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question. My bad. So it is a democratic process that turns out our candidates, and that's where these candidates have come from. I think that people speak in thinly veiled, unhappy tones about who
Field.
the candidate is because they prefer their particular populist or their particular progressive because they think if we just put him on the general, even
Thinly veiled.
though he gets destroyed.
I don't know. Does Destiny have a cognitive impairment? Is that what we're dealing with here? Thinly.
In the
He's talking about veal.
primary, somehow he's going to win the general election. And if you look at these hypothetical polls where they put up a candidate who has not even been nationally tested against the current guy who's on the other ballot, he would have won a ton. But that's just not true. If we're going to talk about an anointing process and we're going to say that Hillary Clinton was the one who was chosen, why did Obama beat her? Unless Obama magically became the anointed candidate in 2008. But in that case, why couldn't Bernie Sanders have become the anointed candidate when voters started to prefer him? It's because progressives and populists are not popular on the Democratic side. Thank God. Okay, they are not popular on the Democratic side, and also
They are. That's what Obama ran as, and that's how Obama won. By being the alternative to a shit-stained candidate like Hillary Clinton, and B, by being the by appearing to be populist. Now, you can say that Obama was maybe talking to people behind the scenes, giving assurances that he wasn't going to upset the Democratic establishment's apple carts, right? I can't prove that that's not true, but I do know that everything about Obama's branding and his signaling of himself as a candidate pointed to a more populist, presidency than would have been given by Hillary Clinton. So that is 2008, a time in which the populist won.
the idea of somebody talking, about like, oh, these candidates are, the Democratic Party is stealing the election because they're not willing to primary their own candidate. I'm sorry, where were the Republicans?
Primary their own candidate? They're not willing to allow a primary to prove their own candidate. You're just talking about the incumbent. The incumbent doesn't have the fucking right. You see, this is what people are talking about when they say anointing. It's this mentality. Well, he is the sitting president. It's, his nomination, in the first place, right? This is sort of entitlement that they have.
Against primaries, against Donald Trump.
I think that even in a situation where the incumbent is the strongest candidate, they're better off being battle tested and prepared for the campaign rather than going into the campaign like Obama did against Romney and losing the first debate, right? If Obama had to take on some serious Democratic challengers in 2008, like imagine if there could be a situation where maybe 2012, Bernie runs against Obama in 2012, makes the case that Obama's handling of the financial crisis was an absolute surrender to the moneyed interests, right? Americans make their choice. Democrats make their choice, and they decide they still want to go with Obama. Imagine a situation where that could happen, and at the end of it, Obama and Bernie could shake hands, and Bernie could endorse Obama, right? That's not the Democratic Party that you've got, though. You've got a Democratic Party where anybody who has the gall to run against an incumbent, even, like had Obama been a lesser candidate and run an unsuccessful race against Hillary in 2008, he would have been blackballed. You would have never heard of his name again. Oh yeah, that fucking loser that tried to run when clearly Hillary had next. Yeah, forget him. But Obama's a once in a lifetime, transformational candidate. Unfortunately, he wasn't a once in a lifetime transformational president.
When he was running for re-election, you just don't primary your candidate. There's nothing undemocratic.
There we go. That's fucking Democrat brain. That is Democrat brain right there. You don't primary your candidate. You got a good candidate. You got the incumbency. We're gonna.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
About that, and deciding when you want to hold debates and not, taking seriously every single, 1 percentage point polling candidate seriously and hosting debates and wasting money and wasting airtime and coverage and all this stuff is just not feasible. Like, the parties want to win. They should want to win. We want them to win if you support the party, or at least what the party stands for. So all of that makes.
I'm sorry, but I gotta call it. The Democratic establishment, they're a bunch of losers. They might want to win, but I'm not convinced they know how to win. They are their own worst enemies, time after time after time.
Makes sense. None of that is undemocratic. Nothing was undemocratic about Bernie or any populist losing the elections. These are the results that our system, for better or for worse, have given us in as democratic a manner as they can reasonably do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to be clear, nobody.
Oh my God.
And saying they cheated on the votes. Nobody cheated on the votes. Okay, but not acknowledging the fact that mainstream media, in other words, corporate media, absolutely loves Hillary Clinton. They loved Joe Biden until a week ago. They loved Barack Obama, and they despise every progressive. Why? Because we're against corporate power. Wow,
it's because really they're not popular. Wow, mainstream media likes popular candidates. That's unbelievable.
No. Mainstream media loves.
Destiny is massively misreading the room.
Corporate politicians like you do. You think that corporate donations are.
For somebody that styles himself as a contrarian, he has a huge institutional bias.
Awesome. And we should live under corporate rule. Yay! Right? But the reality is that's how they skew the voting base. And they get older people who watch cable news to go, oh my God, they said Bernie Sanders is going to lose, even though Bernie Sanders has a much bigger lead against Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton did in every poll for a year straight. Mainstream media 100% lied about that to make sure that Hillary Clinton won. Okay. And then you go, oh.
I mean, when the issue becomes like it was for Biden and like it was for Hillary, that you might like the policies of Bernie Sanders better, but you can't vote for them because they're going to lose. When there's just no proof of that and the polls indicate otherwise. And also, it is a year of anti-institutional sentiment, right? At least we can admit that, right? Part of what made the Trump campaign possible, part of what made the Bernie campaign, doing as well as it did in 2016 possible, was the anti-institutional mood of the country. And when you take a year like that and you jam a Hillary Clinton down voters' throats, right? You shouldn't be that surprised that the candidate that seems most populist, even though with Trump it's fake populism, he's only in it for himself, right? But the candidate that has the most, signifiers of being anti-institutions, and yeah, some of that was Trump, getting, Trump was able to garner that reputation by having more scandals that were covered by the media, and then portraying that as, look at how much the media is against him. I mean, yeah, this is a huge Achilles heel for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's a fair contest when we have the entire media on our side. Sure, you can pretend anything you like.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Well, the
wanna-
entire media
Okay,
was
wait.
against
Oh my
him. He
God.
still won his election. So I mean, like, what is it? Does the media, pick the candidate, or is it sometimes they help and sometimes they hurt him, trying to hurt? Like,
look at your arguments. Look at your arguments. You said, so we acknowledge 2016 Republicans had a chaotic, total mess of a primary, and they won. And you said, oh, but look, they didn't primary Donald Trump in 2020. You're right, and they lost. And
they didn't
now
have a
Republicans
chaotic
have
mess of a primary.
they
Wait, how did they have a chaotic mess of a primary in 2016?
Down the primary.
They didn't have a chaotic. They did not have a chaotic primary in 2016. They followed the process. They did it. There was a lot of crazy shit said.
You thought the Republican primaries were just normal? Like,
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they had debates. They say crazy shit.
Divisive within the
Welcome.
party?
A primary is supposed to be divisive. Excuse me. Do you remember Obama versus Hillary? You don't think that primary was one of the most divisive of all time? What are you talking about? Yes.
And we won. Destiny, you're making my point for me.
I don't know if you know what your point is.
Hold on. Every time we have a mess of a primary that's contested and that's relatively fair, that side wins. Literally every time.
Okay, I want to.
It's funny when Destiny comes off as having more of a boomer brain than Cenk, right? It's funny when Destiny's the one who's not tracking and is accusing Cenk of not tracking. Anyway, chat, like I said, Wick's going to take a moment to reset the debate.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
And I'm going to take a moment to check on the progress. Oh my God, thank you, Communist Invading Radicals. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone's night? It's a weird, we're in the middle of a Nightmare Blunt rotation. Like, these are you have 5 of the most questionable voices on on quote unquote the left of politics, discussing a pretty important matter of the primary, the lack of primary, and should Biden drop out? So let's take a look at what we're doing in terms of the poll. So, like I said, you've got a vote. Got a poll to vote on. What do you want to see next, right? We're going to do this debate. We're going to do the David Pakman debate. These are both featuring Brianna Wu. So kind of 2 curse debates in a row, right? But then we got an option to maybe do another segment. Maybe it could be more curse content. Maybe it could be some uncursed content. Maybe it could be content that is better because you voted for it and you wanted it to happen. So I'm giving you a chance to vote on that. Now, if I look at the shorts poll right now, we got 92 votes. At 92 votes, Moms for Liberty meet drag queens. That's right. A member of Moms for Liberty comes down in the morning to her hotel lobby while she's on vacation, and she sees drag queens in the lobby. How could that be, right? What is her reaction? What's going to happen, right? That is winning in the shorts poll. Second place, we've got Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips, and it's always good to see a Mehdi debate. Third place, we've got RFK Jr. barbecued. See what he's barbecuing, and see what else has been revealed about RFK that we didn't know already in a recent article. And then at last place, we have Cenk Uygur supporting RFK. Now, I feel like I split up the RFK vote by adding 2 RFK-related topics, but that's okay. Vote for what you want to vote for. Understand that if you're watching on Shorts, you can come over to the full screen stream. You can vote on that too. If you're watching on full screen, you can come over to the short stream and vote on that too. I'm telling you that because I know some people are going to figure that out. Some people are going to do that, and they're going to get 2 votes. And so I might as well let you all know that that is a possibility. You too can get 2 votes by doing just that. All I ask is that when you do, if you come over to the other stream, that you give that stream a like as well, because the liking it helps me out greatly. Now, if we go over to the Moms for Liberty, look at that. Moms for Liberty meets drag queens is at 39%. Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips is at 29%. Cenk Uygur supports RFK now at 72%, and RFK Jr. barbecued at 15%. So that's how it stands at the moment. It looks like Moms for Liberty. Now we have one other confounding factor that could implicate, in fact, does implicate greatly, right? Because the dono goal is something that's got to get to 100% in order to unlock any of these options. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Right now, the one, wait, somebody said Vox Populi. I think that was, oh my God, I'm gonna have to roll it back to find out who, I think Zara. I think Zara said Vox Populi. So that Vox Populi has 5%. So essentially how this works, chat, is that when you donate, you have the chance to affect the poll. How does that work, right? Well, for every US dollar you donate, and that's any kind of donation, whether it is super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting a membership for yourself, whether you are passing on the gift of weasels to other people, whether you are signing up for Patreon or donating to Throne, or any of the links down below in the description. This goes for Twitch in terms of Twitch Prime subs, which you can get for free. If you got Prime, you got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see ads in my chat, because I don't know if you know this, but at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, unskippable, unlike YouTube, right? YouTube ads, they're sometimes annoying, but you can skip them. Twitch ads, they're unskippable, right? Other than if you've got a sub for yourself. You can get yourself a sub for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can also pay $5 for that sub, which is actually kind of a good deal because it's going to go up to $5.99 on July 11th. Twitch is raising their prices, right? There's also a chance that if you don't have Prime and you cannot afford the $5 to get yourself a sub, to get yourself out of the ad break, you might still avoid the ad break by being gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you when you're active in the chat. But again, bits on Twitch work. Any kind of donation essentially allows you to put that money towards one of these topics and add points to it. So, right, like the 3% added to Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips is going to add 3% to the overall total of Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. Now, there's a caveat on that, because there's also Vox Populi, which is what you say if you donate, but you don't want to upset the poll. You want the poll, what people vote for to be what wins. You can say Vox Populi, and you can actually take points away from some of these topics. So right now, there's actually no effect from any of the donos on the vote already. Again, we are at 11% out of 100%. That is 11% towards our goal. And only if this 11%, hits 100%, do we get to watch the second segment? Do we get a fun half for this stream at all? So, there's that factor as well. What a gift to just happen upon drag queens. I know, right? And she's mad. She's mad. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe I took my family to this hotel and there's drag queens in the lobby. It's like, they're just there being human beings. They're just there living their life. Mr. Walsh looks quite lost. Is this his first internet debate? Yeah, I mean, I was speculating Narwhal by nature. I was speculating on whether Mr. Walsh, this is not Matt Walsh, but Joe Walsh, former Republican Congressman, not to be confused with the Eagles bass player. Is that who Joe Walsh was? The Eagles bass. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Chat, I just flipped out. Oh my God. Ah. Was that loud for you? Was that loud for you? You, whoever that was, you successfully jump scared me. Apparently, yeah. Well, I've got it turned up loud because Whick's volume is so low. And I want to make sure you can hear this debate that we're going over. We're going to get back to the debate in a second. I just wanted to check on the poll and let people know how the voting goes. That just scared the living... you literally made the hairs on my legs, stand up on end. And that reminds me that I probably need to shave my legs. But I can take care of that later. I don't have to shave my legs on stream. Although I'm sure that would be entertaining for some people out there, maybe? You're not using headphones, so it was a headphones thing. Okay, so let's take a look and see what's going on. Whoa, wait a minute. Something is missing from the wish list. That means that Anonymous. Oh my god, Anonymous. What the fuck? Anonymous? That is very generous of you, Anonymous. So it looks like the Roundhill furniture 4-panel screen room divider, which I'm planning on using to make prepared content videos. So you know how you get videos from me, but they're usually stream videos? I was thinking it might be nice to make some videos where I write a script and, you know, like a traditional YouTube video, right? Prepared content, as they call it. So that room divider would give me a nice background to be able to do kind of like a neutral, you know, presentation, rather than right here. It feels like you're in my bedroom because you actually are in my bedroom here, and probably need to clean the place a little bit. But yeah, the room divider lets me make videos. They also donated the remainder amount for the dual monitor stand. So you know how I'm like looking, like if you look at where I'm looking right now, I'm kind of like looking down, right? You're not seeing my eyes. The monitor stand allows me to position those monitors like wherever I want to. So like I can be looking more like, you know, not exactly in the camera, because it's always weird when I look straight at you, but like near the camera, right? So these are two things that are going to improve the production value of the stream and or allow me to do more kinds of videos. So thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are, for that generous contribution. Absolutely killing it. If oh my gosh. So this is one of those moments where this got anonymously donated without a message on Throne. So I don't know what to necessarily apply it to. And yeah, so yeah, but wow. That is very generous of you, Anonymous. Whoever you are out there, Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm still scared by the chat. Is it weird that loud sounds like that scare me? Is that embarrassing? We need you on the streamer side. Don't cross to the essay side. Yeah, I mean, that I don't think I have time to do video essays, if that is what you're talking about. I'm just talking about like little newsy videos about what's going on. Vox Populi. So Vox Populi is Vox Popular today. I'm going to add another % to Vox Populi. I am going to add, yeah, just absolutely killing it on the dono goals. This is a cheap stand. Wait, what kind of... Oh. Hype train? Somebody just started a hype train. Okay, so yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier, that hype trains can happen from time to time. It's your chance to do just what you're doing and actually earn yourself extra emotes, right? Thank you, Jules, for the 300 bits. Thank you, A Random Topic, for the gift sub to Valerie the Lovely Italian. You just got weaseled. Wait, let's do the you just got weaseled. Weasel. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that you just got weaseled. You've also activated my stand. No, you've activated the hype train, which is going to give you a chance for a limited time to earn extra emotes. So essentially, it's on level 1 now. It's at 56%. If it gets driven further, then Twitch gets extra emotes. This is applicable to Twitch. So sorry, YouTube. You do have the chance to get weasels yourself, though, on YouTube, and that is by becoming a member. Membership has its privileges. The privileges are exclusive content. The other privilege is exclusive emotes. So if you want to know where those weasels are coming from that people are posting in YouTube, they're coming from being members. You can become a member. You can gift memberships. And okay, so what, like, I'm trying to work this out. Oh my gosh, I'm like dropping numbers all over here. Monk with no mission. Thank you for the 20 bits. TYT refugee, nice. Well, thanks for paying us a visit here. Yeah, we're talking about Cenk today for once. We're gonna be doing some DPAC later on. If you're interested in that, or maybe like interested because of Pakman's. We're gonna get into Pakman's Israel takes, right? Some of you have noticed. I've heard people mention this in chat that Pakman does not tend to talk about the Gaza issue at all. That apparently is about to change. Yo, what is going on? We got a real hype train here going on. And this is the first one in a while. This is really good for Twitch. 2 messes, fellow weasels. So that's a random topic. Resubscribing. Level 1 is complete. Oh my god, Jules! Thank you for the 5 community subs. Okay, so you're gonna have to let me know if you just donated what you... Oh my gosh. Maybe mention what you donated and let me know what topic you want that applied to. Because, right, donations have the privilege of adding to... Yo, I'm just overwhelmed. Okay, that is so much generosity. Also, Monk Without a Mission, how did you get that? What is that, like a Twitch equivalent of a super chat? I don't even know. You can see what's happening here, chat. Twitch is on level 3. You just ripped right through level 2. Holy shit. Oh, it's a dual monitor stand. Yeah, so let me read these off. Ricky Bobby, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jason Society, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Don James 1676, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Mango Pains, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. A random topic, you just weaseled yourself. Thank you for resubscribing. And Valerie the Lovely Italian, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Jules is pointing out that the top of the hour ad break, which I mentioned earlier, that's the 3-minute unskippable ad break on Twitch only. Don't worry, YouTube, it doesn't apply to you. You can skip your ads, right? But on Twitch, there's no skipping the ads unless you have a sub. A whole bunch of people just got gift subs, so hopefully there'll be a lot of more people this time not having to watch those 3 minutes of ads. But again, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it for $5 by getting yourself a sub, or you could maybe, you know, if you're lucky and somebody's generous. Yo, what the hell just happened? Catalina Gearbox, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Kind of amazing here. Twitch making a comeback. Comic Girl 2222. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. We're on level 4 of that hype train. Buradoof, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 5 community subs. I am gonna need to keep track of what's gone on here, because I think that yeah. So if you've just donated, understand that whatever. Mr. Anderson, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Whatever dollar amount that you have Columbia Rican Latin Dragon just gave out a gift sub. Jaffa 97, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I'm trying to keep track of everything. Gave out a community sub. I didn't see who got that sub, though. But yeah, hopefully I covered everybody. So just know that you might have just gotten a sub. If you did, you've got the ability to post weasels. The weasels on Twitch are wiggly, so they're animated emotes, which is pretty cool. The hype train is now at level 4. There's 3 minutes and 24 seconds to keep that going and possibly earn even more extra. You just chat. I don't know how to accurately describe this. I feel like wait a minute. Can I do this with like, maybe I can show you. Like, you kind of broke my screen. I mean, that's a good thing. That's just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You broke my screen in a good way, but there's just so much stuff up on the screen right now that I can't even see it all. Like, the hype train is there, and the gift subs are there. But yeah, we're gonna get back to the Cenk Uygur, Destiny, Whick, and Brianna Wu debate with Joe Walsh, special guest. What is a hype train? Oh, it's like a thing that Twitch does. It's basically they get to earn extra emotes, right? So you know how you get emotes when you become a member on YouTube. On Twitch, the emotes are a little bit fancier. They're animated, and the chat can, if they hit a hype train, they can earn like extra emotes. So I've got a certain amount of emotes that people get when people gift bits. They can earn certain emotes through that. And then there's also emotes that they get through the hype train. So it's just like Twitch tries to gamify everything because they're a gaming, platform. And so everything's turned into a video game, including donations. Happy to do it. Thank you, Monk. I'd never seen that. You're showing me some new things that exist on Twitch that I wasn't aware are things. But yeah, a whole bunch of people just got weaseled right there, and god damn, I'm gonna have trouble keeping. Why are emotes exploding on the screen? It's like basically that's the hype train. That's the effect. And don't worry, we're not just gonna sit here doing hype trains. We're gonna get back to the content in just a second. I just have to like kind of count. Okay, so if you just donated on Twitch, let me know what of these topics. We got Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. We got Moms for Liberty meets drag queens. We got RFK Jr. BBQ'd. We got Cenk Uygur supports RFK Jr. now. Like, these are topics that we can cover after the stream, and we're going to cover something for sure. You can vote on these, and you can also ads snoozed automatically. Wait, what? No, it isn't. It isn't. I thought that you put the ads to sleep. Maybe it's because of hype train. Maybe no ads happen during a hype train. I didn't even know. Chat. Basically, some people on Twitch were very generous, and it broke me. It broke me. It destroyed me. Columbia Rican Latin Dragon says Moms for Liberty meets a drag queen. Okay, so I will add that. $5 goes to. So there's the hype train coming in for a landing. Successful level 3 hype train. That's a lot of emotes. 66% through level 14. Congratulations, Twitch, and good job. That is wow. Very, very so I'm gonna add 5% to Moms for Liberty. Yeah, anybody else who donated, I'm gonna Monk with no mission. Thank you for the 100 bits. Just happy to be here. I'm happy to have you here too. But yeah, these are just stream alerts. But yeah, anybody else who donated, feel free to let me know what you donated and where you want it going, and I will add those numbers to the totals, because these numbers get added to the percentage that that each of these topics are getting in the polls, if that makes sense. It looks like even I get emotes when the hype trains get hit, so thank you. Share and subscribe, I think. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, anyway, so we're right in the middle of this cursed debate. This cursed Whick debate. If you don't know, I think most people know who this guy is. Whick is the person that inherited the cursed Twitch panel. I used to do this, actually. I had a Twitch panel myself. Dylan Burns has done Twitch panels. Prime Kai, I think, still does Twitch panels. Stardust did them for a little while. But it's kind of a cursed format. It was a lot more popular back in the day than it is now. And Whick is kind of trying to do the same thing to, not great effect. Because the problem is that Whick has the personality of a mushy bowl of overcooked macaroni and cheese, which, some people like macaroni and cheese, even if it's overcooked, but most people, they get tired of it after a while. So, this is what he's doing. He is also on the payroll, apparently, of Woo Bucks. This is Brianna Woo, kind of I guess you could call her like a debate dilettante. She's a fan. She's a fan of the format, and a fan of Destiny and Vosh and people like that. And she sort of, through her involvement with Rebellion Pack, which TYT is involved with too, and the Woo Bucks that she spreads, she is able to sort of insert herself and her questionable opinions into the discourse, right? And so that's what we're dealing with here. Brianna Woo, Cenk Uger, Destiny, streamer Destiny, Stephen Kenneth, Destiny Bonnell III, Whick of Whick TV, and Joe Walsh is maybe taking a moment to freshen up in the bathroom before coming back. We're about to come back from our little hiatus, just checking in on the poll again. Thank you, Anonymous, for the generous gift, and we're gonna get essentially people are upgrading the stream, like the broadcast quality. What am I looking for? There's like a word here. The production value. Yeah, there we go. The production value of the stream through donating to Throne. Much appreciation to all of you. All of you who have donated. Let's get back to the content, because I feel like I'm taking a little, but yeah, massively, I'm super grateful for that. So thank you to everybody donating. Anyway, let's get back and see. Whick is about to ask, I think Destiny, he said, a question on this topic, and we're gonna get rolling again. Oh wait, I gotta press the button to get rolling, right? Boom. And press the button. Alrighty then, let's take a look and see. Yeah, thank you, Jules.
Rein this in a little bit, bring this back to the topic at hand just
So,
a smidge.
can I jump in, Wick? I actually
really quick, but I do have
think
some
I'm back. Go ahead,
This brings
Brianna.
me to a really good point that I want to talk about with this, which is I think it's a
So yeah, topic hijacked by Brianna Woo. I thought that was supposed to be a question for Destiny, but it looks like
risk that all of
it's like we're going back to Woo.
are kind of underestimating, right? Which is this is going to be so divisive for the party if we do this, no matter which way it goes. You've got so if it goes to an open convention and Harris doesn't win, you're going to have the people that are really mega supporters of her in the Black community, which is the backbone of the Democratic Party. They are going to feel slighted. There are people out there, and Cenk and Joe, I'm sure you've got them in your mentions. I'm sure they're texting you. I'm sure you've got friends.
Wait, who says nobody eats parsley? I love parsley. It's so hot. It's hot for me too, Soul Life. Again, I'm trying to check in with chat a little bit, but yeah, it's very hot where I am. I've got a fan blowing on me. So the only reason that I'm not like dripping with sweat, and you can tell from my hair that I'm sweating a little bit. It's messing up my hair. But like, put a condom on it. Wait, what are we talking about? You're watching on both. Nice. That's an option too. Like I said, and you can vote in both polls as well. But yeah, anybody who donated, if you want your money going to any particular topic, let me know, because that was a lot that I just got hit with, and that's a good thing. I'm very grateful for the donations. But just know that you can affect the poll by letting me know what you donated and where you want your money to go to support which topic, including Vox Populi or including Fallout New Vegas, if you so choose.
Calling you too, going, I thought you were smarter than this. Why are you betraying Biden? Like, there are people that are going to be end of the world with Biden, and it is
Did you get mine for Moms for Drag Queens? I do now. Thank you, Jules. I'm going to add those. I'm going to add
going to open up
that there.
rifts. So something I'm genuinely struggling with is this is not a time that we need another like inter-party fight. We need to pick a direction and get 100% behind that. So can you at least like Cenk, can you acknowledge that that's a risk of opening up this
No.
huge rift?
No,
Not
no,
1%.
no, no.
Not 1%, no.
Cenk, I'll set you up. Brianna, I love you. It's an opportunity.
Joseph Winnie said, I subscribe, but I oh yeah, thank you for subscribing.
Are living in a populist moment. We've been in a populist moment now for 8 or 9 years. Voters across the board are pissed off. Biden steps down, there's a fight, and you have a divisive convention. That's perfect for this moment. Voters want shit like this now. They don't want the status quo. Democrats have given, I agree with Cenk on this, Democrats have given voters the status quo. It worked in 20 because Trump was such a fucking madman. But you're not going to beat Trump this year with status quo. And if Biden stays in and tries to limp to the finish.
Is Cenk for RFK now? Good question. That's one of the topics that we can potentially cover after a stream. Okay, so we're going to do this debate, and then we're going to do the David Pakman debate. These both involve Brianna Wu. These are both kind of cursed debates here. So this is like a gauntlet. This is like your streamer putting herself on the line for you, covering content that might be not so great for my mental health, but I enjoy the challenge. And some people say that they like to watch content like this, that they would otherwise have trouble taking all the psychic damage from. When it comes with, me as the filter for that psychic damage, maybe it's a little bit easier to watch. So I do it for you, chat. I do it for the chatters. Medi, wait, sorry, that's, but yeah, Cenk is toying with supporting Robert F. Kennedy now. That's we'll see, right? We'll see. There's another person on TYT that tries to talk him down from that position. So we'll see if they're successful. If we get that one right now, what's in the lead is Moms for Liberty meet drag queens. Yes, that is the Planned Parenthood organization called Moms for Liberty. That one of their leaders showed up at a hotel and saw drag queens in the lobby and freaked the fuck out and tried to turn it into a viral video. Unfortunately, the video did go viral, but viral with her as the butt of the joke rather than exposing the hotel for having drag queens in its lobby, because she freaked the fuck out.
That's status quo.
So yeah, if I may just interject with a question for both you, Joe, and you, Cenk, right? How come the polls at least aren't reflecting this narrative that you're spinning? So Bloomberg reported on a poll that was released just today, where 60% of Democratic voters want Joe Biden to remain the candidate. He also shows trending in most swing states are trending back towards Biden. So where's the disconnect? Explain to me why.
Oh my God, Whick is full of cope. So far the only person that we didn't really get a sense for where they stand on this, and maybe it makes sense, he's ostensibly the moderator here. So we got Brianna Wu and Cenk Uygur saying Biden needs to leave the race. Biden needs to be replaced. We got Destiny, and we got, wait a minute. What side is Joe Walsh on? I think Joe Walsh also wants Biden. It's oh my God. Everybody's on every side of the issue. Even Brianna here is it's confusing. Maybe some of these people haven't entirely made up their mind, but by the nature of Wick's question, it kind of sounds like he is advocating for Biden to stay in. Maybe he's just asking a moderator question, but we haven't really got a sense of what his opinion is on all this.
We are not seeing the narrative that you're spinning in the data that I'm looking at.
Okay, no, that's crazy framing of that question. Every poll shows Biden losing, and losing by a lot. You're talking about a poll that came out this morning saying, oh, he stopped the bleeding. He's down in every swing state, but it's not as bad as it was right before
Well, no,
the
he's up in
debate.
Michigan. He's up in Wisconsin in this poll.
Okay, no, my bad. You're right. You're right. I just looked at it a second ago.
Yeah.
You're right. Michigan and Wisconsin, he's up. He's
Oh, I see.
He's losing Pennsylvania by 7. Lose a Democrat
Shakespeare, I will add those. I will add those subs to the count for Mehdi Hassan, right?
candidate losing Pennsylvania by 7. In an earlier poll, he was losing Nevada by 12. So in this one, it's a lower number. So look, number one, I reject your framing completely. The number one problem we have with Joe Biden is that he's getting clobbered in the polls. Just because he stopped the bleeding a tiny bit for a minute doesn't mean that he's somehow back up. So that's totally wrong. Second of all, there is one thing that's going right for Joe Biden, and maybe that's why this Bloomberg poll, it could just be an outlier because it doesn't really match the other polls.
There's not been a lot of polls that have come out since the debate. We are working on very little information.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I feel like that has been a popular subject to poll on. I feel like there's been at least, I mean, not a million polls, but there's been a lot. Something else we got to talk about, all right, is polls in general. Now, I talked about before how the polls in 2016 weren't accurate in terms of them showing Hillary Clinton having a bigger lead than she actually did. She did win the popular vote, but not by as much as they indicated. And, she lost in the important places, in the important states. And that's why Trump was president for 4 years, right? So you got 2016, kind of a failure of polling. 2020, I don't think we have a lot of polling failures to speak of. Biden, was slightly ahead in the polls and ended up winning the popular vote and the electoral college, right? And then in 22, we have another instance where it looks like we're going to have a red wave year. Like the polls indicate a big win for the Republicans, but the actual results do not bear that out. The Republicans did manage to win the House of Representatives, but they did not win in the Senate, which is kind of amazing. It was a perfect year for them to win the Senate. However, they just lost like all the right races, and then they lost their races after the fact. So you got a failure of polls in 2022. You've got some special elections that seem to predict wins for Republicans or Republicans doing better than they actually did. So you've got a lot of incidents of polling not being accurate, right? We got polling not being, giving too much credence to Hillary Clinton, and in some cases, polling giving too little credence to Democratic candidates down ballot in later races, right? If you look at the way that polling works, right, it's they call people, they use phones generally. This is how polls work. They get phone numbers, they call the phone numbers, and you answer and you say hello, and they say, hey, we're doing a poll on on the election, who would you vote for between these candidates, and they'll list the major candidates, right? So that's how they work. Now in the past, when you did that, only 1 out of 5 of the calls that you made would end with a voter saying, this is who I want, this is who I support, right? Most people, they don't pick up the phone, or they hang up on you. They say, I'm not interested, right? So you only get 20% of those. You only get 1 out of 5, right? That was a few years ago. That was before 2016, right? More recently, those numbers have been looking more like 7%. So that is like, I don't know, 20 calls, or let's say like 17 calls. Only one person out of 17 is answering the questions that you want. So you got to ask yourself, how reliable is this polling data? And a lot of people are coming to the conclusion that it's not as reliable as it used to be. Whick brought up a poll where 60% of Democrats said that they wanted Biden to stay in the race. Cenk is a little bit like, I don't know about that. That sounds like an outlier to me. And then Whick's answer is that, well, there haven't been that many polls taken about this, asking this question. And so the question is on something, especially on something like that, right? Because like, you got to understand, you get different results on polls also by the way that you word a question. If you come off when you're asking, you're a Democratic voter, there's been some controversy about Biden's cognitive ability. Do you think the guy should stay in? Do you think he should be the nominee, or do you think they should get somebody else, right? You have a risk of that being misinterpreted. Like the way that I just phrased it was like I mentioned Biden's bad debate performance, right? If you frame it with Biden's debate performance, you're going to get more people maybe that say that they want Biden replaced than you would if you just got, do you want to stay with Biden, or do you want to change candidates, right? You also might get people that are going to answer pro Biden because they really don't want Trump to win, and they feel like supporting Biden is somehow going to be a benefit. So there's the wording of the polls, there's the way that that it's asked, and there's also the veracity of the polls themselves. So the fact that, like, look, if you call me right now and I don't know who the fuck you are, I'm not going to pick up the phone. I'm not going to answer. So if you are polling, if you're a polling place, you're not going to get my answer. You're not going to be able to successfully poll me. I think I am not alone in that. I think a lot of us will answer our texts, but we're very reticent to pick up the phone, especially to a strange number, right? So it kind of makes sense that only 7% of people are responding to these surveys. But yeah, the question is, how accurate are the polls anymore? And if they're not accurate, what do you go on?
So the only thing going positive for Joe Biden is that older voters are starting to transition towards him. They used to be for Trump, and I there's a couple of reasons why it might be the case. The older voters watch television more. Television is a brainwashing factory for corporate politicians, but in this case, I'll take it if it's Biden versus Trump. The second reason is people might start to get annoyed. Like, they keep calling him old. I'm old. I don't like it, right? And so that might be going in this direction. And Biden is the status quo candidate, and older voters generally like the status quo. Now, having said all this, it's not anywhere near enough. It's not within a country mile of enough. And I also want to address the unity point. Unity is supposed to be, if you're unified, then it'll help us win. If it doesn't help us win, if it hurts us, if it keeps us from winning, what's the point of unity? And the reality is, as we've just discussed here, and everyone has agreed, every time that a party has not been unified and had a divisive primary fight in the last 20 years, that party has won.
Super chatted $5. Sadly, election poll calls and scam calls sound exactly the same.
Ooh, yes.
I immediately hang when those calls come through. Voting for mom versus drag.
All right, I will add that super chat to Moms for Liberty versus drag queens.
So this idea that unity is this magical, lofty goal and is wrong.
Ooh, Jules says CBS poll has it at 72%, saying Biden should not run.
And secondly,
so yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Now I'm questioning whether Whick's poll actually existed. Did Whick read the poll wrong? Because like having a poll that says 72% say drop out and another poll saying 60% say stay in. Like, I mean, you're going to get some variance. Like I said, how you phrase the question is important, and maybe the polls aren't as accurate, so you're going to get more variance than you would have in the past. But Jesus Christ, 60% for versus 72% against, that's a huge swing.
It's usually done by people who go, this is your candidate, shut up and unify. Okay, what if I said the same? What if I said back in 2016, okay, Bernie Sanders is the candidate. Now you all have to unify.
Do you not consider
You know
that
what the rest of the party would have said? And they say, hold on. You know what they said? No way, we're not unifying. No way, it's Bernie. Okay, well then you don't believe in unity.
Well, because Bernie was never leading in the polls. Bernie never had a majority support in the party.
So the minute someone has majority, the minute anyone has a lead in the polls, that's it. Everybody's got to pack it up. Jamal Bowman had a huge lead in the polls before the race started.
Who said that? I don't think anybody said that here. You remarked that we didn't unify behind Bernie Sanders.
You're against unity. I can't believe you.
Nobody unified.
Of Democrats.
Nobody unified behind Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders never even had remotely close to majority support in the Democratic Party. That's why. I'm not saying that you have to drop it. There was a whole primary process. Primary process turned out candidates against him both times.
Okay,
I actually,
Joe,
to your question on polling,
I can't draw back figures from 2016, which is, I guess, what they're talking about. I mean, it could be 2022. Bernie ran against Biden in 2020. Bernie ran against Hillary in 2016, right? But I mean, that's a long time ago. However, I will say that regardless of like Bernie's overall standing in the Democratic Party, you had a situation in which Bernie appealed to people who would never have otherwise voted for a Democratic candidate. And that's why when you polled Bernie versus Trump versus Hillary versus Trump, you saw Bernie sitting in a better position. I think the same thing was true with Biden. Like I said, 2016, 2020 are sort of more populist moments, more anti-establishment moments, and for that reason, having a populist candidate, even if you, as a Democratic voter, might be more comfortable with an institutional candidate, has its advantages.
Agree with my friend Cenk.
And I will also say that the nature of who is in the Democratic Party and who is out of the Democratic Party is somewhat fluid. Take Brianna Wu, for example. She is a mover and shaker in the Democratic Party through her involvement with Progressive Victory and with Rebellion PAC, but she's also indicated a frustration with progressives writ large and a desire to leave the left. So, you know, for all we know, 4 years from now, she could be in the Republican Party supporting, I don't know, I'm trying to think of John Kasich. I don't know if he's still around, right? But some centrist Republican candidate. So it's fluid, right? In terms of, you know, people wanting to be identify as Democrats, people wanting to identify as Republicans. Jimmy Dore, there's another example, who was, you know, called himself the aggressive progressive while he was with TYT. These days, he is more like the MAGA regressive. These days, he's you know, talking about he's sharing anti-Semitic theories with Candace Owens, right? So there's another example of somebody who would have maybe prior to 2016 identified with the Democratic Party, and you know, specifically under Bernie, and then has sort of moved his allegiance to the right.
I think Biden was down slightly going into the debate. I think most of the polling is showing that he's down a little bit more, but I don't think Biden can't win. And this poll that came out, the Bloomberg poll today that came out, was positive for Biden. If a few
Look, I don't know if Biden can't win. I think he's got a very low probability of winning. And I think that if Biden does win, that is such a bad sign. Like if this, you know, if Biden stays in, it pulls out a victory, right? I mean, that's people voting for somebody that the majority of them, the vast majority of them, say is not competent to be president. Because because the alternative is so fucking bad. Because the demagoguery of Trump and the solidification of his MAGA base to take control of the Republican Party has turned off the rest of the country to such an extent that they are literally willing to vote for somebody that they think has, you know, is in a state of cognitive decline over somebody that they think is going to you know, get elected president and use his office in order to subvert the existence of any sort of democratic process, existence of any sort of democratic process in the United States. That would be a sad commentary on American democracy, indeed.
Few more polls come out in the next week that are relatively positive for Biden, that strengthens his case. I think a decision has to be made within a couple weeks, and I think the polling on this is going to be key.
Well, then let me ask you directly, Joe, sir.
Yeah.
At what point do you change your mind? What do you need to see? What evidence needs to come out to show you that Biden would change your mind on this and say, okay, I was wrong. Biden is now, I'm riding with Biden once again. I'm getting back in that car and we're going for broke.
It's a great question. I just want to provide a little nuance. my mind changing. Like, I'm all in with Biden. I'm all in with whoever the nominee is. I want to be clear with that.
Yeah, sure.
So if I see polling in the next week that says, oh my God, okay, this thing is still really tight. If I can see that, then that will give me a hell of a lot more confidence in Biden. But to what Brianna said a few minutes ago, I need to see Biden out there unscripted doing his thing, man. We need to see that in addition to some pretty good polling. Then I'll feel really good about him.
Okay.
I
Does Jimmy Dore support RFK? Anybody know?
Yeah, can I just follow up on that real
Well,
quick?
I want to let Brianna respond real quick, and then we're going to pass it to you, and then I have a question for Destiny. Go ahead.
Sorry, Cenk. Well, actually, I wanted to ask Stephen a question. So, look, this is, I think Joe brings up a really good point. From here, from everything I've seen, for us to get back to normal, for us to have a shot of winning the Electoral College, Biden has to change things enough to get, I think, 13 points more up in the polls. Now, some of that is in, swing states like Michigan. What is the actual plan?
What does she mean by for us to get back to normal? Is that like for us to get back to brunch?
Or what pathway do you see to Biden kind of changing this narrative? Because, like, what I saw in that interview last night was frankly just a very stubborn old man who thinks everything is fine. And we've seen this playbook before with, Dianne Feinstein, and we saw it with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, people that were just kind of a little tuned out to reality. So what is the concrete, what do you think happens with Biden for him to have a shift to get confidence from the American public and turn this around? I really need an answer to that.
I don't think that populism is popular right now with the Democratic Party, but I think that populist messaging is important. Whoever does the debate coaching for Biden or speech coaching, the idea that he needs to be on stage rattling off 50 million figures like he's a nervous, like high school debate speed person or whatever, that absolutely never needs to happen. Biden needs to find a few good quotes, a few good slogans, and just hammer them over and over and over again. I think that gives him the best presence on stage, rather than, if you're asked about the economy, okay, how do you think the economy did out of your country? Like, instead of 45% of Americans had this and 72%, it should just, literally be, my economy did better than Trump, who cheated on his wife with a porn star. Or my economy, it's doing better than the guy who's got 34 felons, right? Like, it should just be hammering stuff like that over and over and over again, because it's quippy, it works, people like it. Nobody cares about the numbers on either side at this point. There's no reason to have this huge fact-based material analysis of everything. Nobody cares. Like, most people's even people's understandings of how the economy.
Did Jimmy Dore glaze RFK while interviewing Blair White? I didn't see that.
Doing sometimes goes back to
You could be right though, a random topic.
That they consume and the media that they're watching, and to try to play by this different rule set where Biden is supposed to quote 52 different figures, while Donald Trump thinks that invisible planes are actually invisible, and there's literally no standard for his speaking.
Stealth bombers, right? That's what Destiny's talking about.
Or his mental capacity is insane, in my opinion. That's at least for messaging, that's what Biden should focus on.
That. I 100% agree with you, and he was strongest.
Invisible planes are in fact actually invisible. Just ask Wonder Woman, but no, he's talking about stealth planes.
I don't know if you remember John McCain's funeral. I teared up then. I wasn't even a John McCain fan that much, right? Like, he's always been at his strongest when he's talking emotionally. But the core problem that I saw last night was he doesn't seem to think there's a problem. He's trapped in this thing, and I think Cenk has really put his finger on it, where, he's in power. He seems to think the press is against him, and he's the enemy, and is the enemy. He, took the midterms, took credit for the midterms. I don't think the Democratic Party won the midterms. I thought it was women who are really, really pissed off about choice that got out there and rage voted and rage donated.
Sure, but also just a really quick thing. You keep saying that he doesn't think there's a problem. He clearly does. If you've watched his speeches,
choice that got out there and rage. Midterms, took credit for the midterms. I don't think the Democratic Party won the midterms. I thought it was women who are really, really pissed off about choice that.
Okay, so it's a lot of people who are really, really pissed off about choice, but one group that I don't think you're going to hear Brianna Wu give credit to is actually Zoomers. Now, when you have midterm elections, younger voters are like the least likely people to show up for those. And I'm sure that, that statistic held somewhat true in the 2022 midterms. However, a greater than expected number of younger voters did indeed show up. And if you subtract them from the Democratic totals, you'll also see that is a group handing the win, or not the win, right? Because Democrats did not retain the House. They did retain the Senate, and they lost less seats than expected in the House. In fact, there's even some analysis of the situation that shows that had the New York had New York not kind of messed around with attempting to gerrymander their districts, the Democrat, a few things could have been different. The Democrats might have retained the House as well. But yeah, a lot of what made the difference for the Democrats in the midterms were actually younger voters.
Got out there and rage voted and rage donated.
Sure, but also just a really quick thing. You keep saying that like he doesn't think there's a problem. He clearly does. If you've watched his speeches, yeah, he makes jokes of like he's joking about his age quite a bit now. I'm not 40 years old. I'm not what he's. Yeah, obviously he knows it's a problem, but he's not going to go out and say it. It's like saying it's like asking people that were still running for president before they dropped out, like, oh, like, do you think you can win? Even if you're polling at 1%, you say like, well, yeah, of course I think I can win. You're not going to say, oh, my chances are pretty bad. Biden's not going to come out and say like, yeah, I think a lot of Americans have an issue because a lot of people do seem to think that I'm in huge cognitive decline. Like, no, I wouldn't expect him to say that. He's been joking about it. He's clearly aware of it. Everyone around him is saying it. Yeah.
Okay. I believe Cenk wanted some points.
A bunch of those things?
Yeah, and then I have a question specifically for both Destiny, and then I'll question for you. So, but Cenk, you have some responses.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, actually, there is one candidate who did do that. Destiny. It was me. I was at 2% on the Quinnipiac poll, which, by the way, not a lot of governors or senators got to, but and I was like, yeah, of course, this is not a recipe for likely success. And I explained to people why I was running, what the reasons was. But the most important part of that is that I was in the objective reality world, right? I could understand the current situation, and I had different goals that I was going for. So now translate that over to Biden. In that interview, he did not look like he understood.
Can I speed them up?
He was at all. He seemed to indicate a couple of times, even though he quoted polls wrong.
It's okay, chat.
He said over and over again, those polls are wrong, those polls are wrong, and he seemed to indicate that he thought he was tied. He's not anywhere near tied. He's not within planets of tied.
Why do you keep saying that? 538 has him at 49.51. That's not true. Wait, how far down do you think he is?
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet, Cenk.
Okay, guys, look, there's the overall numbers. Then there's the underlying numbers. In the overall numbers, he ranges from 2 to 6 down, and he's got to win by 5. So he's 7 to 11 down. That's just the reality, even in the best case scenario. Then there's the.
So what Cenk is saying is that he's adjusting his numbers based on the outcome of the 2016 election. I think he's making some assumptions that don't necessarily hold. I think he's, projecting a bias that the polls showed in 2016 onto 8 years later. I don't think what he's saying is necessarily supported. A better argument would be that Biden is losing in the swing states, right? And that, that's ultimately what's going to decide the election.
Underlying numbers. You lost younger votes.
In fact, now, when we poll it again after the debate, we see Biden actually losing in not just swing states, but in states that were supposed to be his, in states that were not supposed to swing, right? There's some really disturbing data coming out of those. And then there's some really weird polls that show Biden and Trump neck and neck in 40%. So, like, I'm going to take that and just say that I got less confidence in any of the polls.
You lost Latinos. Your approval rating is at 36%. 80% of the country doesn't think your brain is working. In this circumstance, it is not a normal, oh, he's down 2, he's up 2. Golly gee, anything can happen. No, he has almost no chance of winning. And saying that a Democratic governor who is successful in Kentucky, Michigan, or Pennsylvania has a lower chance than him is just totally unjustifiable.
I think
a massive number of points by just picking one of those guys.
I'll find some common ground here with all of us. I think my friend Cenk overplays how down Biden is right now. And I agree with Destiny and Brianna. I don't think he's as down as Cenk says, but I think Destiny underplays Biden's problem, and Cenk is right.
The thing that disturbs me about Biden is that he's not just down, he has been consistently down for like the last 8 months, right? So like I said, I don't put a lot of credence in any individual poll, you know, specifically for the reasons that we discussed, but I will put a little bit of credence into the consistency of the polls, essentially since October. So what you have is a very close race, which Biden has started to consistently show up as losing in, right? Something that was, you know, fairly neck and neck for a long, long time, and since October has been down for Biden. And I'm going to guess that the reason that is because of the stomachs that Biden has turned with his Gaza policy. He's essentially taken a pretty reliable constituency for him and made them question whether they actually want to show up for him. And it's not necessarily going to show up as like people flipping over and voting for Trump. It's going to be more likely people voting for a third party, or people or people just not showing up to vote at all.
This is unusual, guys. We haven't been here.
And this is another reason to replace Biden. Biden has a huge Gaza problem.
Almost 80% of Americans do not believe Joe Biden is fit because he's too old. This is a real problem. It's not just like he's bad on an issue or he did bad pulling us out of Afghanistan or whatever. This goes to fitness for the job in an election where Trump's fitness has to be the only issue.
To your side.
I got to say the second half of what I was going to say. It's related to what Joe said.
Quickly.
So number one, he should have been out there after the debate. If he was healthy, if it was me and they were questioning my cognitive health, I would have done a dozen interviews by now. I might have done 24 interviews by now. We're now 9 days later, right? I mean, this is crazy. And we just found out this morning that his team demanded that the radio stations that he did the interviews in ask him pre-scripted questions. Come on, if you can't handle a softball interview at a local radio station with someone who's friendly to you and you have to feed her the questions and demand that she ask them in a scripted fashion, that means you're not the guy. That means your own team thinks you cannot handle a very normal interview. That means your own team thinks you can't actually conduct this campaign in a vigorous way, and it's not even close. And even Joe Biden told the Democratic governors, hey, I'm done by 8 p.m. at night, and now I realize that. So who's the president after 8 p.m.? And how are you going to run a campaign when you can't go past 8 o'clock at night? This is not anywhere near close. To say that a Democratic governor would not have a much higher chance than Joe Biden is just denying reality.
Can I make one more
real quick point, but then we got to let Destiny respond.
That we'll all agree on. 3.5 years ago, for the first time in American history, a sitting president lost an election, refused to concede, refused to participate in the peaceful transfer of power, and then he tried to fucking overthrow an American election. And that guy is winning right now? There's no fucking way that guy should ever be winning against a Democratic candidate. Come on.
Okay, I want to pass
but that guy's not winning because people don't like Biden. That guy is winning because conservatives are fucking insane. I'm sorry. Conservatives are crazy. That is absolutely the case. Well, I won't use the delusional word, but like, yes, conservatives have lost their mind, okay? Also, when we're looking at like trying to win an election, we're trying to turn out voters, right? It's not like trying to pull voters away from Trump or that Trump is pulling voters away from Biden. We're trying to turn out our own base and maybe sway a couple of independents in the middle. In terms of me underplaying Biden's problems, I'm not saying that Biden doesn't have a problem. It's obviously a big problem. It is a severe problem. What I think is people are underplaying how difficult it might be to have another person step up and, you know, just be a presidential nominee and to be able to kind of like float through that, you know, just fine. Again, like you have these massively popular governors who everybody loved who were destroyed in months. I don't remember. I don't go back and check, but I think wasn't DeSantis on track to lose Florida in his primary process? And this is a guy who was popular in the whole in Republican Party, who was doing like legislative moves as governor. So he's popular like legislatively, the support of the whole country, the Republicans there, and he got eviscerated. It was even close. He was like a laughing stock. So the idea that some Democrat can just waltz out, and then we also haven't spoken about this part much, although Representative Walsh, you know, has brought it up. If we do have a nominee for both for political reasons and maybe financial reasons, it might have to be Kamala Harris. And that's a conversation that I don't know, you know, how Cenk feels about that, that Kamala Harris would probably have to be the nominee. The idea that you're going to primary and toss not just your president, but your whole ticket, and you're going to turn your back on Kamala Harris, and then you're going to do a whole new thing. I don't even know if you can like transfer the funds or any of that would work. It would just be a whole shit show. And again, not to single out Cenk, but there are a lot of people who are hypercritical of Biden you guys are never going to vote for him anyway. Ever since the whole Israeli Gaza stuff, it was like, oh, I can't vote for this guy. He's pro-genocide, and I would never support this dude, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you guys are never going to vote for this dude anyway. Whether they get a good or bad debate performance, it doesn't matter. And then we're talking about like, you know, mentally he's incompetent to serve, and then
Destiny really does not understand what's going on with the Gaza issue. Look, there's people whose stomachs are turned by Biden and his Gaza policy that, when given a choice between Trump and Biden, will vote for Biden. There's other people that are going to stay home. But yeah, no, he's not getting it. Like, right? Like, look, If you hate Biden's Gaza policy, Trump's is even worse. But Biden's is so bad that it's stomach turning. It's stomach wrenching. It's grotesque, right? So yeah, people are going to react differently to that. I don't think that, I don't know about Cenk in particular, but like Destiny is so out of touch with progressive politics that he's seeing, I don't know, he's seeing his enemies as maybe more anti-electoral, maybe more far left, maybe less pragmatic than they actually are. Destiny is a fucking hater, all right?
The next brother's like, well, RFK, the guy who had literal brainworms, I would consider that guy. He makes a couple of strong arguments. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't take these arguments very seriously.
That is what Cenk said, though.
I don't think they come from a place of good faith, and I don't think they come from a place of wanting Democrats to actually win the party. I think it comes from a place for a lot of people just wanting to kind of like slide in their candidate that they think is secretly more popular than he actually is, just because all the media's been against him.
Hey, respond, please.
I got to address that. So this is the number one talking point that people who like establishment Democrats say, which is if you dare disagree with leadership, who, by the way, has been disastrously wrong, as Joe Walsh just pointed out, they lost to Trump in 2016. They're getting their asses handed to them by Trump, a verifiable moron who barely makes it into double digits in IQ. They're losing to him again. But whenever you question leadership, they go, oh, you're on the other side. I bet you like Trump. Okay, yeah, it's the oldest talking point in history. It's totally useless, especially in a situation like this, where you're helping Trump more than anyone on the planet by insisting that Biden stay in the race when he has almost no...
I mean, Cenk does have some... I wouldn't even call Cenk up or aggressive. I don't know what the fuck Cenk is these days. I don't know what the fuck's going on with TYT. Like, it is literally the gas leak from Community that's going on there now, right? This is TYT, the gas leak years.
So thank you for destroying what was a pernicious talking point throughout this entire last 10 years.
Okay, so a question for
I didn't even say any of that, but sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I
No,
promise
every time you question the leader, you go, oh, how dare you? I bet you're...
Sisyphean says Destiny is detached from reality nearly as much as any Trumpist. Yeah.
I question your allegiance. Okay. Who are you voting for? Oh, you guys didn't want him anyway. Oh, you don't want the Democrat anyway. Nonsense. Just because you kiss corporate Democratic ass doesn't make you a better Democrat.
Hold on, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with all of the media messaging, especially alternative media, that's saying over and over again, I won't vote for Biden. If I were to go through the Young Turks, I watch you on a talk to each other. How many times have one of you said, I don't know if I can vote for Biden? I think you said, if you're a Muslim in America, you shouldn't vote for Biden. I can understand why you wouldn't vote for Biden. What, like Trump would do better with Israel and Gaza than Biden would? Like, come on, you guys have said this over and over and over again. The idea that you wouldn't support Biden because, well, I don't know what I can do because of the genocide, blah, blah, blah. I don't think this debate is made
Destiny, your main point is that you've been on the side of Israeli genocide and a guy with no brain who's definitely going to lose to Trump. Wow, great compelling argument.
No, my point is I would always, if Bernie Sanders tomorrow somehow through an act of divine intervention became the nominee for the Democratic Party, I would have a fucking Bernie sticker on every single thing I own because I would support the Democratic nominee regardless. You guys have looked for a billion, almost no matter what. You guys have looked for a billion reasons, okay, to not support Biden, even knowing that it would be Biden against Trump. Whether that means considering third-party candidates who are insane, like RFK, or whether that just means constantly spending like so much undue media time shitting on Biden. It's like, oh, I don't know, I don't even know if I can support him at all, blah, blah, blah.
Let me tell you how cursed this debate is, right? Destiny strawmans about progressives, they actually land on Cenk, right? He has entertained RFK Jr. Like a dude speculating that maybe COVID was designed to not affect Ashkenazi Jews as much. That's not a red line for him. That's not beyond, right? RFK Jr. is an open fucking anti-Semite who tries to hide that anti-Semitism behind support for Israel. Oh no, but I can't be anti-Semitic because I support Israel and Netanyahu, so therefore, haha, checkmate. Oh my god. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is the fucking gas leak affecting TYT here.
Make it better. Kiss his ass. That'll make it better.
Okay.
Where the hell's the moderator?
Yeah, hold on.
Where's the moderator? Oh my god. Yeah, indeed. Sorry, Wick.
I'm getting in here.
Entire time.
Give
Did it help?
control.
Did it help? All your ass
Yeah, this
kissing
is content,
led to
baby.
worse
Okay.
numbers.
Okay.
That's what Destiny's video, by the way. Destiny released this video as well. That's what Destiny's video focuses on. It is the shitty moderation.
I gotta address what he's saying. So he's saying, how dare you? You're in the news business. How dare you criticize the sitting president of the United States?
I didn't say
you
that.
should be in the ass-kissing business. And if you puckered up enough for him, his poll numbers
Let me
would be
ask my
higher.
question.
But you did
It addresses that.
2,000 times. Did it help his poll numbers? No. And he's saying, oh, well, look, you can't criticize Joe Biden when he's in the middle of helping Israel.
Jason Will, that's interesting what you say. I've always seen Cenk as a bit of a clog, but I liked Anna. Stopped watching TYT. Oh my gosh. So I'm not going to judge, your feelings about Anna considering you've been away from, stepped away from TYT for a hot minute. I will say that back in the day, I liked and respected Anna, and in a lot of the debates between Cenk and Anna, I felt like Anna was saying what I thought. I no longer feel that way. Anna has taken a more rightward turn than Cenk Uygur. Unfortunately, I hate to be the one to break it to you, and I'm not going to try to bully you to agree with me or anything like that. Like you said, you haven't checked in on them for a hot minute, but oh my god, Anna is bad these days. Cenk is ridiculous. Once in a while, you know, he'll go on Piers Morgan and he'll say something that, like, you know, I can agree with. But like, I mean, he's there's some issues that he's not so bad on, and there's some issues that Anna's not so bad on. But oh my god, TYT is just, it's not the same place, and it is sad. In fact, we've got people in here that have moderated for TYT, that were moderators for TYT's chat, that left TYT en masse because they were disgusted by bigoted things that Anna was saying. It's a whole ass thing. It's a whole ass thing. I don't even know. I feel like I should make a video. Luna Rose says Anna went full conservative. I mean, maybe not on everything, but yeah, on enough things where I just can't, like, I can't believe that I ever respected her, and I did. I really liked her. Like, Anna and Cenk, like, when I was like young and stuff, like, this was like some of my like introduction into politics, right? And I really I really thought Anna Kasparian was the shit. But oh my god, how times have changed. How times have changed. I almost feel like I should make a video just summing up what's gone on with TYT for people like you who might have stepped away for a while and might need to, you know, look a video to catch up on it all really quick and make up your own mind, because really that's what you got to do at the end of the day. I'm not trying to bully anyone into agreeing with me, but yeah, TYT, goddamn.
Israel killed 37,000 people in Gaza.
47,000,
One of the
60,000.
One of the detriments to doing this in a group chat is I don't have a mute button anymore, but we're gonna go with what we got. Okay, so a question to Cenk.
Oh, okay, I see. If it was Wick's server, he wouldn't have he would have a mute button, but because they're in a group chat on Discord. You know what I never promote, and I should? Discord. That's right, we got a Discord. And it's right here. And it's right here. And it's right here. Giving it to all the chats. So, yeah, I always forget, but if you want to catch up with my goings on, if you want to talk to other NCC fans, there's the Discord to do it in. And thanks for reminding me, Wick.
To Congressman Walsh and to Brianna Wu, are you not worried that all this talk, right, denigrating Biden, casting doubt on his mental capacity?
It's not Weasel Cord yet, but it's going to be, Jules.
That it works as like a self-fulfilling.
It's transforming.
Constant media narrative of he's unfit, will be worse than the debate in driving polls and end up into a situation where if Biden stays in, you have just given him a whole lot more baggage to go through. What do you have any? Do you think that's a real concern, first of all? And if you do, what?
That's the kind of concern that if I lived my life by, welcome to Stockholm. You know what I mean? That is a Stockholm syndrome take. Like, if that's how you feel, that like, oh my gosh, I'm really worried about Biden's ability to conduct the rest of the campaign. I'm worried about his ability to govern. I don't feel comfortable with this. But I'm not going to say anything because there's a good chance that regardless of what I say, Biden, the fucking egomaniac that he is going to stay in. And I'm just going to end up making it more likely for Trump to get elected. No, it's past a certain point. You got to stand up and you got to say something. Because otherwise you're just living in a situation where you're just like, well, that's it. This person's the candidate. And even though they've revealed that they're very likely to lose the race. It's too late. We didn't run a real primary, so we're stuck with them. That's a bad place to be. That's a really bad place to be. But again, this is the kind of brain rot that we expect from Whick. This is the kind of brain rot that we expect from Twitch Poll.
Ways have you tried to mitigate that concern? I want to go to Congressman Walsh first, and then I want to hear from everyone. Go ahead.
And Brianna, I'll be brief. I
Take
don't.
your time.
I don't at all worry about that. I think this is healthy, and maybe my opinion is skewed because of where I come from. I come from the Republican Party. I left that party because that party's become a cult, because that party doesn't allow anyone to do this. And if you do this publicly,
They're winning, aren't they?
Chat, I am so happy with my decision to turn it up to 1.5 speed. It's so good this way.
No longer in the party. No, they're not winning. They're probably going to lose the House, and the Democrats are probably going to take the Senate. This is a really, really close election. So I don't think that's a negative. I think it's a positive. And I also think we are living in unprecedented...
Oh, yeah. Francis going left wing. Yeah, Shakespeare mentioned this earlier. The second round of voting in France has actually gone pretty well for the left party.
I think we're living in a populist moment. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. So I think a lot of very unusual things are going to happen, and I think the populace is ready for all of this. Go ahead, Brianna.
So before I answer the question, Whick, I just want to say one of the reasons Cenk is fun to work with is he's like this all the time. It doesn't matter what you're talking about or what you're working with. This is the level of passion that he has. So Cenk, he's like this all the time. It's great to see. So Whick, I'm obviously extremely worried about this. The thing is, the Republicans have a trait where they like fall in line.
He's like this all the time.
And we just don't do that same thing. And I'm really, really worried that I see the media doing this to an extent. And I want to be clear. I don't think it's, I have no issue with the New York Times asking tough questions. I thought George Stephanopoulos was fair the other time. But it really does feel like the media is in attack mode now. And for me as a public figure, I've certainly asked myself if I'm doing more to hurt our chances in November than I am helping. I feel at the same time, my friend Barry Weiss over at Free Press, she's written
God, I'm sorry. It's just that Brianna Wu is making friends with some of the worst people out there.
about this a lot, that, it's like the media was telling one narrative and saying everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. And Biden had fewer press conferences than any other president in history. And I was like, I don't know. I don't feel good about that. And then he wouldn't give interviews to the
chat. Does Brianna Wu, okay, I got to ask you really quick, right, we've got a poll going already. You should vote in that if you have not already. Also, if you donate, your donation can affect the outcome of the poll. Just let me know what topic you favor, and I'll add 1 point for every US dollar to the poll in favor of the topic that you want to see next, which we'll be watching after this and after the David Pakman thing. But what I want to ask you now is to give me a 1 in chat if you think that Brianna Wu has JoJo villain energy, right? So we've had arcs before where Destiny was the big bad. We've had arcs before where Vosh was the big bad. We've had arcs before where VTube frogs were the big bad. Do you think that maybe Brianna Wu might be this arc's villain? Because I'm starting to suspect it. My friend Barry Weiss, right? Now, she's not powerful by any means. As far as I can tell, she does not have a following herself. But she is cultivating these relationships with these god-awful people, and including David Pakman, as you're about to see. And I mean, there's some chance she is kind of spitting what they're looking for to hear. I think we might be dealing with a stand user, chat. I'm not sure, but
New York Times, and I'm like, I really don't think that's really good. And then he has this debate, and every single American can go see that his faculties are not what they were in 2020. I assume they weren't great, but it was so difficult to watch. So I'm just really honestly torn. I don't know how to be helpful in this moment. Is giving a helpful analysis helpful, or should I be pretending there's no problem like a lot of my fellow Democrats are doing? I don't have an answer for that.
I think it's good. I think it's good to be critical. I think there are plenty of reasons to be critical of Biden's mental faculty. That's yes. I think there are plenty of reasons to, and I have been. But I mean, as has been pointed out, like the coverage is insane. I don't know if there's been like a formal counting, but the Supreme Court just gave the president like a massive amount of criminal immunity when he's performing powers as president. I feel like I've seen 10 times more articles, 10 times more discussion on the Biden debate performance than I have about like that Supreme Court decision. And the idea that there's like the obsessive
Luna, are you talking about like Elden Ring stuff, or do you have an actual samurai build? Oh yeah, build. That's a video game thing. When you said that, the first thing I thought of is I like imagined you were like building like a samurai armor stand or something like that. Anyway.
Again, is it a problem? Yeah, absolutely it is. Is it worth talking about? Yeah, absolutely it is. But yeah, I think that these media cycles can definitely, to some extent, become self-fulfilling if you keep harping on it over and over and over again. But I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to people in media to decide what they want to talk about.
Okay, Cenk, go ahead.
So
Is the dude in the bottom left that congressman fuck? Yes. That is that congressman fuck. That is Joe Walsh. Former guitarist for the Eagles.
the question goes to the core of the cancer within the Democratic Party, which is this idea that you're not supposed to question authority, you're not supposed to question leadership, you're not supposed to question the candidate.
Oh, was he a Tea Party guy? There were some questions about that earlier, yeah.
First of all, look at the assumption.
I couldn't remember. I know he's like, you know, kind of a old school neocon Republican. I couldn't remember if he was down with the whole Tea Party thing.
That people in media should only say good things about Biden. That's literally propaganda. So first off, I'm out. I'm in the news business. I'm not going to do propaganda. I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. Secondly, it so happens that strategically, that's the better way to go anyway, for two reasons. Number one, you're not hurting the party by questioning your candidate. You're trying to help him get to a better position. For example, Biden lost about 30 points with younger voters over Gaza. So criticizing him over Gaza helps him get to a position where he'll pick up more votes. Now, if the
Chat, Destiny's eyes have rolled so far back in his head. They've done like a 360. Like his eyes, I just saw them. He just right around. That's how hard Destiny rolled his eyes. All right, they flipped.
Candidate says, no, I'm going to constantly do the wrong thing. That makes me more and more unpopular. That's on the candidate. Democrats, please ask more of your candidates. Don't say, oh, that's okay. Hold on. We'll build a wall of propaganda around.
Oh my God, chat says that Brianna Wu is a witch with two left hands. My question is, does she have the devil's own luck? Does she have the devil's own luck?
We'll just demand that the media say nothing but positive things about him, and then that way we can protect incredibly weak candidates.
But
how about instead we challenge our candidates, and our candidates are really strong, and then they can make their case in a way that allows them to win elections. I've got more, but go ahead.
Sure, but to be clear, just to reiterate the question, we're not talking about criticism in general, but of his unfitness to be president, which is a fundamental different thing than criticizing him over Gaza or over the Afghanistan pullout or any of these other things, right?
Okay, well, guys, hold on. Excuse me, hold on. I mean, I got to ask you guys back. Do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Are we going to sit here and think that if we pretend that he's not in mental decline, that we'll be able to trick the American people? Number one, I have no interest in tricking the American people. Two, I have no
Destiny's eyes are doing 720s.
interest in leaving objective reality. He's in obvious, massive mental decline. And I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie under any circumstances to help this incredibly weak candidate. Instead, I'm going to be productive, and I'm going to help try to drive him out so we can get a strong candidate who actually wants to beat Donald Trump. And guys,
Us witches won't stand for that slander. I'm just reading chat.
there's one more thing. When you do this type of propaganda, you lose credibility with independents who are.
I think, right?
Earlier, Destiny said, "Oh, you're not going to get conservatives." Of course, we're not going to get conservatives to vote for Joe Biden or any Democratic candidate. You're trying to win over independents, and every time you say preposterous things like "Biden's perfectly fine," he's a dynamo behind the scenes, you lose credibility with those.
Has anybody on this panel said that?
So hard to get it back.
Destiny, tell us about how hard Biden's fucking his wife. Right? Do you know that was like literally a strategy of like, you know, the Biden people are saying Biden's old. Let's talk about how hard the sex is between President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, because that's
Wait, is anybody on this?
that's an image I need.
Biden's team said that
Wait,
repeatedly.
Biden's.
Did she say she was friends with Barry Weiss? Yes. I mean, and like hopefully she's lying. Hopefully she's exaggerating that. Hopefully she just like is bothering Barry Weiss on text or something. But I don't know. I wouldn't like. I mean, they do seem like birds of a feather.
Team is not in the room with us right now. I don't know why we're responding. No one
The
here.
Weagles.
No one here is defending that.
I'm so hungry too. So alive.
I don't know why we're responding to this.
Listen, you tell me. You're saying that Biden's the best candidate we have.
Correct.
So are you saying he's in obvious mental decline, but I'll take him anyway? And he's better than every Democrat in the country, even though he's in obvious mental decline? Or are you denying that he's in mental decline?
I don't see a candidate right now that is obviously and clearly a better candidate to run for president than him.
No, hold on, Destiny, just to answer the question, right? Do you think that currently, right now, that President Biden is fit to make decisions of a president, right? Like to actually
I don't think
be
he's shown
president of
any.
the
Obviously, he can't hold it up in a fucking debate for sure. But like, does he have like obvious and clear mental decline where he can't make decisions? I haven't seen evidence of that. I know his debate performance looked bad, but no, I don't know if I would go as far as to say that.
I agree with that. I agree with Destiny, by the way. I don't believe. I believe Joe Biden can still function and do his job, but I worry about him doing his job 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah.
Look, do we do Biden damage, you know, if we publicly plead with him to step down? I agree with Cenk. That's not my job. I get paid to say what I believe. I want the best candidate possible to defeat Trump. But if it is Biden, and if Biden can show it, and if Biden can prove it this next week or two, and if poll numbers can bolster him, then again, I'll run through a wall with Biden, even though I admit he's declined cognitively. If he's in a fucking coma, I'll vote for him over Trump. So I acknowledge that. But the issue has to be Trump's unfitness.
So I guess to Cenk, a question to you then, right? Is there anything Biden can do, or you can see any evidence, right, that can come out that would convince you to change your mind and throw your weight back in support of Biden as the Democratic nominee and potential president in 2024?
Yeah, definitely. So easy. So he comes out and is an actual dynamo, does a ton of events, interviews, press conferences. He's hitting questions out of the ballpark, and he goes to the next debate with Trump and eviscerates them, and is strong and healthy and vibrant and makes a terrific case for the Democratic policies. And he goes and he does things right, and from a foreign policy and domestic policy perspective, and does logical.
I was about to say, like, the only, like, I don't know.
Things like putting out paid family leave for a vote, getting.
It's not just Biden, like. You know, if somehow he's not in cognitive decline at all, and like the debate was just a result of him being sick and tired, I mean, it's so hard to believe. Like, the dude literally announced that he's not going to have any campaign events after 8 o'clock. You know, he was doing too much foreign policy. It's like he's basically saying that he does not have the stamina to do the normal things required of a president and run for office. That should give you a clue that he's not going to be a good candidate. He's not going to be able to perform his function as a candidate. But yeah, it would be somehow, you know, which I don't think is possible, because I think he really is, you know, suffering some pretty noticeable decline. If he were to prove that, you know, that wasn't the case. And see, the thing is that it almost doesn't matter, because those clips are there. Those clips are there. They're going to continue to do him damage. Even if he becomes the most eloquent speaker in the world, and at this point, those clips are still there. But yeah, it would be that, and, you know, a complete sea change in foreign policy.
Ceasefire in Gaza. All these things.
Stop, Cenk. You went too far. Stop with the issues. We're just talking about his fitness. Now you and I are going to fight. Stop with the issues.
What? Now I feel like Joe Walsh is going to playfully spank Cenk. Is that?
Look,
I'm with Destiny. I'm back with Destiny.
So if Biden turns into Bernie Sanders, I would support him wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Wait. Are you guys serious? I thought you were joking. No, there's a way to win this election.
Yo, he's looking like a titan now.
I'm serious. Even if you disagree with Biden on 8 out of 10
Are we going to see the Joe Walsh titan? Is he going to bite his arm?
If you believe he's generally fit to be president, you will vote for him over Donald Trump, correct?
Yeah, so guys, I'm giving you 2 different things he can do to win the election. The question was, is there a way that I would support him? Yeah, if he does these dynamic things on the campaign trail and he makes a great case for himself in the Democratic Party, you'll see the poll numbers go up anyway. And then I'll say, hey, look, I thought it was unrecoverable, but I was wrong. I do that all the time because I live in the fact-based world. So if his poll numbers now...
What do you think, chat? Did Joe Walsh and Destiny successfully make a clown out of Cenk?
Exceed Trump's in the swing states because he did a great job on the campaign trail. Great. But the second thing he could do to not just get my vote, but to get...
I mean, my point is that there's more that Biden would need to do to assure me than I think is possible for him to do, than he's actually going to do. That being said, like, I'm never against, like, you know, people in swing states making a vote for harm reduction, especially, you know, when Trump is even worse on the issues that we're worried about with Biden.
Everybody's vote. Guys, I'm not talking about like some sort of like socialist policies or something. Paid family leave polls at 84%. And he's not going to be able to get it passed now. But the very reason to introduce a policy like that is so you get 84% of the country on your side. This is elementary politics. But Joe Biden can't even do the simplest things that you need to do to win an election. That's why I'm against it.
Sorry, chat.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Well, I was just going to say, so this is, I fear that, like,
I pressed the wrong button.
Stuff is not super productive.
No, I do not.
I wanted to talk about something else, though, that's kind of related.
I do not actually have Jesse Lee Peterson on the soundboard. That was a misclick, believe it or not.
What you were hinting at, Cenk, that I think is part of my calculus in trying to figure this out, which is if Democrats are going to win this thing, there's no way for us to win that doesn't involve Michigan. And one of the values, I think, of if Kamala Harris took over or Gavin Newsom took over, or if there was a change of leadership, is, you know, it's essentially like you can kind of write off all this strife that's happened. Like, Stephen, you know my opinion on Israel versus Palestine. I've disagreed with Cenk on it many times. You know, like, that's how I feel about it. But it's impossible to say that there's not a rift in Michigan that's very, very real. And
Hold on, just as a quick thing,
sure,
any rift that you would try to remedy, regardless of what we think the policy positions are, okay? As Cenk said, we like to live in a fact-based world. The vast majority of relevant voters who are old and go to the polls all support Israel. Yes. So the idea that we're going to sit here and take some pro-ultra ceasefire, anti-Israeli, like super pro-Gaza stance just for Michigan, like is delusional, right? Yeah.
I have contempt for those people too, Stephen. 100%.
Sorry, chat. That was the.
I've actually looked at Michigan very, very closely. There is a large contingent of Muslim voters there. That's just a reality. And there is an antipathy there. We're not talking about fringe leftist, anti-electoral dipshits that are not going to vote no matter what. These are people that were with, they used to vote Republican until the Bush era. Then they switched sides and they've seen, actions that I personally support that Biden has taken in Gaza. And they are really, really not on board with it. And they're threatening to withhold their vote in this election.
Yeah, I'm just saying that any change you make there to gain some voters in Michigan is going to destroy you with the rest of the electorate.
So even taking that aside, there are a million different things.
Do you see where Destiny's got his head shoved up? It's just like he's so out of touch with the overall opinion out there.
I think that all of a sudden, if we switch candidates, all the stuff that Biden has done or has not done.
Oh, and to be clear, Brianna, I'm sorry to
actually, can I finish my point, Wick? Actually,
shut up, Wick. I pay you to shut up. I don't pay you to talk over me.
Then Biden, whoever replaces Biden, is a news story, right? The Democrats, whoever they are, have the youthful energy. And some of the polls I was looking at before this showed that everyone feels both candidates are too old. Everyone wants another alternative, which is why RFK
That's true.
is doing terrifyingly well in the polls. So I just think there's a practical reality in kind of saying, okay, if you don't like this.
Well, so yeah, this is the year that like potentially like a third party candidate could have not just a big impact, but could, legitimately vie for the presidency, right? Now, unfortunately, the third party candidates that are available are a joke. And in the case of RFK, the one that maybe has the most chance of garnering a decent size showing in the election, the one that does seem to be on a lot of different states ballots, right? He's somebody that you wouldn't want.
Here's a new option. And part of why Obama was able to win is he very strategically did not get very deep on the policies that he actually believed in. We all imprinted what we wanted to see after the Bush years onto Obama, which is why it was so shocking when he didn't necessarily do all of that. So I think there's going to be an advantages. I think it resets the news cycle.
Oh my God, no, she's missing the fact that Obama does play people. And this is something that people said about him for a long time. He walks into a room full of people with diametrically opposed positions on an issue, talks about that issue, and leaves the stage with both sides thinking that he agrees with them, right? And, we eventually saw through Obama's policy where he really was standing. But everything about his messaging, everything about his campaigning, everything about like the difference between Obama, the candidate, and Obama, the president, shows you that, yeah, progressives were played by Obama. That being said, obviously he's, better than Hillary Clinton. He's better than just not as much as I think a lot of people thought he would be. And it did really blackmail an entire generation to work so hard for a candidate that in the end absolutely sandbagged his own signature legislation, turning it into Romney Care. They call it Obamacare, but let's be real. That's a Heritage Foundation plan from Massachusetts from way back.
I think we can move forward.
I just want to ask you real quick, Brianna.
Sure.
So when you say a new candidate, you do support Harris as your favorite if Biden does drop out. I just want to confirm that. Harris
Hand to God, Wick, I don't care. I'm a Democratic Party operative. I will go with whoever the party wants.
Nope.
Troy Hewitt mentions RFK is 70. I didn't actually realize that he's close to the same age as Biden and Trump. Oh my God, I'm looking for a stopping point here, chat, to just take a breather.
Preference?
I just want to win. I literally don't have a preference. They all have upsides and downsides.
I also just want to get through with this, though.
Being able to transfer the money in the war chest is non-trivial, but I think we could overcome it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess
Can I jump in with one thing there? Two things, actually. One is a point of clarification.
Dave R. says third party can't win. Ross Perot got 19% of the vote, got 0 electoral votes. Two things about that. Yeah, the things are set up in this country so that a third party can't win. A normal election year, there's no shot. There's no shot. In fact, even Ross Perot's showing of 19% is an outlier. That is much higher than most third parties would be able to, they wouldn't even be able to approach that. However, something that you may not realize about the 1992 election we're talking about, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, and Ross Perot being the major candidates, is that Ross Perot was winning that election for a great portion of the election, up until the point where he decided to drop out. Ross Perot, what can I say about him? I don't really know that much about his policies. He may have had some points when it came to trade deals, but other than that, I can't really think of any good points about H. Ross Perot. But what I will say is that he is a crank, and he is a flake, and he could not make up his mind about whether he wanted to run in a presidential race that he was winning. Now, I don't know, had he stayed in it the whole time, would he have won? Would Clinton have won? It's really hard to say. But he did factor in that race a lot more than I think a lot of people imagine. He's not a good candidate, okay? Like I said, he's a crank. He's a weirdo, and I'm sure if you dug into his positions, into his quotes, into his history, you'd find somebody as problematic as like Ron Paul, if not Lyndon LaRouche. But yeah, those are the two comparisons that come to mind when I think of H. Ross Perot. That being said, though, yeah, he did actually come a lot closer to winning the presidency and becoming the first third-party president in a long time than I think a lot of people realize. So, yeah, I don't think Ross Perot goes to your point of proving that third parties cannot win. I will agree with you that most of the time they will not win. And in fact, maybe even this time, I think with the right candidate, it would be possible. I'm not convinced that the right candidate's out there. And honestly, they would have had to start already. Anybody who starts now, anybody who pops up now, is not going to be on any ballots, right? So yeah, essentially have no chance. But there is the possibility, and particularly in a year where both parties try to shove down the throats of the voters very unpopular candidates. And that's what you've got with Biden and Trump. That's what you had with Hillary and Trump. You've got parties making selections that do not really represent the will of the people. And people voting not on who they, have hope for, but who they have less fear for, who they think is going to be less bad, right? It's fucked up situation. And it does set up the possibility of one day maybe a third party actually having a chance. That being said, generally a third party candidate that comes in at a low level and takes only a few points, or even up to what Dave R was saying, takes up to, I mean, you did bring up a good point here. That's why I'm talking about it, right? Even gets as many as like 19 points or so, right? Where are those 19 points coming from? And in general, and this is the reason that third parties have so much trouble getting traction. In general, a popular third party candidate is going to pull more from the side that they would have less objections with. So a conservative third party candidate is going to pull more from a conservative candidate. A left wing third party candidate is going to pull more from the candidate on the left. So that's kind of where we're at. And that's where, in general, what Dave said was correct. In most years, a third party is not going to have any chance. But that being said, all this is true up until it's not true. Things do change, things have changed, and things can change. And particularly if the parties, they're playing chicken. Let's be real. What are they doing? They're playing chicken, all right? The parties are driving their cars into each other. They're choosing horrible candidates year after fucking year based on who has seniority, based on who has clout, and not based on who has the interests of the American people, in mind. And they're playing this dangerous game that at some point is going to end up with a massive car crash that's going to destroy both of them. And that might be what has to happen. Now, that's a fucking chaotic situation. Look at RFK, right? Most of the people, I think, that support RFK are vaguely right-wing. He's associated most of all with being anti-vax, anti-mask, anti-public health, essentially. And that's a conservative issue that maybe even Donald Trump didn't really entirely live up to. In other words, the vaccine is developed under Trump. Trump went along with some of the, recommendations from Fauci, not overall a popular perspective on the right wing, right? But you do still have some people that are supporting RFK that are like, yeah, Kennedy. Look, Biden's bad. Trump's bad. Let's have a Kennedy. And they might have heard that RFK has some sussy positions about the vaccine, but maybe somehow they don't believe it. Or maybe they themselves are a little bit anti-vax themselves. Maybe they're into natural health. And so they're like, yeah, I want to keep my body natural and protect myself against whatever from the vaccine, rather than realizing that the greater danger comes from the major health crisis that's going on, not the vaccine. But I mean, it does throw some chaos into there, in that any switch over to a third party, or maybe even the addition of other parties that eventually come to supplant the Democrat and the Republican Party, is going to be confusing. And you're going to have people voting against their own interests, people that have very little information about these candidates, maybe voting for them. And you definitely don't want to pick the wrong one, right? There are people that seem like populists that say the right things on some issues. Imagine if Jimmy Dore seriously won, or seriously ran. Whoa, that's scary. Imagine if Jimmy Dore seriously he has run for president before, right? Not like it wasn't really, it didn't end up being really serious, but imagine if he were to get into the race early on, and some people on the left only heard Jimmy Dore's positions about Gaza. It sounds weird, but it could happen. So yeah, I mean, it adds a lot of potential chaos into the situation. But I mean, these are rotting corpses of political parties, honestly, and they do need to be replaced. It's just like how that goes could actually be really good, or it could be really bad. But like I said, I don't have a lot of indication that this is going to be the year for third parties, considering how late it is in the election, the impossibility of getting a new candidate onto the ballot in very many states. It's just that, the more the mainstream parties fail to even listen to the rest of us and continue to serve us up these abysmal candidates, the more likely that something like a credible third party coming along and upsetting everybody's apple cart, for better or for worse, might be.
I just want everybody in the audience to understand, the money can go into a super PAC, and that super PAC can spend it on any candidate. It does not have to go to Kamala Harris. So if it stays within the campaign, it goes to Kamala, but it can easily be transferred to a super PAC that can bring it to any candidate. Number two, there's this discussion, false discussion here, as if I'm supporting Bernie Sanders for this particular election. Look, I love Bernie, and I think he's right about all the things that we've discussed, but I'm under no illusion that a progressive is going to win in a convention. Those delegates are Biden delegates. And if you listen to what I've been saying in this debate, I've argued for Andy Beshear, as far as I know, the very conservative Democrat out of Kentucky. I've argued for Whitmer Shapiro. None of these people are anywhere near Bernie Sanders. So I'm actually arguing for, my guess is that Beshear is more conservative than Kamala Harris, and I'd rather have Beshear. Why? Because he's more likely to win. This is not a debate between progressives versus the establishment. This is a debate between objective reality and people who don't believe in objective reality.
Just a quick fact on that. A super PAC, by definition, can't coordinate or have any direct input from any of the candidates. So when we say that all the money can be, I know in Cenk's world where everything is rigged and illegal anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. But for the rest of us that do live in reality,
super PACs never do anything like that. You're right. Super PACs are totally innocent. You're right.
You're sitting there with Brianna Wu, who runs Rebellion PAC, right? Cenk has, they weren't super PACs, right? So for the record, Progressive Victory, which Brianna Wu was involved with, was a hybrid super PAC. I don't know. Can anybody tell me about Rebellion PAC? Rebellion PAC a super PAC? Look, it's got to be slightly uncomfortable here between Cenk and Brianna. I wonder how stable their alliance is, because they are an alliance right now. Brianna and Cenk both working with Rebellion PAC. Obviously, Cenk did not come here for Whick's sake, or probably even for Destiny's sake, right? Cenk, pulling A-listers. God, it's hard to think of Cenk like that, but pulling people like Cenk as guests is happening, because of Brianna. But I just wonder, I wonder what their relationship is actually like. Rebellion PAC is a hybrid PAC as well. Interesting.
Yeah, and if all the money just goes from the
Yeah, that's right, Luna Rose. They Cenk and Brianna started Rebellion PAC together.
campaign to the super PAC, and the super PAC is magically doing all these ads for one particular candidate, of course, nobody's going to have a vested interest in uncovering some kind of relationship there that is going to be the main primary talking point of probably you and the rest of the alternative left media for the rest of the election cycle. So you can have all you want. However, if you
He just called Cenk alt-left. The alternative left media.
have money that is your campaign, you can coordinate directly, you can film ads for these people, you can spend the money on your campaign as you see fit. If that money goes to a super PAC, do these people unofficially coordinate in some ways behind the scenes? Yeah, they do, but they can't at the same level. So it's ludicrous to announce the money be the same in a super PAC as it would for your own campaign. That's all I'm saying.
I think practically, working around a black female vice president would be a real problem for the Democratic Party. I agree with Cenk. I think Kamala Harris should be the nominee, but I agree with Cenk. I think have a mini open primary, as Clyburn suggested at the convention. I think she'd win that, and I think that would strengthen her.
Wait, is that what Clyburn is on board with now?
Okay. A couple on that note, right? If Kamala.
Okay. Anyway, it's a natural stopping point. It's time. Perot was like a cartoon character. Let's take a look and see what we got. So Moms for Liberty meets drag queens. Moms for Liberty meet drag queens is at 34%. To Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips is 25%. It's winning even stronger in the poll on the full screen. 79 votes, 41% for Moms for Liberty meets drag queens. And 28% for Mehdi Hassan. If I add in yeah, it looks like there's slightly more juice for Moms for Liberty in the donos as well. So it looks like right now they're winning. Now I know there's some people that donated on Twitch that have not told me yet what. Some people that donated on Throne as well that have not told me yet what they want their donation to go towards. So if you haven't let me know yet, let me know what you donated, and I'll add that to one of these. I feel like we're missing some people's here, but you don't necessarily have to vote. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to kind of throw it back to the will of the people. But right now, the will of the people and the will of the donors seems to be going to Moms for Liberty meet a drag queen, and it's an interesting clip that we are potentially going to see here. Destiny is in denial wherever he's on the political spectrum. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this debate here.
If you have this mini primary in the convention, Kamala doesn't win for whatever reason. Someone else, Gavin Newsom.
Oh my God, I really hope they wrap this up.
How worried are we about Heritage Foundation lawyers challenging ballots, right, and using quote-unquote lawfare against when we, in the states, right, try to switch what names are on the ballots? Do we not think that's a real concern?
Huge concern.
Zero concern. Huge concern. Bridges gap for me. Why?
Go ahead, Brianna.
I just looked at this. I've talked to friends that are working here. Ohio, there was a huge, they used to have gentlemen's agreements that if you swapped out the candidate, it would just be changed. Then the Republicans were going to play hardball. Then it went back and they were going to allow us to have this process. Now it's not so sure. I think this is 100% a fair concern. Imagine if in one of these swing states that
Ohio is not a swing state, right? I mean, I guess potentially it could. Cenk helped start Rebellion PAC, I think. Wait, so it's not a super PAC? I'm pretty sure progressive victory is, but supposedly Brianna Wu is no longer involved in that. I don't believe it. When I see proof of it, it sounded like from the executive director when Matt Bender interviewed him that it wasn't clear whether Brianna was still part of it or not. Oh my God, what? Mehdi, bonsoir à toi aussi, Simon Pierre Dubé. I will add your I will even round up your 5 Canadian dollars to add them to Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. So yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close there. It still could go in either direction. He also helped start brand new Congress. PV is also a hybrid PAC. I thought there was like they were a hybrid super PAC. Why did I think they were a super? What? I'm trying to remember what makes it super.
We must win if Republicans pull their tricks and it goes to the Supreme Court and they rig it so we can't be on the ballot. Of course, that's a huge concern.
Yeah, no.
It was worth it to hear me speak French.
So I don't agree. And the reason is twofold. Number one, Ohio was already resolved. Thank God. The legislature passed a bill and the governor signed a bill delaying putting the candidate.
Oh yeah, Ohio. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so here's what's going on with that. My understanding is that Ohio, unlike other states, forces the parties to submit their candidates so the parties have a place on the ballot, right? And whoever they submit as their candidate is going to go on there. Most of those ballots, I think, stay open until after the Democratic convention, which is going to be in August this year. Ohio's is different. Ohio's needs to be certified by the 7th. So, you know, that's one of the sort of wild cards.
On the ballot in Ohio after the Democratic convention. So that's already solved. Number two is overall, guys, there's a Supreme Court decision about whether to keep Trump off the ballot in Colorado.
Chad Alpha says Ohio's a swing state. Toledo, Youngstown, Cincinnati, Cleveland are all Democratic cities. Then there's the rest of Ohio. I see what you're saying, and I know that Ohio has swung in the past. Unfortunately, it feels like it's in the distant past. And they've been pretty reliably red for, I mean, look, on the right year, any state could swing, right? If you brought in somebody who was as popular as Obama to run against Trump, I would expect that a lot, that Democrat would win even non-swing states, right? So, I mean, like, anything's possible. But it's just, I don't know how likely the Dems are definitely not counting on winning Ohio or Florida or some of these states which in the past have been considered swing states. You've even got potential future swing states like Texas that someday, you know, the differential between the Democrats and the Republicans in Texas has been getting closer and closer. You've got kind of newly minted Democratic states like Georgia and Arizona, which may or may not stay in the Democrats' column this year.
And Maine and other places. And the Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Now, you could say...
And then you've got the opposite of Ohio, which is something like Colorado, which used to be a legitimate swing state. You know, is not a slam dunk for the Democrats, but has been reliably voting for Democrats for a long time now.
Get it, like you don't trust the courts and you think they're gonna, and I get it's a slightly
Ohio's for swingers
issue. Obviously it was a 14th Amendment issue, but and the Republicans are going to make up presumably a different issue, but whatever they're going to say is going to be made up. The Supreme Court would have to then go, yeah, we're disallowing Biden from the ballots, even though, or the new candidate from the ballots, even though we allowed Trump. I think the chances are almost none that they would do that. That would be the most outrageous stealing of an election that anybody has ever seen. And the court would lose all credibility and the country would be in utter chaos. So I think worrying about that is such a small percentage chance as opposed to the giant percentages we're going to pick up with a new candidate.
Agreed.
Let me, I have some...
I'm sorry, just as a quick thing. I'm sorry. So just as a matter of law, the reason why the 14th Amendment thing was tossed out was because the Supreme Court decided that states don't have the right to enforce that criteria that would have been only enforceable on a federal level, that states didn't have a right to apply Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to their own ballot procedures. I don't know if that argument would further any case where a state says that due to their own internal state procedures, they won't list a ballot or they won't list a candidate on a ballot because of things that they've had that their state legislatures have approved of and that their state Supreme Courts have approved of. I think that legally we're talking about two wildly different issues. So I don't know if I don't know if the holding opinion on that other case would be instructive for how they would treat states omitting some people from the ballot because they didn't make the deadline, which I believe historically has happened. If a candidate doesn't make the deadline, the state doesn't list them on the ballot.
Just real quick, all the deadlines are past the Democratic Convention, so I don't think there's any danger of that.
Fair enough. Okay, I have some audience questions that I think we should be getting into, unless anyone has any threads that they'd like to go down that we have not yet in this discussion.
I want to come back just super quickly, Wick. So one of the ways I can see this.
Narwhal by Nature says Brianna gets intellectually obliterated in the Pakman video. I can't wait to watch that one. I'm now look that's also cursed content. Like in chat, I still haven't gotten any answer. Like, because Nomiki Kunst is in that one. That's coming up next. Okay, I am gonna get you to that as soon as possible. In fact, it looks like at some point people start dropping off this call. So I think we'll take that as a cue to exit out because this debate is so cursed. But the next one is cursed too. The next one, the David Pakman, Brianna Wu, and Nomi Kunst, who like I'm still trying to catch up on the transformation of Nomi Kunst. Because she just I don't even understand where she's coming from in this next debate.
Going, Stephen, and let me know if you agree with this. As far as the war chest, so I think one of the ways this could work in our favor if we swapped out the candidate is you'd essentially have two parallel operations, right? So can someone remind me how much does Biden have in his war chest? It's like
around 250,
250, something like that. They've got offices, that's all set up. It's absolutely accurate that if Biden were to convert that to a super PAC, it can't like work with the candidate. But I'm imagining almost a double Democratic field operation going on where Biden's got this, he's got all this money in the bank. He can go out there, boom, rally the troops every single day. He's out there talking to people, working.
Look, here's what really worries me about the Brianna Wu thing, all right? She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's a horrible political consultant. Nobody should ever listen to her. But she is pretty good at inserting herself into this discourse, right? I mean, she's, paid her way towards it, but it works. This is actually a strategy pioneered by another Destiny orbiter. Somebody that we don't really talk about anymore because they're just not relevant. But this is something I've seen before, right? This kind of influence peddling with streamers in order to kind of put somebody, a dilettante like Brianna Wu, which, she's a dilettante when it comes to games development and she's a dilettante when it comes to politics, right? She's a rich person able to grease the right wheels to get herself, on Piers Morgan or wherever on David Pakman. And what worries me is that she's going to gain maybe not so much a following, which, she doesn't have. She's, had a chance to garner one, but there aren't really Brianna Wu fans, but she's going to gain influence, right? She's going to gain, connections with people that are going to allow her to influence things. And I do not like the idea of her, for instance, influencing a political campaign.
Crowds, getting them to go do it, and then whoever our candidate is, there's going to be a rush of fundraising. I think normal people in the middle, the ones that are tuned out of this election that just want another option, I think they are going to give very generously. And I think it's going to be a lot of work to like build up field offices. I don't think the canvassing part of it is going to be that difficult, but you're essentially going to have two separate operations. And I could actually see this being a huge plus for us as far as our ground game, which is how we're going to win this thing.
Let me jump in real quick.
What is motherfucker eating? Is he eating grapes?
That looks like Destiny wants to say something. Again,
is he eating ice?
I think we all underestimate the earthquake tsunami of news it would be, the event it would be if Joe Biden said, I'm not fucking running, and the Democrats picked another nominee at their convention.
Yep.
Name ID would be through the roof. Money would pour in. Enthusiasm would come from sectors we haven't seen in so long. This would be a race. It would fundamentally change the dynamic, and money and everything would follow. This would be an earthquake, guys.
Okay.
So one thing that the party is probably considering, and that a lot of people, when you're dealing with a largely variable thing, impossible considering, is volatility. Okay, you would have to be an idiot to say that that you could pick a new candidate and it could cause such a resurgence of interest, of invigoration, of talking points, of debates, that having Kamala Harris, or even if she got tossed, having a Newsom, literally, dog walking Donald Trump on a debate stage would just energize the voter base so much, right? These are things that could happen. I wouldn't say any of these are outside the realm of possibility. The scary thing is the volatility. It's also not outside the realm of possibility that Kamala Harris gets chosen. It isn't exciting for a moment, for a moment in time, and then it's like, wait, she did what when she was the DA? They were arresting illegal immigrants. Wait, hold on, this was wait, hold on, she did what for truancy? They want to lock our kids up? Are Democrats already attacking our children? Or wait a second, we don't even trust the Democrats to be running their own candidacy. Why is he dropping out now? This is a problem. Why didn't they choose him before? And now everybody's talking about the unreliability of the Democratic Party. I thought you guys were making fun of House Republicans not being able to hold their majority speaker seat. You can't even be trusted to run your incumbent again. Like, you guys are completely unreliable, right? So I like, if you're being an honest actor.
Do you see what Destiny's internalized image of the public is? Like somebody that's going to be like, I thought you Democrats were criticizing Speaker Mike Johnson and the Republican caucus in the House of Representatives, right? I'm sorry, Destiny. You need to touch grass, bro. You have needed to touch grass for a very long time, probably since you were touching, Zerg creep in StarCraft, right? This guy just does not connect with the real world.
You can't say with any certainty what would happen if you were to put a new candidate up. That's the only thing that I stress. Could it be really good? It could be, but it could also be really bad. And right now, I don't think that Biden has slipped enough where I'm like, oh, yeah, this is done. Screw that. If Biden started to like trail, if it was like double-digit trailing nationally, or even like big single-digit trailing, like every single.
I'm sorry, Destiny, you are not going to have a chance to do this later, right? It is dangerous to swap out a candidate. Maybe even this late in the election season. It is more dangerous and possibly even just a bad idea to do it later.
Swing state. I'm like, fuck, man, what do you have to lose at this point? Yeah, let's go with the high volatility option. But if it still looks like he reasonably could win, and most projections have it that he still reasonably could win, right? The idea of tossing that for something so unpredictable that could be really good, but could also be really bad, is just a really scary prospect.
Responses?
Yeah. Yeah. So real quick. So first of all, I want to give credit to the panel because I thought it was going to be me and Brianna on one side and Destiny and Joe on the other side. But I like that we all have different independent opinions. So that's great. I love that.
I put together the grass panels, but go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Shut up, Whick. Cenk doesn't care. Cenk doesn't care. All Whick did in this panel is get yelled at by Joe Walsh.
shout out to you as well, Whick. Thank you for doing that. And also to Destiny, because he's
shouts out to my good friend Whick.
Now basically 3-1 on Biden dropping out or staying in the race. And he's, and I appreciate that. And I always want to make note, hey, it'll get a slightly skewed version because Destiny's on his own here. Okay. Now, having said that, the part that I disagree with is there's this fetish of the status quo. Oh, the status quo is higher percentage chance of being the right thing all the time. But that's not true. It depends. Is the status quo good or bad? And right now, the status quo ranges from bad to disastrous for the Democratic Party. So under the idea that the status quo is always better and then you'll have volatility otherwise, you would run Feinstein again. And guys, I mean, I'm joking, except they kept Feinstein in the entire time and told us she was fine, just like they're doing with Biden. So it's not like
we can hit Biden's.
Is it better to get someone in new sometimes? Of course. And Destiny acknowledges that it is sometimes. So in this particular case, when you have Biden massively trailing by every indication, including some indications where it's literally never been done before in American history, or you go with a fresh candidate that has billions of dollars in free media coverage that will raise a ton of money and has won in like red states before or swing states before, I like our chances infinitely better by changing the status quo rather than keeping the status quo in a situation like this.
But always remember.
Okay, so chat.
To Destiny's point.
I'm going to ask you a question now, okay? It's a really important question, so please, I need you to answer, all right? One in chat, if you feel like this debate is looping, if you feel like it is in a loop where it's just coming around and just going through the same process, and it's like the same line of logic over and over again at this point. Anybody else feel that? One in chat if you feel that, all right? Because if I get enough ones, I am going to switch us up to the DPAC content, right? That's Brianna Wu, David Pakman, Nomiki Kunst, and Const. I believe I'm mispronouncing her name and accidentally saying the... Is it the German word for art? Yeah, I think I'm calling her the German word for art.
The Democratic primary. Democratic voters made him their nominee. All of this is moot if he doesn't say, for the good of the country and to stop Donald Trump, I'm stepping down. He has to say that.
Regardless of whether you think he should, I'm curious as to the panel's thoughts on whether he will. What are we thoughts?
I'll start. I think he will say that within 2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's a prediction. We're locking it in, Congressman. I'll come back to you in 2 weeks, and we'll see if your prediction's accurate or not. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, Biden's definitely going to drop out, and there's two reasons why. Number one, because he's going to have many more slip-ups because he is in mental decline, and so he's going to do it again and again, and by the second or third time, it's going to be completely and utterly untenable. And besides which, he's not going to make this miraculous comeback and get into the positives and favorability. It's a literally impossibility. So at some point, everybody's going to panic. But the number one reason is, well, there's two giant reasons. Number one, the donors are turning off the faucet, and the only power that Joe Biden has is donor money. So without that power, he has nothing left. And number two, Republicans right now are...
We got many ones coming through.
Congressmen and senators saying they knew about Joe Biden's condition and they lied for him. Can you trust Bob Casey if he lies about this? That's going to take down Democrats' numbers all across the board, 2 to 5 points at least, and it's going to absolutely destroy our chances of winning swing states and purple districts. And at some point, there's going to be a massive rebellion. So my timeline is actually much shorter than Joe's. I've already said online, I think there's a chance he drops out by Monday. There's going to be a massive revolt in Congress.
So in 2 days. So we got 2 weeks. We got 2 days. Thoughts on this, Brianna Wu? Regardless of whether you think he should, will he, and when?
I don't feel as strongly. I think I do have a $100 bet, public bet with Robbie Suave, my good friend Brianna Joy Gray's former co-host of
Robbie Suave. Oh my God, she's working in at the Hill too.
Rising. I think he's going to drop out, but I don't.
We got those tentacles stretching out from Brianna Wu.
My evidence for that is everything I'm hearing from people in the Hill, friends at work for various campaigns.
The Hill is so irrelevant, though. It almost doesn't matter, right? The only thing the Hill ever had was that program, right? And whether it was like Crystal and Sagar, or whether it's Brianna and Robbie, right? That was what worked. They have opted to cancel that format on the Hill. And if you've noticed, right, chat, maybe you watch the Hill's videos. Maybe you used to watch the Hill's videos, right? For me, I'm somebody who watched them a lot of times for streams, so they were definitely in my algorithm, right? However, the Hill has not been getting recommended. And that's because people aren't watching them. The new format is not working for the Hill, so
there's a lot of discussions about the actual like legal frameworks of how it would work. And seeing Mark Warner come out and very strongly say he's putting together a coalition of Senate Democrats that want him to step down. To me, that signals that he and other Democrats are worried about losing their races because we count on people showing up in election years for us. Joe, I'm sure you can testify Congress will do what they have to do, but ultimately they are self-serving critters and they're going to do what helps them keep their jobs. So to me, that is the pressure that makes the most sense on this. But I would only say it's like 60-40.
60-40, so not sure. We got a maybe leans drop out, but not sure. Destiny, 100%. What do you think? Whether you think he should or not? Do you think he will? And do you have a timeline for us?
So unless he has another huge fuck up for a debate, like it just like completely messes a performance up, or unless he starts to slide significantly in the polls, I don't think they'll poll him. It's just way too much volatility. And I think another factor that's really scary that people haven't considered much is if you poll Biden and if you run another candidate, you might introduce a scenario where a whole bunch of people are starting to look and consider, okay, well, who's the next candidate? Who should I vote for? And RFK is a pretty popular dude. RFK's probably polled about as many votes as you have off of Trump. But if now you've got a whole bunch of Democrats who are reconsidering their vote, man, if only like 3 or 4 points worth of Democrats are like, oh, okay, well, you know what, this is fuck. I think I will vote for RFK. Fuck that. They might, you only need a few percentage points of people to tend in that direction, and now you've like completely lost it. Like the volatility, I think, is just so scary.
I think that RFK is more of a concern with somebody who has a similar policy to him on Israel, like Biden, than just somebody who has a slightly less bad Gaza policy, and it's a pretty low bar
for all the potential things that could happen, unless, like I said, Biden has a huge mess up and another.
Okay, I feel like I've gotten enough ones in chat. We know what their prediction is. We know where they stand. I can't stand to watch any more of this. And yeah, it's probably just going to go downhill and loop, and I don't know. It looks like Joe Walsh drops off really. Yeah, so Joe Walsh drops off. They start jinking Brianna and Destiny and Whick talk for like 20 minutes, then it's Destiny and Brianna. Yeah, no, I think we can safely switch over. So again, this is Claudia Dela Cruz Brianna Wu, David Pakman, and Nomiki Kunst. I keep on wanting to call her Kunst, but I'm pretty. You know, it would help if it said, well, like maybe he'll pronounce. Since I'm always messing up the pronunciation of everyone's name, maybe we'll just let David Pakman show us how it's done. And so yeah, this is your second curse debate today. I'm doing double duty on this gauntlet. If you appreciate that, chat, make sure to hit that like button. You can support the stream in any number of ways, and when you do, you get to have a say and a little extra say in what we watch next after this content. After our normal content, we open up the fun half of the show, and right now it looks like Moms for Liberty meets Drag Queens is winning on all fronts, but it's pretty close. A lot of people want to see that Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips video, so you know, that is an option too. Make sure to vote. You can vote in either poll. You can vote in both polls. Some people are going to, so you might as well cross over and do it if you want to have 2 votes. All I ask of you is that you hit that like on the other stream if you do that. And yeah, any sort of memberships or super chats or donations to throw any of the links down in the description or over on Twitch. Where are we at on Twitch? Oh my god. We're 10 minutes from the top of the hour ad break. That's the 3-minute ad break that happens every hour on the hour at the top of the hour on Twitch. And if you've been experiencing that and you no longer want to, understand that you can use a Twitch Prime to get out of that for free. Right, that's a free sub for you to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see those ads in your chat. You can pay $5 to get rid of it. You can lock in that price before it goes up to $5.99 on July 11th, or there's a possibility that you might be gifted a sub. Best bet for that is just to be active in the chat, because people can choose who they gift subs on Twitch, and if you want to be chosen, better be active. So that is what's going on right now. We're about to dive into this progressive panel that is going to explode over Israel, Gaza. Oh my God, child, this is going to be bad. This is going to be really bad. But yeah, like I said, we've got David Pakman, who has been a little bit not super outspoken when it comes to things involving Gaza, right? David Pakman, as far as I understand, I'm not a David Pakman fan, so I don't watch every day, but like, people have been kind of, you know, it's been conspicuously absent from his coverage, right? You know, I mean, like, we've heard him talk about foreign policy in the past. We've heard him talk about, you know, issues surrounding Israel in the past. What I'm saying is that don't expect anything good, you know, from David Pakman in this panel. But we also have Brianna Wu. Again, don't expect anything good from her. We have Nomiki Kunst. Now, this is the wild card, chat, and I've been asking you about this.
But now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. Yo, welcome in. So yeah, there's Nomiki Kunst is somebody I used to see on the Majority Report, and I feel like I thought she was pretty cool. She's been absent from MR, and something happened. It's something about her running for office, and I don't know, disappointing some people, changing some of her viewpoints. I don't know exactly what happened. Mostly absent, but the stuff David has said is, yeah. That's why there should be a genuine foot race requirement. Ooh, that's a good idea, Badash. Like a what is that show called? What is that, like the reality show? Amazing Race. They could have the Amazing Race. What if they had to do a sack race? What if they had to do a 3-legged race? You get the president and the vice president, and you have them put a sack on their leg, and then they have to walk together as a 3-legged being. That could be cool. What the fuck? I don't have any volume. David Pakman, we need to hear your voice. We need to hear your voice, but first, before we can do that, we need to hear this. There we go. Still muted.
Is it succeeding? Is it failing? Where is it going wrong? Where is it going right? We'll be joined by Brianna Wu, Executive Director of Rebellion PAC and
Joy.
the U.S. House in Massachusetts. Claudia Dela Cruz, community organizer, currently running for president as a third-party candidate with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And Nomiki Konst, a progressive activist and co-director of Losing Puerto Rico, a coalition campaign seeking to abolish a tax cut available in Puerto Rico. Let's discuss. So we are starting to look back at and think about next steps when it comes to...
So people are talking about Brianna Wu's appearance. I'm assuming not in a mean way, but people have been saying there's an AI filter. I guess I'm not super cued into what that looks like. I thought that maybe her eyeliner in the previous debate looked a little strange, and maybe there could be like a TikTok filter or something, you know, that she's, you know, adding, you know what I'm talking about, the TikTok filters that add makeup. I thought maybe that's what we were dealing with, but she's making like a cat face here, and I'm kind of concerned. I'm kind of disturbed. I'm a little bit shaken. Are we okay? Are we safe? If you focus on her mouth, it looks... Oh my gosh. And I'm not trying to have a go at her for... Like, I have... For the record, my problem is with her takes, not with her looks or whatever filters she may or may not use while doing video. I'm just trying to figure out, because a number of people have said this in chat, and I haven't seen anything super conclusive thus far. That being said, yeah, she does kind of look weird as fuck. Shooketh, if you will. Yeah, exactly.
The candidacy of President Joe Biden. We've all seen the...
Nomiki's glasses. Yeah, those are cute.
Debate, and this conversation...
But I need to catch up, Nomiki. That's right. I need to catch up on what's gone on with Nomiki, because I don't know the lore. I've had it like summarily explained to me, something about her running for office and just something, you know. I need to look this up.
Conversation about November is now sort of happening concurrently and interwoven with the conversation about the future of the progressive movement and whether the Democratic Party...
Chad, what if she's becoming one of her characters from Revolution 60? Do you think that's... Like, is that a thing with, like, video game devs, that sometimes they become the character from their game? Here, I'll give you a little taste of what her game is like.
Hey everybody, Lormac. I know there's...
Here, let's mute this. Okay, so here, yeah, there's the gameplay. Does that look like fun? You can maybe guess why this got poorly reviewed. Let me see if I can find you a cutscene. So what I'm talking about, her characters are kind of creepy in a certain way. I'm just wondering if she might somehow be, you know, just like Frankenstein's doctor was threatened by his own creation. I don't know, chat. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Is the venue for that. We saw some interesting losses last week, including that in the primary for Jamal Bowman, which maybe we will talk about. So just to start somewhere, I'll start with you, Brianna, because Zoom put
Anybody want to guess how Pakman feels about Bowman?
you in the leftmost box. So we'll just start there. You've made some criticisms of the state of the progressive movement. You've some quite pointed, in fact, with regard to some of the attitudes. You use the words cannibalistic and abusive in some viral tweets. Assess where you think this movement is right now.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm seeing they essentially forced Sam and Emma to comment on it. Let me see. There's definitely a filter. I just don't know to what degree. Yeah, and I don't want to get too hung up on it either. It doesn't really matter. Wait, I feel like she undercut a local DSA, says Schmegley, a candidate with her own race. It's my understanding, but I'm not sure. Nomiki sees it differently. I've never really heard it from her angle. I wonder what she did that everyone was annoyed about. That's kind of where I am. I just haven't kept up with her at all. They essentially forced Sam and Emma to comment. Okay, so the issue is undercutting a local DSA candidate, and not Sam and Emma were not a fan. And that's because I have seen her in she also hates Brianna Joy Gray. When Brianna Joy Gray got fired, she was like smoking on the pack. You know, she was celebrating. She was happy to see Brianna Joy Gray lose her job. So yeah, that's where I saw her pop up for the first time in a while. Brianna's art style is horrendous. Got flustered with Emma because Emma did not automatically endorse her, even though Emma didn't know before that segment. Jeez. Seems to have a fixation on super tall, skeletal women. Also, they promoted her campaign originally, and she didn't tell them she was running against... Oh, jeez. So she's running to the right of her opponent, and she just gets their endorsement, gets the promotion. Yeah, because she would always come on the Majority Report, right? And so she comes on one day and she's like, hey, I'm running for office. And they're like, oh, that's great. Where are you running? You know, like, right, without knowing what the details are, because it sounds like she did not choose to share them. Interesting. I'm trying to see if anybody in the full stream chat had those filters. Will never make streamers look better. I'd be afraid to wear filters. The only one I can think of that wears a filter is actually Adam Friended. Chat that the deal with it glasses that Adam Friended wear. I'm pretty sure that is a TikTok filter. Pay attention to her face in this one. This one is the most obvious that she's using AI. I mean, chat, you may be right. Is it supposed to be like Pong? Pakman dances on Bowman's grave here. Yeah, it's only abusive to Brianna if she isn't part of the progressive movement. Can't buy her way into the movement. And she... Oh, she primaried the Dem? Okay, so there was a DSA... We're talking about Nomiki. Anyway, I'm just trying to catch up because I totally lost track of Nomiki Const over here, but... And look, I gotta be honest, I've pre-watched this. I am confused about what Nomiki is talking about. like 70% of the time here.
Biden is a good shepherd of that movement.
So, I was so happy that Nomiki was going to be on the show with me today because, I feel like you've faced a lot of these same forces. When I got into progressive politics a decade ago,
That's not a good sign.
it was really.
Well, this is what she does. She comes to you when you're weak, when you're alienated, when you feel like you've been unfairly canceled and put up to a purity test that no leftist should have to pass, right? That's when Brianna Wu comes for you.
Focused on women's rights. Today it feels like the progressive movement just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Today I think those same women.
Oh my God, chat.
Online would be called Karens. I think we are chopping off every single part of our coalition in ways that are making it very hard for us to win elections. I think what you're seeing right now with the war in Gaza is I think you're seeing progressivism, unfortunately, veer into straight anti-Semitism. And this entire time, the progressive movement has not done the bread and butter work that you need to do to win elections, making fundraising.
So here's what's confusing to me about Brianna Wu's proposition. And like the answer is simple. She's a hypocrite, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. At the same time, she's been unfairly canceled. The left is cutting off parts of itself and getting so small, right? She's a victim of excessive purity testing, but at the same time, she'll say things that indicate her desire to ostracize what she sees as the radical left, right? And it's emblematic about okay, so I told you about her before. Who is she? She's a dilettante. She watches Vosh, she watches Destiny, she watches streamers, she really gets into it, she gets super into it, and she has the, free time and the luxury to, to know maybe more than any of us know about Vosh and Destiny and her, favorite streamers. And she's like, I could do that. And for most people, that would just be like, okay, so get OBS, plug it in, try to make a go at it, see if it works out for you. For Brianna Wu, she just pays her way. She's pay to win Brianna, so she kind of skips that spot and just by her influence is able to insert herself into these discourses. And with that in mind, when she says stuff like
anti-Semitism, and this entire time the progressive movement has not.
When she she's come to, sorry, Chad, it took me a minute to remember where I was going with that, but she's come to the point where she is exemplifying a fundamental hypocrisy in the debate sphere. And it's this. These people hate cancel culture when it's them being held accountable, whether it's Vosh with the short stack goblins, whether it's Destiny with his fucking genocidal takes. They hate to be held accountable. They will bitch and moan about cancel culture. I've literally had conversations on stream with Destiny where he tries to convince me that Demon Mama is going to have him canceled. He's going to lose a sponsorship. Oh no, Destiny, are you going to lose a sponsorship? Because Demon Mama might say that I'm transphobic. And his ask is that, we, ostracize her from the fucking internet. And as much as I've got a lot of differences of opinion, and, your reservations about, personally about Demon Mama, I don't think that she is the worst. She's not this horrible, person that needs to be, expunged from the internet any more than Destiny is. In fact, actually Destiny may be closer to that than Demon Mama, but that's the fundamental hypocrisy. They're so worried about being canceled themselves, and yet any chance they turn around and try to alienate what they see as far left. And yeah, I guess she's come to embody that.
Not done the bread and butter work that you need to do to win elections. Making fundraising lists, building up data infrastructure, building up candidates, and really building the coalition that we need to build in order to win elections. So, unfortunately, I think progressives are kind of giving into our worst instincts in ways that very tragically are making us unable to govern and unable to win elections.
What do you think about that, Nomiki, as far as Brianna sees it?
I think the premise is pretty correct. I mean, it seems like somewhere around, I don't know, 2019, 2020, in the lead up to the presidential election where Bernie Sanders ran again, there were plenty of groups. There was a lot of hope. Obviously, the Squad got elected. There were progressive wins all over the country. DSA was growing, which I was a member of. And then something started to change internally. And, I've briefly kind of talked about this a lot behind the scenes, probably not so much publicly, but I think it is a time where we have to say, we as a left need to learn from
Luna Rose says she was caught being transphobic in a transmed chat. She wasn't canceled. We told her she isn't welcome in our movement. Yeah. Particularly with her her leaked group chat messages.
History. And, we're not killing progressives unless you're from Black and brown communities, but I mean, organized in terms of let's say the 60s, we're not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of the belief it doesn't necessarily mean that progressives are.
Okay, chat, what did I miss? What the fuck did Nomiki just say? We're not killing progressives anymore. Is she... I'm just trying to understand what she's...
From Black and brown communities, but I mean, organized not so much publicly, but I think it is. And then something started to change internally. And, I've briefly kind of talked about this a lot behind the scenes, probably not so much publicly, but I think it is a time where we have to say, we as a left need to learn from history. And, we're not killing progressives unless you're from Black and brown communities, but I mean,
I'm trying to understand. Okay, she said that after mentioning Black and brown communities. Is there something earlier?
Nomiki, as far as Brianna sees it.
I think the premise is pretty correct. I mean, it seems like somewhere around, I don't know, 2019, 2020, in the lead up to the presidential election where Bernie Sanders ran again, there were plenty of groups. There was a lot of hope. Obviously, the Squad got elected. There were progressive wins all over the country. DSA was growing, which I was a member of. And then something started to change internally. And, I've briefly kind of talked about this a lot behind the scenes, probably not so much publicly, but I think it is a time where we have to say, we as a left need to learn from history. And, we're not killing progressives.
So when she says we're not killing progressives, when does she think we were killing progressives? I need to know what she means. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Unless you're from Black and brown communities, but I mean, organized.
We're not killing progressives anymore unless you're from Black or brown communities. So is she talking about police violence? When would she have said that we were killing progressives? Is she talking about learn from history? We're not killing progressives anymore. Is she talking about like the Red Scare? The 60s? So killing progressives, sending, like through the Vietnam War? Oh wait, oh my God. 2020 was the Win the Fire Nation attack. That's right, Shakespeare. She ran against her DSA comrade, who was the one her DSA endorsed. So yeah, she fell off in the DSA. Sounds like she's saying killing brown and black communities are. Is that what she's saying? It sounds like she's saying black and brown communities are killing progressives. I could see, like, I hope that's not what she's. Is she talking about MLK assassinations? She's saying, she said, we're not killing progressives anymore unless you're from black or brown communities. The 60s. She's trying to draw a comparison to her fall from grace at the left. I mean, unfortunately, with this crew, I do expect it to be self-serving like that. So you might be right.
In terms of, like, let's say like the 60s, we're not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of the belief it doesn't necessarily.
We're not killing the progressive. Wait, what years did she list?
Unless you're from black and brown communities, but I mean, organized in terms of, like, let's say like the 60s, we're
organized in terms of like the 60s.
Not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of
like, I know a little bit about the politics of the 60s, the new left. I'm still not sure to what Nomiki refers.
the belief it doesn't necessarily mean that progressives are.
The cops murdered a lot of black leftists back in the day. Yeah, but does that sound like what she's talking about? I mean, maybe she'll, I should just let her talk.
Are going after each other intentionally. We're not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of the belief it doesn't necessarily mean that progressives are going after each other intentionally.
Okay, so she's talking about infighting now. That's why I'm confused, right? Is she comparing, like, the murders of Black Panthers to infighting? To people having a problem with her, running against a DSA opponent?
I think that we're falling for strategies. I'm being very careful with my words, I'm sorry. We're falling for something that is being led by folks that are intentionally setting up debates so that we eat each other alive. It's not.
Okay. We're falling for traps, people intentionally setting up debates. Now, this is in the context of Gaza. You know? So I'm not sure what she's saying here. I will say one thing for sure is that I feel like she was easier to understand back when she used to go on the Majority Report. I don't remember her being this, like, challenging to interpret. She thinks demonization of Black Panthers is the same as what happened to her. Damn.
Can you give a couple of examples of that?
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, like, let's just get there. In 2020, suddenly you had this group of so-called progressive online, folks all echoing force the vote.
The online left? No, we're talking about Jimmy Dore. Force the vote, right? This is, Jimmy Dore was behind this. I'm trying to remember. Was Brianna Joy Gray? I think she was for force the vote, at least originally. I'm trying to remember, chat, because this is like a little bit before my time. I was not a content creator at this point. She's just being kind of racist. Can I play? Oh no, I'm turning on the bad game.
Not understanding how Congress worked, and then if you challenged them, you were being annihilated online. And anytime you called that out, or you went into, the comment section and you looked into, like, who was, echoing them.
She's talking about force the vote.
There were a lot of bots. It doesn't mean that everybody was a bot. There are influencers. There are.
Well, no. Okay, if it's look, if the person is saying Jimmy Dore is the greatest, there's some chance it's Jimmy. Jimmy's been known to do this, just like tomfoolery, right? Jimmy's been known to troll around in an account that is extra and say good things about Jimmy, when in actual fact he's Jimmy.
Folks who are paid to. I mean, this is not a secret out there. Like, there are a lot of people who are paid to tweet a certain way professionally, and sometimes.
Okay, this feels paranoid. So we got the force the vote. you know, and you know, like I'm sure like some of those people, Jimmy Dore, you know, his fans probably pretty toxic. Okay, so I get you there. And then we're like, and you know, they're not all bots, but some of those people out there are bots. And in fact, you know, some people are getting paid to tweet this stuff. This is starting to get a little bit concerning.
From other folks. There are other folks who are incentivized, like suddenly their followings grew out of nowhere, or their YouTube shows were getting tips from who knows where, and then they're just straight up bots. And they all boost narratives. And then simultaneously, I mean, Brianna knows this very well.
I mean, so Jimmy just used forced the vote to divide Democrats. You know, it does seem like Demi, yes, Demi, just a Jimmy Dore sock puppeting. I really wish that we had a Jimmy Dore sock puppet on our chat. That would be so sick. That would be so good. It could be called I'm Jimmy. No. Especially when she's saying it to Brianna Wu. I mean, this is gonna work though. They're birds of a feather. She's gonna relate to Brianna Wu. She legit said Gamergate was bots. What? Wait. Brianna did or Nomiki? Because yeah, I guess Brianna's been accused of that kind of stuff, that sort of Jimmy Dore stuff too. Yeah, yes, the internet is chaotic. What's her point? Yeah.
Because she was a victim of Gamergate. That was the incubator.
Okay, wait. Here we go. Here's the part that Luna's talking about.
Or their YouTube shows were getting tips from who knows where. Secret out there, like there are a lot of people who are paid to tweet a certain way professionally and sometimes from other folks. There are other folks who are incentivized, like suddenly their followings grew out of nowhere, or their YouTube shows were getting tips from who knows where, and then they're just straight up bots. And they all boost narratives. And then simultaneously, I mean, Brianna knows this very well because she was a victim of Gamergate. That was the incubator for this kind of operation. So that's one side of it. And then on the other side, you know, you saw the left kind of eating each other alive, and suddenly these people are like who were, by the way, some of these people weren't even on the left in 2016. I mean, it's comical to me that there's some people who jump online and character assassinate others based on falsehoods. Like I've had everything thrown at me. I'm NATO, I'm CIA, I'm this, I'm that, like you name it, it's come after me. But I also know that's because, you know, my bread and butter was investigating finances. Or like you're in bed with DNC. I'm like, last I looked, I was in trouble with the DNC for investigating finances. But no.
I seriously feel like she's about to describe like gang stalking or something. Like, I don't know. This is...
Miki, if I can just jump in for 2 seconds here. I mean, I think you yourself have been a victim of the same forces that I'm talking about. You ran
the forces of evil
for office in New York, right? And I saw you get the mean, progressive, cannibal treatment from our own side. Yeah,
and this is funny considering that she's undermining a DSA candidate in her...
saying I agreed with every one of your stances in that race, but I think it's honorable to try to run for office. And you were treated like a traitor, like an enemy. You had personal stuff thrown at you. I've suffered this exact same thing.
God, look, if you're going to talk about your old drama, at least add some context. Like, chat, I would only have this context. I only have this context thanks to you, right? If I was just watching this without, like, I really just like would have no idea, you know, what's being referred to here, and you know, where she feels like she was betrayed by mean leftists, right?
Standing up for Israel, right? And not even Israel.
It's just like me standing up for Israel.
American Jews. So I think there's something fundamentally broken that we can't blame on bots. There's something we've decided to make ourselves the enemy.
Let me bring in Claudia if I can just briefly. Just
poor Nomiki.
There's a lot here, and I want to make sure before we get beyond it, you get an opportunity to react.
So this is a mess. This debate is a fucking mess, right? You've got a subplot already, and that is Brianna trying to put a flesh bud into Naomi, right? And like maybe successfully, like, sorry, Brianna to Nomiki, right? And it seems successful too. It seems like she resonates with this, right? It seems like she's got this persecution complex that which came as a fallout of her own betrayal to the movement that she says she supports. But it almost sounds like, did she want to sort of pry herself away from the Israel thing. Like, I don't know what her take on is on Gaza, because she did seem to get uncomfortable when Brianna was like, "Yeah, it's just like my experience defending Israel."
Couple things there, and of course, Claudia, anything you heard there that you want to react to, absolutely go ahead. But
this is what I'm saying. It's weird, right? Claudia does not necessarily know who Brianna Wu is. Does not. I mean, like, why would anybody? You know, she's a candidate, a PSL candidate for president. I don't know. Like, it feels like she is getting sort of thrown into this weird drama that's happening behind the scenes. This what do you call it? It's like the camaraderie of the accused, the camaraderie of the canceled between Brianna Wu and Nomiki Konst. And I don't know if Claudia, like, you know, who is a presidential candidate, right? This could be seen as maybe even an extension of her campaign here, is being thrown into. Anyway, let's proceed.
Specific things. Do you agree that to some degree with what's been said?
Well, that's what we've decided, Troy Hubert, is the that maybe Brianna is the JoJo villain of this arc, right? That's kind of what it seems like.
That the apparent fracturing is being made to seem bigger than it is through manipulation, bots, astroturfing, whatever, or do you think that it is all genuine discontent? And number two, to Brianna's earlier comment, do you think that anti-Semitism has become, I don't know if I would use the word growing, let's call it a notable problem within the progressive left?
No, here's the fucked up thing. Anti-Semitism is a growing problem. It is more mask off, more visible, more easy to find and easy to identify than it has been in I don't know how long. You can go on Twitter right now, and in fact, I ran into an account like this. I think it was like last night when I was streaming, right? That was posting on the Dave Rubin's animation thread, and I thought was, you know, gonna be lampooning it from a perspective to the left of it, right? But instead, it's a Nazi making fun of Dave Rubin for being gay and Jewish, right? It's all over the fucking place. Elon brought back Nick Fuentes, and he's more influential than ever. It is all over the fucking place. Real anti-Semitism. Yes. But if you are chasing people that their problem with Israel is about genocide, you don't have your eyes on that at all. And you're allowing that to flourish. That this is the most dangerous thing about the weaponization of charges of anti-Semitism from Brianna Wu and David Pakman and people on that side of the issue.
Well, I'm going to jump in as an organizer of over 30 years. And as someone who continues to do grassroots organizing and a lot of political education, I think it's fundamental to understand that the Democratic Party as an institution has historically buried progressive voices. It's not new. It has historically done that. And, you know, and this is something going back to the 1940s with Henry Wallace, Jesse Jackson in the 1980s. Bernie Sanders is a great example in 2016 and 2020. And Jamal Bowman's campaign is so revealing of just how unwilling the Democratic Party is, you know, willing to allow opposition, even the discussion of opposition within its own party. And I think it's important to highlight that because it's part of the fabric of the Democratic Party. It's not something that is currently happening right now. And I want to put it in that context because I think it's important. The Democratic Party rather have someone like Biden, who obviously has showed us over and over again, does not have the backbone to go toe-to-toe with Trump or the far right, instead of allowing any progressive voices to rise as the representation of the party. And so the Democratic Party, in my sense, is where progressive movements go to die. That's the first piece. The second piece, in terms of like the question of anti-Semitism, I think it's important to also think about the relationship of the United States, which is a historic relationship, with the state of Israel. And it's not something that started October 7th. That relationship has been there for over 76 years. The reality that Palestinians have experienced in terms of displacement, which is real, is factual, is there, has been happening for 76 years. I think it's very troubling and irresponsible to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Two very different things. There are Jews who are very much opposed to the occupation of the occupation that is currently existing in Palestine. And so I think for the sake of clarity and for the sake of historical context, those two things need to be put into the conversation.
So yeah, I mean, like, I love to hear people bringing this up, right? Especially when people like Brianna Wu talk about cancel culture. The amount, the real victims of cancel culture have always been marginalized people. And, you know, when it comes to people being silenced for their, you know, their opinions, for their ideology, it's more likely somebody on the left strongly, you know, advocating for the rights of the disenfranchised, of the marginalized. It's always going to be somebody like that that is more easily scapegoated and cast aside than you know, some conservative like Brianna Wu. I'll also point out, though, that this is a strange debate panel. I mean, I guess we haven't really heard about from Nomiki Kunst yet, as far as her any opinions on Gaza from Nomiki, but you know, it's starting to take on a feeling of like this is gonna be like a 3-on-1 here, including the moderator.
I think that we are witnessing the political crisis that has been brewing for a long time in this country. Everything that is happening right now is a reflection of that political crisis, and also the crisis of legitimacy that the Democratic Party is actually facing. And it's not only an online problem, is a real on the grassroots problem. I mean, when you see the majority of people in this country that could engage in voting, not voting is not a matter of apathy. It's not a matter of people being apolitical. It's a matter of people feeling betrayed by the Democratic Party, broken promises. And so it's a structural issue, it's a systemic issue, it's a historical issue. And I think we need to.
It's gonna make me cry here, chat. This is a viewpoint that very much needs to be heard. This is a conversation that very much needs to happen. I do not hold out a lot of hope of her points actually being addressed here. I don't hold out a lot of hope of her points getting across to David Pakman's audience. But she does indeed have a very important message.
To look at it in that way, if we're really trying to solve in any way, shape, or form the political crisis in which this country is in. And so, you know, there was a mention of social media, there was a mention, and honestly, like, there's a whole world outside of social media. There's so many people in the United States that don't even have access to social media. And those people are not even counted in debates or conversations about politics. These are people like a lot of folks in the South who are low-wage workers, who are homeless, who have to literally sleep in their cars to go in and work the next day, who are getting paid less than minimum wage. And so I think we need to kind of touch grass a little bit and understand that there's a huge divorce that has happened between the so-called lesser of two evils and the people that they're supposed to be representing.
Brianna, what do you think about that? And a couple specific things that Claudia said there. The distinction that some on the left make between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, is that important to you, or do you think that that is actually a problematic distinction? And then as far as burying, whether it's Bernie or Jamal Bowman, did the Democratic Party bury them, or is it a reflection of voter preferences at the end of the day?
Okay, so let's go through this one at a time. I want to be really clear. I think that, you know, this game that a lot of progressives are saying, like, oh, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm just anti-Zionist. I think this is a game. I think this is nearly synonymous to what the Republicans do. When
I think the game is conflating the right-wing You're conflating a whole ass group of people with a right-wing government bent on settler colonialism and ethnic cleansing. That, Brianna, is a game that you are playing, and that, Brianna, is anti-Semitic.
they kind of have contempt for Black people and hide it with some language. I don't think this is true. I think anyone that believes that Jewish people are believing this should go to a temple.
What about having contempt for Arab people and hiding that under whatever the hell whatever the hell word game that you're playing here, trying to conflate Jewish people, many of whom are against what's going on in Gaza, with the government, with the current government of Israel. That's fucked up, Brianna.
Sometime and just talk to your Jewish neighbors. I can tell you, I cannot begin to tell you how many progressives.
Okay, so notice this, right? Because this comes up in the comments, right? Who brought up, like, you know, Jewish friends? It's actually Brianna. Because watch what happens here. Claudia's going to respond to that, and then the comments end up saying, "Oh, Brianna said," or like Claudia said, "My Jewish friend." Oh, look at that.
That are Jewish here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, these people are 100% playing games.
That I know that will never vote for another progressive candidate again because they feel under attack every single day. They've been there for Black Lives Matter. They've been there for Me Too. They've been there for trans people, and they don't feel like.
That's what it means to be progressive. That you're there for people, and that includes Palestinians, Brianna.
Progressives have their back and they don't feel like Jewish people count. So I completely reject that argument. There are ways to talk about Israel and to talk about the foreign policy there and to talk about the aggression that's out of proportion with the issue at hand in Gaza, but we are not interested.
This is what is like a shame. I feel like the conversation that Claudia wants to have just cannot happen in this toxic environment. I don't know. We'll see.
In doing that, we are leaning into crazy town, talking about dismantling Israel. You had a viral tweet a few days ago with someone talking about building a UN coalition to go in and forcibly dismantle Israel. So I just don't think that has credibility. Claudia, I also want to come back to some points that you said that I agree with, where you're talking about, poor people that just don't show up in social media in debates in the South. I'm from Mississippi. I
love how she has to make up straw men from posts that she read on Twitter. Rather than deal with the fact that the most opposition of Israel is similar in nature to the opposition to South Africa.
This over and over and over again. This is where I just cannot close my eyes and pretend that progressivism does not have a problem. And I would really love an answer to this. What is the damn plan to do that? Because I've spent a decade in progressive politics trying to get data together, trying to get a data strategy together to just identify those people, to try to get a credible organization together, to go canvass, to try to raise money so we can get candidates and resources out there so they can actually win elections. The core problem with progressivism is we've got beautiful ideas and we have our finger on the pulse and we understand what isn't working in American politics. But there's almost no one that is serious about doing the work and specifically the fundraising to go get this done. You can yell about AIPAC until you're blue in the face, but the reality is everything AIPAC is doing is legal. They're playing a game and progressives are just simply uninterested in playing that same game to get the policy that we want. So until we grow up, until we start cultivating a fundraising base, until we stop this fringe identity politics playbook that is just making us smaller and smaller and get really serious about building coalitions and putting together the same tools that the Republicans.
And the irony here is that, like, you know, identity politics get bandied about as, you know, a straw man a lot, right? But you can see a very recent incident of an appeal being made to identity by a candidate that didn't really have the best interest in mind for, you know, people of that identity. And I'm talking about Hillary Clinton. I'm talking about Hillary's, you know, weaponization of accusations of misogyny against Bernie Sanders. And ironically enough, that incident, that phenomenon, I think is the basis for a lot of the foothold that this sort of like anti-identity politics that is really more of a reactionary strain of leftism has crept in with, right? Like Hillary Clinton cynically used an appeal to, you know, concerns about misogyny as a bludgeon, as a cudgel against her political opponents. And that's kind of given license to a lot of the Voshes of the world to make similar accusations against people who have legitimate concerns of misogyny entering into our movement, not the least of whom are trans people who don't like being dragged along with him in his weird tweet to J.K. Rowling, supposedly in support of trans rights. You're giving something to a turf whose main contention is that trans rights advocates are misogynistic, and here is Vosh saying something misogynistic.
The Democrats and other organizations put together to win elections, we are going to lose. And the evidence that we are failing is the DSA is broke, Justice Democrats are broke, and we are losing right and left on the progressive side.
Claudia, I want to go back to you. If we can, okay, let's go to you. I want to go to Nomiki and get her thoughts, but go ahead, Claudia.
I want to jump in on two things. I think it's important again because the conflation comes back to Zionism is an economic, political, colonial project. And just as US imperialism is that in the global South. And so it plays a particular role. It's not the same thing as Judaism. It's not the same thing as Jewish people. And I do have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends that have historically stood against the extermination campaign of Palestinian people. Like there are diplomatic solutions that do not necessitate bombing entire communities. And so I wanted to say that because I think it's also necessary to say that. The second piece, in terms of like, where do you find these people? Fundraising. Why don't we not play? I think we need to define progressive because there's a progressive portion of people in electoral politics. And electoral politics is a piece of the pie. It's not the whole pie. Nothing that has been advanced in this country in history has been advanced solely through electoral politics. There have been social movements.
Ooh, coming up on that ContraPoints discourse from yesterday.
Have been historically annihilated by the state. Democrats and Republicans have done that job. And so I think it's important to say that as well, because when you say the left, you can't not only subscribe that title to the left in electoral politics or to the progressives in electoral politics. There's a whole world outside of that. And I will bring it back to the majority of people who have, the possibility of voting that do not vote, and they do not engage in voting because they don't see their interest in either of the two parties, even with those that are progressive, who have come into the Democratic Party, whose voices have been shot, whose campaigns have been dismantled, and they have not delivered for the people they supposedly represent because the Democratic Party, those who are in leadership, do not allow for any of these things to move forward. There is an inherent agenda that is political and is economic that sustains the Democratic Party and sustains the Republican Party, and that is Wall Street money, that is corporate money.
So Sisyphean's task is saying you all weren't kidding. That's got to be an AI filter. It's jumping and flickering. I don't know. I didn't want to say anything because I thought maybe that was just like what she looks like, or I don't know. Like I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? It felt mean, but yeah, it does seem like something's going on.
Money that is super PAC money, and if that's part of the equation, there's no way that the people will ever win. And so when you share about playing the same game, you're asking people to go into a rigged game in politics where voices like mine are shone. Bernie Sanders was not the most radical leftist. He was talking about things that could be gained under a capitalist system without minimally doing any type of tearing up to the capitalist system that sustains the Democratic Party. He was talking about universal health care. That is possible in a capitalist society. UK has it, and other countries have it as well. Access to free education, they have it. Why are people traveling to their native lands to get health care when they could get it here? If we were to stop financing war in many different fronts across the globe. And so I understand, you mentioned you were part of the progressive movement, but I also come from a left progressive movement since I was 13 years old that has very different politics.
Wait, is that Brianna saying that she was part of the progressive movement?
Laid out the view of seeing Israel as this colonial power related to the issues of the global South, whereas Brianna laid out that sort of rhetoric.
For me, it's like her facial expression. It just seems like odd. You know what I mean? Like I said before, she kind of had like the cat mouth, like or the like lion curls, and now Yeah, I guess there's something going on.
She thinks is not pragmatically useful to the progressive movement. What's your sense? Is that sort of language around something like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is it useful in the goal of electing progressives into positions of power, or is it counterproductive?
It depends on where you're running and what you're doing. I think we're making really broad statements about things. I live in New York. I happen to be in Europe right now seeking medical care, as Claudia mentioned. So I personally feel that deep in my heart. I was also on Bernie 2016 and 2020 and saw the vast differences in how those campaigns were structured, partially because of what Claudia said. The Democratic Party eats our movements alive. And in New York, specifically, we don't have really.
So you hear this phrase, yeah, you know, the Democratic Party is eating itself, they're eating their own, all that stuff, right? You hear it from Brianna and from Claudia, but they're talking about a fundamentally different thing. Like, Claudia is talking about more progressive voices being silenced, right? Brianna is looking at the party as being too progressive and as you know, attacking those who don't fit into the mold of who don't pass the purity test. So it's like the same words but two completely different meanings. And like, I'm not sure which one Nomiki's agreeing with.
Republican Party. Okay, there's some Republicans here and there. Obviously, you've got the crazies that you know, run upstate. I grew up in Buffalo, straight out of Buffalo, or met several of them. But for the most part, it's a Democratic state and a Democratic city. Okay, so you have the Democratic Party, which was Cuomo's party for a long time, and you have the WFP, which I think nationally people think, oh, WFP, they're progressive. But historically, the WFP in New York State, if you've been around,
Working Family's Party,
for longer than 5 years, you know how complicated that party was. It was born out of a right party in New York. And so suddenly they attached themselves to the DSA. And again, I'm a member of the DSA. I was
so here we go with the DSA stuff.
very close to WFP. I was in inner circles. I was representing our revolution in New York. I was there at the table when these organizations were taken over by certain leaders. And they started this table called the Progressive Table. And every single progressive group was at this table. And they were all asked to support the same candidates and support the same issues. And suddenly, who was spearheading everything? It was the WFP. So we no longer were talking about things like Medicare for all, Wall Street reform, accountability, taking on real estate, which is a big part of this. Suddenly, it was about hashtag tax the rich. Okay, New York taxes the rich more than anybody else. What about taxing real estate, which is displacing people? Suddenly, it was no longer about bread and butter issues that people care about. It was these divisive issues. And I think in the case of Jamal Bowman's race, where, you know, this has been reported now, I think.
Wait, it was divisive issues. It wasn't issues that people care about. I mean, it's not like, look, I think that taxing the rich is a working class issue. I'm not sure exactly what she's talking about though. Like, I mean, obviously,
He was quiet for a while, but he had a massive, in the last 6 months of his campaign, he went through several campaign managers, his team was pushed out, and then WFP took it over. And so I asked, why was there a rally outside of his district, a GOTV rally? Why was it that, you know, AOC was collecting data and not Jamal Bowman? These are these are decisions that have a big impact on a race. And of course, AIPAC spent more money than possible on Jamal Bowman, symbolically trying to make AIPAC specifically, the progressive movement specifically about, you know, this divide that you guys are having right now. But that is now what the progressive movement has become. You know, Justice Democrats had to lay off a ton of people because online fundraising is down, the algorithms have shifted. You know, Justice Democrat staff was taken over by WFP staff. I mean, these are real things to talk about. So when I ran 2 years ago, as Brianna mentioned, and everyone came after me, I ran in my district in a redistricting year, the only person that ran in my district, and DSA did not have nominations for the new districts in our district. Someone from outside of our.
is it just me or is she not easy to understand? I'm a little confused.
2 years ago, as Brianna mentioned, and everyone came after me. I ran in my district in a redistricting year, the only person that ran in my district, and DSA did not have nominations for the new districts in our.
Okay, wait. This is. I'm the only one who ran? That's like literally not true, right? So I'm not the only one who's confused here. She doesn't want to be understood. She is off in her own universe. Yeah. Look, I didn't want to say anything. I don't want to, you know, make assumptions or anything like that, but she's just not very coherent here.
Our district. Someone from outside of our district who had no experience in left movement, who worked for Amex, was the DSA darling. It's somebody who actually lived in the district, worked in Democratic
American Express?
progressive politics, was part of DSA, was shunned. Well, maybe that's because the DSC political committee was now taken over by WFP. And I'm saying this because this is how decisions are made. A lot of people know me from reforming the Democratic Party, being on that commission. What we had to do on that commission for 2 years was dismantle.
Oh, you're right, chat. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, there's something going on. There's some kind of filter, kind of AI thing.
How the Democratic Party made
It's like curling her smile in an unnatural way.
We had to go through finances. We had to figure out who the consultants were on the steering committees. Shocker. The committee that oversees all of the Democratic Party is full of consultants who are not elected by the Democratic Party, but making decisions on behalf of the entire DNC. And many of them are representing weapons manufacturers. Many of them are representing, think tanks that are fairly conservative, bipartisan. So you have to look at these institutions in a very detailed way. So when I was smeared online for being a traitor, it's like a traitor for what? You guys didn't have an actual debate about who's the DSA candidate. There are people from.
So look, this is not professional. This feels like David Pakman poaching a Majority Report guest after she becomes like harmful to the movement and is incoherently ranting about how she's been persecuted. And like normally that would be the kind of thing of like, okay, you know what? This is not a good guest. Maybe we wrap up the segment. Maybe we find a way to cut her mic off or something like that. But you know, this needs to like not go on. Like this is just not this is not a good look here, right? But Brianna wants it to go on because she is courting Nomiki here. She is courting Nomiki. She is trying to appeal to Nomiki's sense of persecution and essentially recruit her. And I don't know. I mean, like, it's just a bad look.
Outside of our district coming in and influencing it. And I'm just one example of many. So in the case of Joel Bowman, yes, AIPAC threw a crap ton of money at that district, but also internally, their campaign was overtaken and in dysfunction. And he, 5,000 votes divided? So AIPAC, all of that money, I believe that those 5,000 votes could have been overcome had there been actual detailed structural organizing in that district. And I feel really sad to see that because we've seen that with plenty of other candidates. Cori Bush has been pretty much abandoned, my dear friend, and she's like a real deal fighter. And you know what, they're waiting now for the last month to help out her campaign. August is her election, early August. So if we want to have progressive institutions, we have to understand how institutions work. We have to understand how people co-opt institutions. We have to understand how money flows. You know, you can't
let's talk about that.
Online who says something.
Yeah.
Brianna, I mean, the Bowman case is an interesting one as a lens through which we can think about some of these things. What resonates more with you? Is it the AIPAC stuff? Because as far as I know, AIPAC has also funded opponents to some other squad members, but have failed, arguably because they were maybe better candidates than Bowman. Is it about Bowman as a candidate? Is it about some other thing? Is it the organizing, as Nomiki points out? What do you make of the Bowman case?
So I'm going to answer your question, but I just want to pause respectfully for a moment. And
What do I think about your conspiracy theory, Bad Ash? Brianna Wu isn't actually real and is only an AI program. I've heard stranger things. Stranger things claimed about to have gone on in Twitch poll. It's entirely possible.
I asked Claudia and Nomiki a very direct question. And that question, to repeat, was where are we getting the money from and why can't we build a coalition? Yeah, I did not get an answer to either of those. Claudia, coming back to your answer a minute ago, respectfully, you talked very vaguely about past social justice movements. You know, I come from Mississippi. We had the very famous murders in the civil rights era, just like very near my house, where Mississippi sheriff took out his service revolver and executed 3 people trying to register Black people to vote. 2 of those people were Jewish.
Shakespeare says Claudia is such a mood. Yeah, that's my mood. Right? This is going to be a tough one to get through. And look, I don't know, like if I can't like I feel like I wouldn't know what's going on here without the background that I have about Brianna Wu and the background that Chad is giving me about Nomiki Konst, right? And so I can only imagine like what Claudia is thinking. This is a tough situation.
Talking about building movements of a lot of different people as an answer for the money. But the truth is the progressive coalition is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I know you can't see it, but there are a lot of Jews in this country that are never going, we have so much work to do to regain Jewish trust. And I don't know if it's even possible. I think there are a lot of other groups out there that we are losing trust with because they don't think we have their back. They feel like they are cannibalized and attacked every single time they have a very slight difference of opinion. And I think that without money, without people, without data, without a strategy, I don't see how we succeed. David, coming back to your question there, I want to answer it very directly. Bowman was a very flawed candidate, and it's very easy to blame AIPAC, but Bowman did not take care of stuff at home.
Here's what worries me about her rhetoric, right? Like, to me, it sounds ridiculous, but when you see somebody like Trump go out there and say ridiculous shit over and over again using the same ridiculous words, it works, right? It works. I keep on thinking that I've heard this rhetoric somewhere else before. I keep on thinking I've heard this whole idea of like the left cannibalizing itself, and that, like, you know, if you're a right winger on the left and you say something fucked up and bigoted and other people are like, hey, that's kind of fucked up and bigoted, and you're like, I'm being cannibalized. They're eating me. They're eating me. I'm going to get eaten. Help. It's just like, I don't know. It's like,
if you go read the quotes of, people that were talking about,
she needs to stop speaking for Jewish people. Yeah.
They didn't support him. It was things like school teachers in the district that talked about how they would see Latimer every few weeks, and they'd only seen Bowman like 1 or 2 times over the entire time he had served as their congressman. So I think that AIPAC, it's very, very easy to blame AIPAC, but the reality is Bowman was down before the race and he finished down after the race. AIPAC just basically made sure there was not a change there. We cannot like AIPAC. We cannot like money in politics. I agree with that. I work with Cenk all the time, and we agree the core problem with American politics is this corruptive influence of money. But to change the policy on that, we've got to change the game. That means fundraising. It means building candidates. It means data infrastructure. We've had a decade to get serious about all of those things. Nomiki, I've talked to you about this in private more times than I can count, the desperate need to do this work. And there's just no one on the progressive side that's serious about this. Until we get serious, we are going to continue losing.
Can I counter that just for a second?
Sure.
Okay.
And then I want to go back to Claudia if we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up the progressive table.
Sure.
When the progressive table happened, at first you thought, oh, this is a great idea. You're bringing the families together. You're all going to have.
This is very much a yes and.
But there was no.
I thought maybe she's going to disagree with Brianna, but no.
Lists are very valuable in campaigns. People start to take over lists simultaneously. I think people in this space, I have really good friends who.
You can't stand this woman. She's terrible. Well, guess what? She's the new JoJo villain.
Did this for Bernie. They said that the power of email, the power of texting has been going down and has for campaigns all over the country because of algorithms, because people are annoyed. So it's not just about data and it's not just about fundraising. You don't have, the vehicles aren't operating the same way they used to. This is getting very technical, but this is the reality of how this stuff works. I run Matriarch, as you know, Brianna. Matriarch has trained these candidates. We're working with all these races across the country, and these are working people. And everyone's trying to crowdsource. The difference between what we were able to fundraise 2 years ago and what we are now, same data infrastructure, is 80% down across the board. It's why Justice isn't raising money. Add to it these divisions, add to it this online conflict, add to it, and this is separate from the Democratic Party. We're just talking about progressive organizations across the board. So it's nice to say we have to fundraise. We do have those vehicles to do so. It's just they're not operating the same way anymore. And that is where I point to the right wing and the tech, the right wing tech overlords who have completely obliterated progressives' ability to do that kind of grassroots work. I mean, look at.
So what's her difference of opinion? She's saying it's not so much the. Oh my God! This reminds me of like Keffels and Poppy and Xena. Like if you've ever listened, like I mean, people started talking about Poppy and Xena after all the abuse allegations came up. Before that, they were like bad take machines, and they were very adamant about it too. Like they had this whole like schema worked out about like left. It was just basically like, here's why woke scolds are fucking evil, and we gotta eliminate them, and like, and here's why Vosh is good. Like it was just this like completely cringe kind of philosophy, but it's this kind of stuff. It's this weird reactionary thing going on that just preys on people's fragility. And what Brianna's saying, it's the goddamn woke scolds. Nomiki's saying, no, it's also the tech bros and their algorithms. But I'm guessing their conclusion is going to be the same.
Look at how Twitter functions now. I mean, this is not the same world we were living in 2016 at all. And it's not that people haven't tried; they have. And where they've been successful, they've been overtaken. Justice Democrats, as you know very well, operated in its own way a few years ago, changed leadership, people were pushed out. Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016 was very different than Bernie Sanders 2020. The people who won you Iowa and Michigan and all these states were pushed out or sidelined. And there was a campaign manager lovely guy.
Hey, what's up, Fuzzy Slippers?
If you value what we do at the David Pakman Show, remember
I don't, though. I don't. Sorry.
About and get your perspective on. Do you think to some degree Bowman was a flawed candidate?
Sorry, David. I don't value it. Nomiki says a million words, but never says anything. I don't know. Yeah, Fuzzy Slippers. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's feeling this. Yeah, Claudia's like, what the hell did I agree to? That's what I would be saying too, right? I was just saying that if I didn't know what I know about Brianna and Nomiki and maybe even didn't know that much about David, and I was in Claudia's position, I would be so confused right now. And look, she's, like I said, the conversation that she's trying to have here is a conversation that needs to be had, right? I'm just like, it's sad to see it popping up in a place where it's not going to be appreciated. And, it feels like Nomiki and Brianna are like having their own conversation over here.
Or do you not buy that at all?
I mean, I'm not a fan of Bowman. I'm not. And so I'm not going to sit here and defend Bowman and what he didn't do. Because again, I'm talking about the betrayal of some of these candidates to their own people, to their own constituency, and not delivering on their promises. But in addition to that factor, there's a money factor, the money factor that Brianna's talking about, which I think is important because we can't talk about anything in the world if we don't talk about money and how to make things happen. I'm not being vague. Whoever finances a campaign has influence in the politics that are being shaped. That is real. And if we continue to say that only billionaires and super PACs, people with money, are the ones that are influencing politics, they're not going to influence politics for the interest of the majority of people who don't have money. It is not true. And so we need to get really real about what money is it that is coming into politics. With Bowman's race, it was over $15 million that were raised, and that didn't only come from AIPAC. They came from Republican donors.
Yes.
Like, if we don't see the farce of what this democracy is, I don't know, like Republicans financing a primary for Democrats, that is ludicrous. And so I get what you're saying, Nomiki, in terms of being outed as a.
So it's another example where the Supreme Court's effect on the little bit of democracy that is present in the system, the little bit of volition people have in terms of choosing their leaders, is undermined like this. I mean, I think that this is the message that anyone carrying forward a progressive stance is going to have to bring up. The way forward is through the Supreme Court. All right? Because that has become so politicized, and there's been such a power grab. There's such an obvious conflict of interest And honestly, I would say that the buzzards of illegitimacy are circling around the corpse of the judicial branch at this point. It is fucking dire. It is fucking dire, and it needs to be talked about. And campaign finance is one aspect of this.
As a, enemy, as a traitor for putting the truth out. I mean, Julian Assange just came out of prison for putting out the truth of warmongering. And so I think, again, if we don't learn from history and if we don't learn from context, if we don't learn about what has happened historically in any institution, we will lack reality. And I understand in terms of coalition building as well, because coalition building, again, doesn't only happen in electoral politics. It's happening in politics generally. And there's a very, very key aspect of coalition building, and that's principle. That's unified.
360 Tours, thank you for the boomer ass take. Bernie is a communist. I stay away from mass killers. I stay away from members of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Thank you very much.
Basis of principle and basis of alignment. And I think if we can agree that there is a genocide happening, that people are being exterminated, that the United States government is financing that with taxpayer money.
Oh my God.
We could probably engage in a conversation, but I think the essence of our perspectives are very different. And
yeah,
so
Brianna, I see you shaking your head, Brianna, at the idea that I think the wording was from Claudia, all agreeing about a genocide happening, and you shook your head. I'm guessing you don't agree with that.
I know this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion. I think it's a conventional war. I don't think it's a genocide. I think there's a reason these numbers keep getting revised down. I think there's a reason that the number of women and children killed was, shot so far up, and now that's been retracted. Over and over, there's this narrative that's out there. Al-Shifa Hospital being a great example that people are out there making wild claims, and then you look into it after the fact and it's not true. But I'm willing to put all of that aside because I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. I think this war is disproportionate. I don't think it's helping Israeli security. And ultimately, my goal is not to help Israel, it's to help the United States. I know what you can't see is that the Jews that have been the backbone of the progressive movement, the Jews that have been there for Me Too and Black Lives Matter and wrote big checks and helped gay marriage get funded and have been there every step of the way, they are furious and they are hurt. And the way you're talking about, hold on, no. The way you're talking about Bowman is like AIPAC came in and spent a bunch of money and then stole democracy. And I need to tell you that is not true. I was in New York last weekend, and the reality is Bowman.
Okay, now check this out, because I think that she's about to say that she was canvassing for Latimer, which is funny, right? Because Progressive Voice at the same time, Progressive Victory. Goddamn, Progressive Voice is that YouTube channel. Progressive Victory, was actually canvassing for Bowman this time.
Said many things, including denying the rapes of October 7th, that I found disgusting and a lot of Jewish people found disgusting. And it was people power showing up to hold him accountable and get out there and mobilize the vote and win. And the way you're talking about this makes it sound like Jews don't count. And it's just not true. If we are serious.
What about Palestinians counting? Why is that never brought up? Why is this acceptable discourse, right?
About building people power, if your theory that we don't need money and we need people is true,
that's not my theory. That's not my theory.
We've got to go.
Work Appropriate says Claudia's face is the same as our faces when we hear these freaking monsters like Brianna Wu.
Rebuild that.
Yeah, Brad Ash. Weird. I thought all minorities are the backbone of the progressive movement.
With Jewish people, we've got to revisit the bread and butter politics with women. We've got to revisit and rebuild the coalition from the ground up because it is disintegrating from this cannibalism and this sanctimony.
Brianna, you're literally in your argument. You are affirming that the big checks come from the Jewish community. That's the first thing. That's what you've been saying. And I want to clarify this. I'm not saying that movements don't need funding. What I am saying is that the funding determines the politics. And that is
Hold
very
on a sec. Let me
important.
just
I'm
jump
not-
in because I think I misunderstood something. I just want to make, before we get past it, you said, Claudia, that Brianna said big checks come from the Jewish community. Did you say or imply that? I just didn't hear
certainly
that.
did
And if I
not.
missed it,
I
that's a
certainly
key
did
thing.
not. I said people from the Jewish community got organized and went out there to work that race, and I was part of that
No,
race.
before
That was my statement.
Before that.
You
But
did say that
before
they were
that,
funding gay
before
marriage
that,
and they wrote checks.
Before that, there was a statement, and you can go back to the tape and verify it. There was a statement that was made in terms of the big checks and how the Jewish community necessarily feels betrayed. Like
Jewish
there
people are a
was
big
that.
part of the progressive movement. They always have been.
And all I have to say is that I know that they have been. Jewish people, like many other people, have been part of many movements, not only here in the United States, but all across the globe.
Look, I feel like there's a discernible anti-Semitic subtext to what Brianna is saying, what Brianna's on about there.
Wherever they are those progressive, conscious, like many other different identities, nationalities have been there. And what I am trying to say, and what I am saying, and I'm going to go back to this question of essence. There is a difference in your perspective and mine. We have different politics. And so while I understand the point in terms of many Jewish people feeling a sense of betrayal, that does not in any way erase the fact that there are so many other people that feel betrayed as well. You talked about here in the United States and the Black Lives Matter movement. Well, the Black Lives Matter movement didn't solve the issue of police brutality. It hasn't solved it. In fact, the Democratic Party pumped in more money into police.
Yeah, tokenization. Yeah, only facts.
Policing last year than they did before. And the historic numbers of police brutality increased in 2023 under Biden. And so, again,
Yeah, she is like she's literally like being like, well, I've talked to Jewish people and they say blah 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 blah, and she's like literally her description is a conflation of the Jewish people with the policies of Israel's right-wing government.
I don't deny the involvement,
Brianna just repeated Nick Fuentes' talking points and then denied the genocide of the Palestinians. In terms of her description of checks,
engagement of Jewish people. I mean, there's Jewish Voices for Peace. There's many different organizations at the ground doing real work.
I really feel like that was a mask off moment for Brianna, like more than usual.
Relationship to what's happening in the world, not solely around Palestine.
She interned for a segregationist Trent Lott in the 2000s.
And that is valid. However, to say that somehow this would economically also impact the support and the growing of a movement.
They should replace Biden with Claudia. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
That's kind of like, it makes me feel a certain type of way. Yes, fundraising is important, but where it's coming from is important. I don't think AIPAC, my honest opinion, I don't think AIPAC.
Look, here's the deal. Like, right, progressives should care about Jewish people because, Jewish people are constantly the victims of anti-Semitism because that's a very real thing. It's, historical, it's been there historically, and it is very much on the rise right now, right? Not because Jewish people can, what did she say? Basically something about Jewish people writing checks for the movements. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't know what the fuck that is besides like anti-Semitic. Like, the progressivism should care about, different, groups because they're human beings. It doesn't take, like a buy-in. That's what it sounds like she's describing. She's describing like a buy-in. As what entitles Jewish people to consideration, but like you don't need it. You don't need a reason. You don't need an excuse to entitle people to consideration. Yeah, there's just like the mechanics of how her fucking brain works. It's kind of anti-Semitic. I gotta say. She's basically saying like Jewish money is behind XYZ. Yeah, exactly.
Necessarily the representation of the Jewish community. I don't believe that.
Okay, there's a lot there. So, Brianna, do you think Jewish Voices for Peace is the representation of the Jewish community? Because that's another group Claudia mentioned.
I'm not Jewish. I can't say for sure. What I can say is when I go visit, when I go to temple or I talk to my Jewish friends that are progressive, by the way, right here in Massachusetts.
So yeah, who's saying my Jewish friend? It's definitely Brianna. However, if you scroll down to David Pakman's comments, you're going to see more comments. You're trying to put that in Claudia's mouth.
We have the 8th highest number of Jews. I can say they don't feel that really represents them. And I think if you look at the leadership, it's not a lot of Jewish people there.
I mean, look, I'll be real. David seems to have a problem with Jewish Voices for Peace.
I mean, listen, I was not going to interject anything of mine here, but just because this seems relevant, I'll mention, as a Jewish progressive myself, I don't feel represented by Jewish Voices for Peace nor by AIPAC.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you a couple anecdotes in the last few years that have made me, as someone who has been part of this movement for a long time, feel like, whoa, do they want me in this movement? Number one was around the time of the Women's March and some of the statements that came out about Jewish women aren't intersectional or oppressed enough to be on the leadership of Women's March. As a Jewish progressive myself, I thought, whoa, hold on a second. So do they want my help? I don't know, because this is a group this is a movement I've been supporting for a long time. And I recently went to a pride parade.
Wait a minute. Okay, so question one, and I don't know the details of the Women's March or what they were trying to achieve there, but was that they said they didn't want I can imagine me. I don't want to speculate, chat, but I can imagine something like that being said about, if they wanted to try to incorporate women of color into the leadership. That doesn't necessarily preclude Jewish women. And it's kind of, I don't know. But again, I'm just speculating, right? I don't know what David is referring to. Anybody in chat know about the Women's March that David's talking about?
As a straight ally myself. And there was a float in the parade I went to that was Queers for Palestine, which is fine. And they had these puppets that were the stereotypical Jewish long nose money grubbing thing.
Queers for Palestine float in Pride. Yeah. And he says there were puppets, that were made to look like anti-Semitic tropes. So here's the thing. Understand, Pride Parade is a pretty large undertaking. There's usually a large number of people involved. Large enough that I would expect some people involved in the parade and probably some people involved in Queers for Palestine themselves to be Jewish. I'm not sure I buy anti-Semitic puppets passing, being just okayed and everybody being like, yeah, no, that's totally fine. Yeah, have your little anti-Semitic puppet show, really obvious tropes, right? Especially on a Queers for Palestine float, because that is, I don't know, and I don't want to say that this didn't happen because I wasn't there, but Sunday and Brooks even tried to look for that on stream and could find nothing. Came up on the internet. So wait, so he's telling us that there was an anti-Semitic puppet show going on the Queers for Palestine float in the Pride Parade, and nobody videotaped that and put that on the internet because, oh my God, would that ever fucking pop off, right? That would be a huge deal, right? Nobody else saw it and videotaped it. Nobody involved in the Pride Parade, and certainly nobody involved in the Queers for Palestine float said anything, thought anything, had any objection. They were just all like, "Oh yeah, cool, anti-Semitism. Do your anti-Semitic puppet show." It just doesn't pass the smell test. And again, I wasn't there, so I don't want to make any definitive claim. I'm somehow feel like Queers for Palestine would be protesting the parade rather than in it. giving me Tim Pool vibes. It does, doesn't it? It does.
And I said, holy crap, I can't
If that existed, says Fuzzy Slippers, it would be everywhere. I agree.
think of a bigger straight ally for the LGBTQ community. I've been doing it 18 years on this show. It's making me feel pushed out, and I don't know that they want me. So maybe to talk a little bit about this identity thing that Brianna is bringing up, does anyone on the panel worry that there is a way? Brianna called it a reduction in size of who gets to be in the progressive movement. Some call it litmus tests, some call it use of identity politics. Is anybody on the panel concerned about that other than Brianna?
I mean, I wouldn't even, some of it's litmus tests and some of it's just targets. You know, if someone doesn't fall in line with a specific thing that a leader or a group says, you're on the enemies list without any real understanding of what might be happening behind the scenes. I mean, this has happened with countless people who've been erased, canceled, whatever, because they made one comment or did this, or it was a misinterpretation.
Here we go.
Actual litmus tests. But what I'm concerned, you know, this dynamic that we're talking about right now is exactly what the strategy is, to take two very, you know, unique arguments. I'm not saying that it's radical because there's perspectives all over the place on these issues. My partner's Jewish. We've had these conversations, very tense conversations over the last, 9-10 months about this. Incredibly tense conversations, frankly. And, I think what I would say, and David, what you just illustrated is an example of that is, on one side, the Jewish community is not this blanket community. And to even think that all Jews think the same way and feel the same way is reductionist. And that's exactly what they're trying to set up. On the other side, I also think I've seen a lot of progressives online, and I'm not sure all of it's real, to be honest.
I'm finding the President Sunday made a tweet about this.
Or sometimes people fall in and don't have an education of the tropes of stuff that is actually anti-Semitic. But again, it doesn't mean every single Palestinian activist has the same beliefs. Of course, there are people out there who, might be right-wing, listen, Roger Stone is famous for this kind of stuff, going to a protest and putting things out there. And then what happens is it's like an influence campaign. There's someone who may not be as educated, younger, falls for it, doesn't know that that's anti-Semitic, doesn't know the history, says the wrong word. And then the people who just straight up, are anti-Semitic for sure, but maybe aren't on the left. It's complicated is what I'm saying, is we can't just put everybody in one spot and the other spot and be reductionist about this. I have learned so much in the last 9 months from my partner and dear friends about being a progressive Jew and what it means, and also the history of even the more progressive Jewish organizations and what their backgrounds are historically. I mean, Claudia, you brought this up. Movements have complicated histories. I've also learned about how foreign influence campaigns are absolutely weaponizing this debate right now. They want it to be not complicated. They want it to be, you're either this or you're this, because it's easy to move people that way. But this is why this conversation is, I think, really helpful and uncomfortable at times. You're getting into the weeds, David. And I think that's powerful.
So chat, this is like this is the closest thing that I can find.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm a little bit scared. It's always bad to look at Twitter, on stream, because you don't know if there's going to be music or somebody says something inappropriate. It says Queers for Palestine stormed the Portland Pride Parade with some sort of bizarre demonic puppet. They're not saying anything anti-Semitic is large. And again, this is just an account on Twitter. We don't even know if this is what it's claiming to be. Also, if they're saying, if it's like a random group of Queers for Palestine storming a Portland Pride Parade, I mean, like, this could just as easily be agitators. Okay, so there is a puppet of some sort. Anybody got opinions? This is in Portland. I don't know where David Pakman lives, but I'm assuming it's not Portland. It's a Palestinian child. I didn't see anything that, in fact, the post didn't even seem to say that anything there. I don't know if that's what Pakman's talking about, but that is an incident of Queers for Palestine with a puppet. But yeah, as far as anti-Semitic tropes, did not see any. They are getting some support. I mean, it is a little bit mixed, right? You can hear that certain tone to the cheers, where you can tell that there's some people that maybe aren't thrilled to see them there, but overall a positive reception from that group that seems to have just kind of tagged along the Pride Parade.
But like,
He's from Massachusetts. Okay.
we as progressives also have a responsibility.
So that can't be what he's talking about.
Palestine progressives have a responsibility to understand the history of anti-Semitism, just as, I think many Jewish activists have to have an understanding of the oppression that other communities have faced and how they've always been pitted against each other. And, that's gone on for, at this point, 70 years.
Claudia, if you had to assess, right, or go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I agree with a lot of what Nomiki just mentioned in terms of like identity politics. I'm not a fan of identity politics.
Oh, wait, Portland, Maine? No, I think it was Portland, Oregon. Wait, did I look at it? Maybe. Oh, no, it says Maine. Yeah, you're right. It is Portland, Maine. When I saw Portland Pride Parade. Okay, so I guess it's conceivable. I mean, it's not. Maine's a little far, but not really that far. It's not impossible.
I feel like in so many different ways, identity politics are a construction of academia, which is basically also connected to many other types of funding. And it has sipped into movement to categorize and fragment. So that's my understanding of it. However, I say that, and I also say that it is important to center and to be able to know, as you mentioned, the histories of historically marginalized communities and find a certain level of commonality as we potentially can to be able to form these coalitions. But it does take very difficult conversations and the ability to be
Fuzzy Slipper says, I wish just one panel would mention there's non-Jewish Zionists. Yeah, Fuzzy Slippers, in the United States of America, that is the majority of the Zionists out there are evangelical Christians, not Jewish people. Conflating, conflating a people with an ideology is, yeah, anti-Semitic.
Able to like have a certain level of compassion, like in terms of the anti-Semitic reality, the reality of many Jewish people. And David, you could speak to it more than anyone else.
Wait, are we saying that Biden deserves a gift basket? I mean, he deserves a gold watch.
Here, there is huge amounts of suffering through generations, but we cannot deny the suffering of the Palestinian people either. And so we need to have that conversation, and it's uncomfortable. We need to have a conversation about the role of the United States, not only in Palestine, but also in Africa, also in Asia, also in Latin America. I'm Caribbean. The United States has backed many different occupations in countries from where I come from. And so these are things that we need to know, because if we want to have an informed sense of what actually happens and how our money, taxpayers' money, that could be invested here to deal with the issues of healthcare, to deal with the issues of housing, to deal with the multi-levels of crises that we experience, and how those are being divested into doing all sorts of things across the globe, we need to have a sense of history. And that is all I'm saying. I think identity politics historically, well, at least for the last 10 years, there's a lot of people that don't find their space in movement. There's a lot of people that feel they are canceled, they're shunned out, not only on the identities of gender or the identity of race, but also the identity of age, where some people may feel that older folks have nothing to bring into the table because this is a new.
Look, I mean, unfortunately, some people are saying that they feel canceled and shunned out because their ability to, exercise their privileged entitlement is frustrated in left spaces, and that's a good thing.
And all that does is weaken movements. And so we need to find ways of strengthening movements, but we also need to be able to touch grass, and we also need to be able to have a sense of history.
Follow us on social media.
Okay.
Maybe we'll go left to right as I see the three of you. Brianna, feel free to react to anything that's just been said that you haven't yet been able to react to, but
Yes.
also in thinking about the last element of this, What do you think the progressive movement should absolutely not do over the next?
Wait, okay, so I should probably check in and take a look and see what's going on. This is a good time for me to take a break for just a second. Take a look at the poll. Moms for Liberty ahead on shorts, 32% to 26% for Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. Cenk supports RFK at 22%. RFK barbecued, getting barbecued, and not winning, down at 20% there. If we look over here, we have on the full screen, we have Moms for Liberty meet drag queens at 40%. Mehdi Hassan at 29%, RFK barbecued at 16%, and Cenk Uyghur supporting RFK down at 15%. So it seems like a two topic race. We look at the donations; it's almost equal on donations. Moms for Liberty meets drag queens is ahead though when it comes to the polls. So it looks like that is currently winning pretty handily. It's still possible though. It's still possible. Either Mehdi Hassan or the Moms for Liberty viral clip could win. But yeah, we're almost done with this. This has been an extremely long stream, longer than I intended to stream for. However, you got to get to the bottom of the rabbit hole and see what's there, see what kind of mad tea party we might be having down at the bottom. And we're almost to the bottom here. We're almost to the bottom. And then after that, we will watch a second topic of your choice. It looks like right now, the choice seems to be Moms for Liberty meeting a drag queen. Remember, when you donate, you can affect that, right? Anybody who donates or anybody who has donated, right? Because there's some people I didn't get your answer for this, but if you, after you donate, if you tell me what you want your donation to go to, I will apply that amount as a percentage to the poll. So we could still have the poll go either way. It kind of at this point depends on the donors. Also, though, if you haven't voted yet, you can vote. You can vote on the shorts stream. You can vote on the full screen stream on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, unfortunately, we don't have a poll there because the polls are weird and they'll only stay open for 10 minutes. So go vote on YouTube if you want to. Also, if you're on one of those streams and you haven't voted in the other, just know that you can do that. All I ask is that you leave a like on the other stream if you go over to the other stream to vote, because some people have figured out that they can switch streams and they can vote on both. So I might as well tell you all, and let you know that any donations, whether it's super chats, super stickers, whether it is contributions to Throne, signups for Patreon, or oh my god, I forgot what. Moms versus Drag Queens is getting $2 more. So you see how this works? Work appropriate just super chatted $2, and I am adding 2% to Moms for Liberty meet Drag Queens, which is winning even. Oh my god, my voice, chat, my voice. I'm starting to sound like Joe Biden here. I don't know. But regardless, that seems to be in the lead. That reminds me though, it's time. Because I forgot to, I usually shout out Patreon. I usually do it in the beginning, and I forgot. I've been forgetting. That's bad. I need to remember. Okay. So thank you to my fancy Weagazles, Omega Star, Jules K, Moe Nope, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. And I've heard some people having issues with the Patreon. If you are, message me and I'll try to help you. I'll try to figure out what's going on. It might be because I changed to tiers. And like as opposed to people just like putting down whatever they want. I switched it to tiers, so there's different tiers. With Fancy Weasel, you get a shout out. We got another $2 going to Mommy Drag Queens, and that makes it 39%. Look at that. But yeah, I've had some people saying that they signed up for Patreon and it's not showing them. So I'm gonna try to figure out what's going on with that. Irene, no love us. We are forgotten children. Wait, what am I forgetting? Oh, you want to see Claudia on stream? Yeah, so if we yeah, I'm trying to coordinate a podcast with Shakespeare and Zira. I did get Zira's availability, so hopefully that'll be a little bit easier now and more possible. And yeah, it'd be really cool to have a guest on, because that's a cool thing for a podcast, is to do like a little bit of conversation with other people on the podcast, and then to bring a guest on. That is, you know, some of my favorite podcasts work like that. So we are trying to put this together. I'm working on a lot, chat. This though, and my my battery is running low. You know, I kind of have to stream a lot in order to keep my life working. But yeah, we're trying. There's a bunch of stuff on my plate as far as making the Patreon better, as far as putting together a podcast, as far as doing some prepared content. That's the only way that you really pop off. Anyway, chat. So that's where we are with the poll right now. It looks like Mommy Drag Queens is well in the lead. Remember, if you donate in any way, or if you have donated and I haven't put your money on the board yet, just let me know which of these subjects that you want to see, and I will add that as a percentage to the percentage it's getting in the poll. But right now, looks like it might be Mommy Drag Queens. It could also be Medi-Hassan. We'll see. Anyway, what is the button that I always say that I should push? This one. This button right here to get myself back into the David Pakman show. We're gonna finish this, okay?
3 to 5 years. If the goal
We're gonna finish this.
Actually get some wins and gain some power.
So that's such a good question. You know, Claudia, I hope at some point we can go out and get some coffee or something. I don't want this. I feel like I'm disagreeing with you more than I want to today. So I apologize about that in advance. But it kind of leads into David's questions. I want to like propose a counter perspective to what you just said. Yeah, you're talking about the United States foreign policy, and you know, talking about like this is something that progressives need to really get involved with and make it a core value, right? I really disagree.
So she doesn't want that, because she wants to be like a progressive, or at least she says she wants to be a progressive. Here's what she really wants. She wants to be a progressive and bitch about the left. She wants to advocate her right-wing rhetoric as a progressive. In other words, she wants to run the same fucking grift that we've seen from Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, Anna Kasparian, and all the rest. Right? So she's threatened by this idea that there might be any kind of a litmus test of like, hey, you know, you say you're progressive. How do you feel about genocide? And if your answer is what genocide? Are you really progressive?
Agree with this. You know, I think that, you know, Nomiki was talking about this foreign interference that has really crept in and made it difficult for us to get our message out with bots, something I agree with. And I think part of this is
the bots.
Is this anti-Western?
Like, I'm sure there are bots out there, but Jesus Christ, like you sound like when you say like, you know, yeah, there's bots, right? Twitter, right, for instance, right, is filled with bots. Some people estimate there's more like bots than people, but to kind of be specific and be like, oh yeah, well, you know, the side that I disagree with, yeah, that's where the bots are coming from. Those people that I disagree with, those people cooking me on Twitter, those are all bots.
Anti-American
botted. Meanwhile, Brianna literally has been caught, you know, using using extra accounts to praise her own status, right?
Unfortunately seeped in and come to be a core part of the progressive movement. And
She sounds like Sneeko. That's right. She's talking about NPCs.
100% against the Iraq War. That was how I got my start in American politics, in progressive politics. But at the same time, I don't think progressives have ever given Obama credit for, the fight against ISIS and the good things we did with that. I think that, when you're seeing this operation to stop Houthis from attacking union workers on shipping vessels and just make sure our global supply chain is operating normally, I don't think that we see, I think progressives are on the wrong side of this. So, David, to come back to your question, like what do progressives fundamentally need to not do in the next 5 years? This is my core message. Progressives have a much, much, much harder job than Republicans or Democrats do, because we want really big structural change. We want things like healthcare reform. We want real structural reform to racism in this country. And the only way we can do that is by getting this really broad buy-in from the right and the left and normal people, normal working class people. And I think a really core component of that is we've got to exile this anti-American, anti-West.
So there we go. Nobody exile me. Nobody cancel me. I'm surrounded by cannibals and they're eating me up. But you know who we really should eat up? People who stand against genocide. The Democratic Party is too small, but we got to get rid of everybody who's not putting up with ethnic cleansing. Everybody who's got a problem with that, they got to go. They got to go.
Sentiment here. I think America is a really fantastic country. I'm proud to live here. I'm proud of my friends that serve in the armed forces. And I think when we talk about America like it's this colonialist evil empire, I think we are driving away the normal people that we fundamentally need to bring into our fold. So we can have a criticism of American foreign policy, and I will always help lead that discussion. But I'm tired of talking about our own country like it's the enemy. It's not. America is one of the very best countries in the world, and we should be proud of it.
Claudia, let me go to you next, and then we'll go to Nomiki. What do you think?
So what is she really saying there? She stands behind imperialism. And she will not allow any criticism of it in her midst. She will actively try to purge you from an ideology that she herself seems to be constantly indicating that she is leaving. Who must go, Brianna? Who must go?
I think that the progressive movement needs to avoid over the next 3 to 5 years if the goal is to get some wins.
Can I also react?
Yo, what just happened?
To bring into our fold. So we can have a criticism of American foreign policy, and I will always help lead that discussion. But I'm tired of talking about our own country like it's the enemy. It's not. America is one of the very best countries in the world, and we should be proud of it.
Claudia, let me go to you next, and then we'll go to Nomiki.
So, like, I want to be like taken seriously as a progressive, but also reactionary politics are the shit, man. I don't know how to take this.
What do you think that the progressive movement needs to avoid over the next 3 to 5 years if the goal is to get some wins?
Can I also react?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that saying American is also monolithic. I don't think it's like all Americans are the same. There are very, very huge differences. And there's actually a divide between those who own it all and those who don't have anything. And so I think that that's important to be mentioned, because being anti-war or being anti-imperialist, for that matter, doesn't mean that you are anti-American. Actually, there is a long history of Americans who love America and who've loved and written amazing things who are anti-imperialist. So I just want to share that. And so I would really welcome a coffee, especially since I love coffee, with you at any point. So if I find myself...
So the first time I watched this through, I thought that maybe Claudia was just naive to who she's dealing with Brianna Wu, and was trying to reach out to, like, the last person in the world you should reach out to. But I think what she's doing is kind of calling Brianna on her bullshit. Brianna's, like, at the same time trying to claim, a desire to...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
She's trying to claim a desire to reach across the aisle, as it were, to reach across to other people who she doesn't agree with, and have a nice cup of coffee and a conversation. But at the same time, she's like, we need to purge these people from the left. So it's kind of like what I'm getting from Claudia is that what she's saying is like, hey, as one of those far left anti-American scumbags that you just said needed to be purged, I would love to take you up on that cup of coffee, Brianna. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. It's so good. It's so good.
Because I think there is a lot of confusion. Again, Americans come in many different sizes, in many different colors, and with many different realities and experiences, even of migration, even of those who have centuries of and generations of being here, who are designated to be in the most dire and terrible conditions. In terms of what we shouldn't do, I want to go back to how I started. I said, I come into the space as an organizer from the grassroots.
Claudia's been looking down. I wonder if she's been Googling Brianna. You might be right, Luna. That would make sense.
I am not part of the Democratic Party. I am part of a left that is a traditional left in this country. And I think in terms of what we should not do, there's many things that we shouldn't do. But I could humbly share what I think we should do. I think that there's a dire need to have more conversations like this at all levels. At all levels. I think that there is a huge necessity to be able to take over the question of education in our communities, to be able to politicize and actually make meaning of the moment in which we're in. There's a lot of people that are asking many questions that neither the Democrats or the Republicans have actual answers to. A lot of people left the debate.
Yeah, Luna is saying it wouldn't be hard to just do a quick Google search. Honestly, just look, search her name on Twitter and you'd find out a lot about her.
With a sense of despair, a sense of doom, because it shows again just how deep the political crisis and the crisis of legitimacy of the ruling class is in this country. And so there is a need to be able to engage in educational conversations where we are able to shape some sort of analysis that is collective. And the other aspect of it, I think that we need to be able to invest a lot of time outside of our comfort spaces. So electoral politics is one piece, but there's no way politics can actually be moved without social movements, people that are outside of these parties, people that are actually doing the work, people that are actually mobilizing, that are educating, that are agitating. There's time and space that needs to be invested in.
People who aren't allowing themselves to be co-opted are the key to any sort of strategy, which could even claim itself to be progressive. And, like given the liberal tie-in there, that's and given the fact that you've got people like Brianna and TYT trying to use that as a moniker, right? It's a question of what you mean when you say progressive.
That space, because for as long
David Pakman probably calls himself progressive.
as we think,
I mean, this is called a progressive panel, right? They're all progressives, right? I don't know. You keep saying that word, but I'm not sure you know what it means.
The ones that should be having some sort of influence are those who have money. This country is going to continue to go backwards and more towards the right.
No, Mickey, your thoughts? I'll give you the same prompt. What should progressives avoid doing in order to get some wins?
Maybe spend a little less time online.
Less time on X, right?
Yes. I mean, but really, it's not that,
Brianna, what was that laugh from Brianna, right? I don't think she's going to take that advice to heart.
On one hand, yes, the majority of working people out there who we want to bring into our movement, that were probably part of our movement a few years ago, multi-generational, multiracial, multi-economic, working people was the Bernie Sanders campaign of 2016. We remember it was historic. And we wanted it to grow, and it should have grown. But simultaneously, we do have this online infrastructure that is very influential. It's very noisy, and it does steer things. It is not everybody. It is nowhere near everybody. It's nowhere near a small portion, but it does steer things. It steers conversation. It steers think pieces. It steers the newspapers. It steers, how money is being poured into politics. Great examples, the Jamal Bowman race. I mean, a lot of these narratives, these fights are being established in this very
the laugh of the Twitter addict. Yeah, God.
Unequal algorithmic universe that we're talking about. It's not everything, but it is a lot. So, maybe not take everything you see online at face value. There's a lot of operations that go behind that. As someone who's worked on campaigns, influence.
So don't believe what you read about me on Twitter. That's what I'm hearing.
You have group chats, and there's a million other things. So that's just
group chats. Yo, that wasn't a call out, was it? She doesn't know. There's no way she knows.
online at face value. There's a lot of operations that go behind that. And, as someone who's worked on campaigns, yeah, influencers out there, you have surrogates, you have like group chats, and there's a million other things. So that's just one aspect of it.
Yeah, I don't think that was really directed at Brianna. It just given
I think what I find
given the group chat, it's kind of funny she said that.
about this conversation is that we've talked about how infrastructure works in different organizations. We've talked about how fundraising works. We've talked about how electoral politics works. We've talked about history, and we've talked about touching the grass. And I think there's a perfect formula for understanding and moving forward as progressive individuals to work critically and think critically. And you kind of need to have a little bit of all of that, have a deeper understanding of your history, the methods that have hurt our progressive movements in the past and killed them, and the methods they're using moving forward. I think it's important for us to go out there and do the work organizing. No offense, not you, David, I've known you for years, but there's a whole lot of podcasters out there who've never stepped one foot on any campaign, whether it's an issue-based campaign of movement organizing or actual electoral politics, and yet they're the end-all be-all deciders of what's right and wrong. That's just not, you need to do the work. And it doesn't mean that if you don't have time to do the work, you can't be part of the movement. Everybody has a role, but also understanding how these movements operate and how to communicate with voters. I mean, one thing I think all of us have discussed here is there are people out there who feel totally left out of the community, whose needs and concerns are not being addressed, whose pain is not being felt, whether you agree with it or not, that we need to understand. And we learn to understand by having conversations. We learn to understand by going out there and doing the work in community and volunteering. Showing up and protesting is one thing, and that's great, showing up in the streets. But doing the deep organizing is where it's like your DNA shifts as a movement work.
Your DNA shifts. That's great. We need the DNA to shift as an org.
Suddenly you go on, you see the chatter, and you're like, this is so meaningless compared to the elderly woman that I met with, Olga, in Puerto Rico, whose roof was ripped off at 78 in Hurricane Maria, still isn't there from Hurricane Fiona, and now is being priced out of her community. Do you think she cares about what's happening with Brianna Joy Gray and Glenn Greenwald online? No. She cares about whether or not she's going to
You think she cares about Brianna Wu's group chats? No, of course she doesn't.
Be able to get the FEMA money under Joe Biden, whether or not she's going to be able to find new housing, given the fact that properties have gone up so much on the island. And this is happening in communities across the country. This is our movement. And we need to get down on the ground and real with what the implications are of
Oh my God, I cannot stand this debate.
we're having in this theoretical web space. It has real consequences.
Yeah, look, Claudia de la Cruz is really cool. I am glad that for nothing else than that I got to know a little bit about who she is, where she stands, and the conversation that she's trying to have here. Unfortunately, she did not have a lot of luck. There's not a lot of positive, reception or even them engaging her with what she was trying to talk about. But yeah, she seems cool.
And this presidential election, as uncomfortable as it is, there are real consequences if you don't do anything. We may not like
That's
it.
for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Listen, we are at the end of our time. Brianna.
We are indeed, and that is a good thing, chat. That is an unambiguous W for all of us. Oh my God, we got through it. We got through it. Oh my God, chat, I wasn't kidding when I said this was a gauntlet. I have run the gauntlet of cringe debates. Now, hopefully there will not be another for a very long time. Damn. Damn. And damn. What do we got going on? It still looks like, to me, that Moms for Liberty is way ahead. I will check the polls once again. 32% to 26%. 39% to 29%. And also leading in terms of the donations. I think we have a winner, chat. I always wonder if I should do like a, when they do like a wedding thing, where they're like, if anyone is out there with a reason why these two shall not be married, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. Right? We beat Brianna Wu. I always feel like maybe I should do that and just be like, all right, well, does anybody want to put their money where their mouth is, disagreeing with watching Moms for Liberty meets drag queens next? Because you're about to not have a chance to do that. And that is indeed a clip that I was very much hoping to see. I think I put this on there last night, and so it's been it's run once and not won, but this time it won. This time it won. Unless anybody has anything to say about that, which is like going once, going twice, going many times. Sold to the weasel in the fancy hat.
My child see a man.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? So this is from the POV of the Karen herself, the MAGA Karen. Let's see this David Schuster working for, this is Rebel HQ, so it's a TYT channel, TYT I think or oriented channel. Video clip showing the chair of Moms for Liberty chapter, California chapter, harassing drag queens in the lobby of a Hawaiian hotel. So, Moms for Liberty in California, she goes on a Hawaiian vacation with her family, staying at a nice hotel. And who does she meet in the lobby but drag queens? Oh my gosh. We can't have that. What we can have is this.
I spent $3,000 to stay here. I'm not having my child see a man pretending to be a woman. This is
Okay, so yeah, trigger warnings, transphobia. Something like, I don't know. Right-wingers, they conflate trans people with drag queens. And so you're going to get a mixture of transphobia, femme-shaming, homophobia, queerphobia. That's what we're going to deal with here today, unfortunately.
completely offensive to me.
I'm sorry. Then you should leave.
No, because I paid $3,000 to be here. I'd like to talk to the manager.
He's right there.
In Hawaii, the Karen who wants to talk to a hotel manager about some drag queens is named Beth Bourne. She's a founder of the California chapter of the conservative Moms for Liberty. And Bourne is an employee of the University of California, Davis.
Okay, why do you think it's okay to pretend that you're a woman?
We were invited.
You see what she's doing, though? Like, she's specifically, the person on the left, like, has their fan out in front of their face, very purposefully, right? Not trying to be a part of this woman's video, and yet she's trying to move around and get their face on cam.
You were invited here? Who invited you here?
The manager.
The manager thought it was okay to have men pretending to be women in front of children, even though we know there are boys that are having their penises cut off.
Oh my God.
Because they are effeminate, because they like wearing makeup, because they like having their hair styled.
It's almost like she's making it out like she's trying to defend gender nonconformity, but no, she's not. She's trying to, attack trans people by lying about the kinds of gender affirming care that trans kids get.
Like this because they like high heels.
Your point?
Are your breasts real or are they fake?
Touch them. And that is Marina Del Rey. He's a Hawaii drag queen who was with other artists at a resort in Honolulu at the resort's invitation. Resort management invited the drag performers to shoot a video promotion for a performance coming up.
No, I don't hate anybody. I'm worried about the boys in my community who think that they could become women because they're effeminate.
Do you see what I mean? She just does not disambiguate. She has no concept of drag as being one thing, and trans people as being like, she's just completely lost here.
And they like wearing makeup and they like wearing drag. There's lots
you're
of...
wearing shorts and a tank top. Isn't
Exactly.
that masculine?
No, it's not.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Is the problem not conforming to and look, the answer is she doesn't know, right? Because she doesn't know the difference between that, this is somebody that who, does drag, and that doesn't implicate their identity. That's not about who they are. That's something that they do. That is an example of, gender nonconformity. And the fact that she herself is presenting in a way that is somewhat gender neutral, that would not have been acceptable in a more traditional time for a woman to be seen in public like this.
The performers are in the lobby in between shoots, and Moms for Liberty Karen Beth Bourne is freaking out.
No, I paid $3,000. I'm not leaving the lobby. No, I want to talk to a manager. I want to know why this was allowed at this hotel.
Okay, miss, I'm a manager and we can talk about it on the side if we can split the phone.
No, I'm not. This is the lobby. I'm happy to be here. Okay. I just want everyone to know what hotel we're at. Oh, this is Alohalani?
You paid $3,000.
I paid $3,000,
so I can believe in biological reality, yo.
In biological reality. I am a real woman. You are fake.
So there's a lack of self-awareness here, and that's a good thing, because when there's conflicts like this, a lot of people's tendency is to just remain neutral. Like, right, when it comes to trans issues, when it comes to, even issues like, people's right to not conform to a gender prescribed to them, right? Is a lot of people like to play it neutral if they can. They like to not be involved. They don't want to, they don't, often have strong opinions, and that's both, in a good way and a bad way. They're not as transphobic as somebody like this. They're not as queerphobic as somebody like this, but they're not necessarily, going to stand up and, defend queer people when something like this happens. But this kind of performance that we're seeing from her, and this, like, she thinks that she's pointing out a weird and aberrant behavior that if Americans are faced with, that if people are faced with, they're going to reject. And yeah, I mean, there's, queerphobia, transphobia, homophobia. Things are still alive, right? It's not like, it's not like these phenomenon don't exist anymore, but she's overestimating it, and she's projecting her own feelings onto people that do not, sit online obsessing about trans people all day in some, Moms for Liberty group chat, right? She doesn't realize it, but in this video, yeah, she's coming off as the weird one, despite how she, looks at these people.
So why are you doing this to women? It's so degrading.
Why are you doing this to women? What? Excuse me?
No, don't touch me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Call the police.
They're on their way.
Call the police.
At this point, Marina Del
I feel like that hotel employee did not need to get doxxed there.
Rey started recording on his camera phone as well.
I'm sorry, but I paid to be a customer at a hotel where I thought you believed that women were real. That because you put on makeup, because you're wearing high heels, because you have a Barbie outfit on, that you don't think this is degrading? This is misogyny. And we have a hotel. If you give me back my money right now, I will leave the hotel.
Okay, let's go take
But
care
I'm
of
not going to have my children come down from the 30th floor and see what's happening here.
Let's go take care of your reservation right now.
Yeah, no, this is completely degrading.
Okay, let's go take care of that right now. Come on.
I want to know their names are because I'm going to share this.
That's what they carry reservation. How do you check out?
Are you in the hotel? Are you dressed up? Are you a man? Are you a man pretending to be a woman?
I'm not pretending to be anything. I'm just dressed.
What do you think about my son who might think that he can put on makeup and put on fancy clothing and high heels and have his penis cut off?
I feel like you shouldn't be talking about your son like that. I feel like you should love your child regardless of, you know, whether they decide to transition, but that in, you know, statistically speaking, that's very unlikely to be something that you're dealing with, and that, like, what you're trying to do here is blame a drag queen for a non-existent transition that your son might one day undertake. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Is this a nervous breakdown? I think that this is really what she thinks. I think that she thinks that she is the normal one here. Right? I think that the Moms for Liberty have convinced themselves that they can bully people out of being who they are. That they can push people back to like a set point that they, I don't know, remember from childhood or something that never really existed, right? Because drag is as old as, you know, it's older than anyone alive, right? Has anyone ever told that woman that drag queens are not equal to trans women? Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. In her mind, she's completely conflating the ideas.
And take estrogen so he can grow fake boobs like those.
Are you really that worried about your kid being trans? Jesus.
Yeah, this is so degrading. I want to hear from the police, Karen. I want to know why.
She's calling the police. What do you think the... Anyway, I don't even want to know. Like, the police are pretty reactionary. Who knows? But chat, she's from California. I mean, like, obviously there's, you know, rural parts of California. There's conservative parts of California, probably where she lives. But, you know, she's on a vacation here in Hawaii and just totally having a normal one. Yeah, if you grow boobs, they are by nature not fake. Exactly. Wait, does she really not... Does she think that drag queens take estrogen? She does have a trans... Wait, what? Wait, Chat Alpha, do you know something I don't know? Literal 5-year-old behavior. Wait, her daughter actually is a trans woman? She's... Oh my god! Are you serious? She's misgendering her daughter. She's not speculating like I assumed on her child transitioning. Wait, so wait, oh my god. Yeah, you're right, chat. She's kind of like older, right? Wait, she's talking about her kids coming downstairs. She has a non-binary child. She has a staff visit. Oh, I get it, because people did research on who this was. People did research on who this was. And so she's not talking about a hypothetical situation like I assumed. She's talking about her daughter who has transitioned and blaming a drag queen. Her daughter is, or sorry, her child is non-binary. Okay. So we're not talking about... So she's misgendering her non-binary child and talking about potential... Oh my god, this is just... It's so fucking awkward. Because when you're trans, this makes you wonder about how your own family members describe you to other people. Like to hear somebody like misgender their kid, bring them up in a conversation with, oh my God. Chad, this was messier than I realized. Can somebody give me an article about this? Let me see if I can find this. What is her name again? Beth Bourne. Okay, let's check.
Oh, you're smiling.
I am.
Tell me what your name is, sir.
Sorry, Mary Beth.
Tell me why you think it's okay to put on a clown costume and to do this to young children. What's your room number? My room number is 32554. It's under Mike Brown.
Let's go take care of that right now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I want to talk to the police because I don't think this.
Okay, so chat, I'm finding out that this is actually a story. We're gonna read an article about this, about Beth Bourne right now, from April 10th, or from April 4th was when it was originally written.
My life, my family's life. You know, my daughter started identifying as transgender.
Okay, I kind of don't want to listen to her continue to misgender her child. Okay, dotted around Beth Bourne's cheerful East Davis bungalow are projects her eldest child crafted while growing up. Bright flowers made from felt, a picture frame decorated with forged leaves and twigs carefully glued by a child, crooked hand-painted ceramic bowls, a colorful knit throw quilt on the arm of the family's sectional couch. The walls haven't been painted in years. Oh no, wait. Okay, so dotted around her house, okay. The walls haven't been painted in years, the walls of the... nor the furniture rearranged. Pictures of Beth's 2 children are taped to the refrigerator, to kitchen cabinets. A large family portrait of the 3 of them hangs on the wall, comparable in size to the mounted TV. I want to be familiar to Lily, Beth says, if they ever come back. So I want it to be familiar. Okay. So she's keeping... Oh my God. I mean, in this case, she doesn't seem to be misgendering her child like she was at the lobby of the hotel that we just watched. Lily is Beth's 18-year-old child, her eldest of 2, who came out as trans 5 years ago and now identifies as non-binary. Lily moved out at the end of their junior high school year after years of clashing with their mom about their gender identity. In the years since, Beth has become one of the most vocal... Oh my God. I never thought of like how unaccepting parents... How many of these moms for liberty types are not parents afraid of their child potentially transitioning, but rather are parents whose children did transition, and that's their, you know, instead of accepting their child, they go the other way. Has become one of the most adamant anti-trans activists in the state. Oh my God, this really sucks for Lily. In the state as chair of the local Moms for Liberty and a regular fixture at the California Capitol School Board meetings and protests for parents' rights. The tense relationship between mother and child represent a deepening tension, not just in American households, But in the classrooms, like I said, chat, this is something like I worry about with different like parts of my family. In its classrooms, legislatures, and courtrooms, where conversation about gender and the rights of trans youth have fractured communities like Davis. The name Lily comes out of Beth's mouth slightly strained. It's not the name that Beth has ever called her child to their face. It's not the name Beth gave them when they were born, nor... Okay, like, so, yeah, the article is dead naming Lily. I'm gonna... Wait. It's not the name Beth gave them when they were born, nor the name that Beth called her child when they identified as a boy in adolescence. By the time they transitioned and began to identify as non-binary using they/them pronouns, they had moved out of the house and in with their dad and stepmom. They adopted the name Lily after high school. As Lily explored their gender and grew closer to the queer community in Davis, Beth grew closer to members of the parents' rights movements who believed, like she, so you understand these, parents' rights movement, right? It's the right that they're advocating for is the right to treat children like property. Who believed, like she, that public institutions such as schools and local governments are usurping parents' authority by affirming kids who say they are trans and by allowing them to use different names or pronouns. Conflict between parents and their adolescent children is normal, if not expected. But for Lily, the constant fighting and denial of their personhood went deeper than everyday bickering. They were sharing a roof with a mother who actively, publicly opposed the person they were becoming. God damn. I was ready to come out to everybody because I have been holding it in for a really long time, Lily said. From coming out to my moving out, her views that she expressed to me started to get more aggressive and extreme. Lily stopped communicating with Beth at the end of their junior year of high school. In the years since, Beth, encouraged by a therapist, has sent gifts on holidays or birthdays and an occasional email. I don't know if... Okay, so she was gendering them correctly? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they... I'm not sure what their pronouns are. Beth said, but they won't bounce back. I mean, maybe... It would be really cool if you're going to talk about Beth's child to mention their pronouns. Flourishing now in a small university in the Pacific Northwest, Lily owns their identity and said that they feel they have a fuller version of self than they ever have. Going off to college has allowed me to just be a person, Lily said. Just be a musician, just be a student, and not to have everything be about my identity, because that's just a small part of me. I only think about my gender when I have to, they added. Yeah, relatable. After Lily moved out, Beth's politics became more extreme. Her presence in the public eye became more common. That is a fucking nightmare. Like many others, can you imagine like being trans and like your parent is like Chaya Raichik or Matt Walsh or something? I mean, it's just like nightmare. Like many others in the parents' rights movements, Beth believes that in American public and health schools and healthcare systems, There's an ongoing effort to indoctrinate kids into identifying as trans. Beth has turned the effort against this indoctrination into a personal crusade. She is prepared to discuss her child and with any given person at any given moment. Oh my God. So that's what we're seeing. Carrying with her a folder of photos of Lily's varying stages of their transition, just in case anyone asks or wants to talk about it. Okay. Oh, lovely, Lily said with a sardonic laugh upon learning this. That is just great. As Beth became more well-known in Davis, she is eager to tell people about what she's been through. Lily's transition and the indoctrination she believes fueled it at the pool where she swims laps after the Davis Farmers Market on Wednesdays and Saturdays, seemingly anywhere else where people will engage. She is like evangelizing against the phenomenon of trans people by talking about her child like this, right? But this crusade has taken an increasingly fanatical turn. Last spring, she was served a restraining orders from the Davis Joint Unified School District for sharing school teachers' personal information. Just like she took a picture of the name tag on that employee, right? The restraining order was ultimately revoked. And she was at the center of several clashes at a Davis public library when a former college athlete tried to speak out against trans women in sports. She appeared at most school board meetings to speak during public comment and doesn't shy away from shouting matches at protests and gatherings. Her Facebook is public. She appears to be perennially online responding. This is not healthy. Responding to comments where they condemn her for bigotry or celebrate her for bravery. You can't decide a child is transgender or believe a 12-year-old or 14-year-old is born in the wrong body, Beth said, because that's not possible. Well, yeah, you don't decide the... Yet she corrects herself when referring to Lily by a dead name. Quick to adapt to Lily's preference. Mention of her oldest child makes her eyes water, and in the intimacy of her sunny home, surrounded by relics of that estranged child, the pile of books, legal documents, flyers, voter guides, policy notes that clutter her dining room table and floor, she seems closer to the verge of an emotional breakdown than she is on the verge of an insult. She's exhausted and frenetic, a mother muddled in grief, adamant that there is no such thing as being born in the wrong body, and desperate for her child to understand that there is no right or wrong way to be your gender, but that there is also no such thing as being trans. Oh my God. People say if you stopped doing this, there is a better chance she'd come back in your life. And that may be, Beth said through a sob. Maybe one day she'll forgive me, but like I can't be quiet about what's going on. Lily, a green-eyed college freshman, is active and creative, studying psychology and music. Their SAT score was nearly perfect. They took 4 AP classes in their senior year at Davis Senior High School, where they graduated in 2023 while coaching swimming and participating in the school's musical and choir program. In the college town where they now live, they are experiencing what most freshmen experience: new friendships in the dorms and in class, new hobbies, swing dancing, dizzying course load, and the opportunity to inundate themselves from their parents and their childhood selves. Being able to be in a community of people with similar passions has helped me be able to be more like myself, Lily said, because as much as I love Davis, the people here know who I am. They know who my family is. They know who my mother is. Last year, at one point, some people organized to stand outside the high school and district office with signs saying various anti-trans messages. People would text me, "I saw your mom there. I'm sorry." I feel good that people are thinking of me, Lily said, but I don't want to be who I am in people's minds. I don't want to be Beth Bourne's kid. There's so much that Lily is excited about. They said they love their classes and excel academically. I'm really excited about my life, to keep going to school and studying. At the moment, I'm pursuing a career in counseling. I want to go to grad school and become a therapist, so that I can work with adolescents, probably in the trauma field. That might change, they said with a shrug, but I'm excited to keep meeting people with similar interest. I'm excited to meet queer people with life stories that are both very similar and very different from my own. The parents' rights movement gained traction in the early years of the pandemic, where parents angered by stay-at-home orders and public health requirements protested and ran for seats on the local school board. Most recently, parents' rights groups have set their sights on gender and sexuality being taught in classrooms, and conservative politicians across the country have made parents' rights a campaign priority. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a parental rights in education law in 2022. Texas Governor Greg Abbott ran his successful 2022 election campaign on a parental bill of rights. California and Sacramento area have taken the opposite approach, becoming a sanctuary for trans individuals, passing a slate of bills aimed at protecting LGBTQ youth and adults. State leaders like Governor Gavin Newsom and Attorney General Ron Bonta have pushed back against conservative parents' rights-led school board policies. But a fomenting grassroots movement is pushing back against California's position at one of the most affirming states for trans kids. And Beth, a lifelong Democrat in one of the most liberal cities in the bluest state, and a parent to a trans child, has become the face of that movement. Queer student unions, gender and sexuality alliance groups, they really have kids believe that you can change your sex, Beth said. They teach it, and they have these groups, and I think it's a social contagion. Of course you do, just like vaping or cutting. Oh my God. Or, eating disorders? Okay, I feel like there's a lot of things that Beth does not understand. Kids just do it because teenagers are like to be with their friends. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I think it's a form of either self-hatred, or I think it's just a form of either self-hatred or self-control, or having control that they pick transitioning to a new gender as a way to get rid of their old self and become, because they don't like themselves. You just get to recreate a new person. Lily is clear. See, the thing is, you're not recreating a new person. You're just letting who you are come through, who you've always been, be expressed. Expressing, sharing how you feel, who you are, what you're about with other people. That's what transitioning is, okay? She's got it backwards. It never crossed her mind that the person that she created, the image of her child that she created, might not reflect who her child really is, and that her child is the one who has a better idea of who they actually are. Lily is clear that they are not suffering from self-loathing. There wasn't like a deep-seated hatred of myself as a child. They said, the discomfort I developed for myself was not a product of my queerness, but instead is a product of the attitude of people around me, because I was worried. I was so worried about not being accepted. As Lily embraced their trans identity, they grew happier. Their father and stepmother affirmed the transition. Beth remained concerned about it and increasingly radicalized. In doing so, she isolated herself, not just from her child, but from her community, lost relationships. The leafy, decidedly liberal town of Davis is an unassuming location for a culture war conflict. Even more unassuming it's a gathering place for moms of liberty, a largely, though not exclusively, conservative coalition of mothers concerned about vaccines, gender, and sexuality being taught in the classrooms, and school shutdowns. The group experienced a heyday during the COVID-19 lockdowns, and many of its members have run and won local school board elections in the year since. The college town is an idyllic place to go to college and raise a family. The infrastructure of the town is planned around its cyclists, world-renowned agriculture and environmental science programs. Environmental science programs bring in thousands of climate-aware students every year who find a home in the town among progressive, like-minded people. It was for these reasons that Beth and Lily's father, Beth's then husband, chose to live there. A lover of the environment, an avid cyclist, a runner. Okay, so we're getting a lot of information about Lily's father. Lily, with their bag of yarn and knitting needles, colorful hair clips, alert eyes, is adamant that their life is not marred by tragedy, that it is, in fact, their gender identity is the least interesting thing about them. I want to make it really clear that trans people are just people who are trans, queer people are just people who happen to be queer. They said it's not the most interesting thing about us. We are also just people with goals and hopes and problems. Lily would much rather talk about a cat that lives in the dorms, Nebula, who is a very precious and very dumb church choir that they joined. The joy of being in a place where nobody knows who I am, quote unquote. Beth believes Lily has been radicalized by, ironic, because like who's been radicalized here, right? Has been radicalized by gender ideologues, but Lily too has some thoughts about radicalization. One of the greatest motivators for humans is fear, Lily said. And Beth was really afraid because she felt like she was losing her child. And when someone tells you it's not your fault, someone else is taking your child. When somebody tells you it's not your fault, somebody else is taking your child, it's not your fault that you're losing them, it can be really appealing. It can be really validating. Yeah. And so I think it's easier to feel like somebody else hurt you rather than realize that you have made a mistake. God damn. So, yeah, this is Beth Bourne.
Right, what's happening right here. I would like to talk to the police.
According to several reports, Beth Bourne got her $3,000 back and left the resort hotel property. She then posted her video saying she had been degraded. Well, that's rich, given that it was Beth Bourne who was harassing the group in the lobby, a group that was sitting quietly. But Beth Bourne of Moms for Liberty and UC Davis claims to be a victim. Kudos to hotel management for politely moving Bourne away from the lobby and helping her leave the resort. Respect also to Marina Del Rey and other drag queens who stayed calm, spoke softly, and did not erupt or provide the sort of reaction that perhaps Miss Bourne was hoping to record. Beth Bourne is a well-known anti-LGBTQ.
No, to be honest, like I feel like Beth Bourne, like, you know, some transphobes have a sense of self-awareness. They can find a clip, they can make a clip, they can take video in the right place to try to make trans people look like the unreasonable ones, right? We've definitely seen that. Beth Bourne is not such a person. Beth Bourne has like no self-awareness. I am actually kind of surprised that even a group like Moms for Liberty wants somebody like that representing them. It feels like even, I mean, I know I'm talking about parental rights, people, but like, I feel like even for them, this has got to be a bad look.
Activist in Northern California, she has repeatedly shown up at school board meetings and mocked accommodations for the LGBTQ community, minorities, and even for people with physical challenges.
Why can't we be transracial? Why can't I ask a dermatologist to darken my skin so I can identify as a black person? Why can't I ask the doctor to chop off my left leg so I can identify as disabled? I don't think it's hateful to have a mother be concerned that children are being sterilized in Davis. Children at Davis High School, young girls are losing their breasts as top surgery, something that my daughter and my son both learned at Holmes Junior High.
Bourne has been such an alleged nuisance to the local schools that in October 2023, Davis Joint Unified School District files for temporary restraining order against women.
Hey, the Snucker, I gotta be honest, right? What's creepy to me is Beth Bourne's obsession with trying to disagree with who her child is. Like, when you look at this situation and you say, like, the victim is the mother here. And like, look, a lot of times right-wingers will do shit like this. They'll be like, oh, trans kid, huh? So their parents are, like, accepting of them, huh? So maybe it's the parents that want the kids to be trans, right? You hear that shit all the time. You can't really do that here, right? The pressure from the mother is definitely, like, against Lily, you know, identifying as non-binary. So I ask you again, who is the pervert? Hey, the Snucka. And at what point do you realize that it's you? That your interest in this kid's life is the thing that's inappropriate, right? Your desire to police this person's gender identity is actually the thing that's fucking creepy. You are, unironically, in my chat, being creepy to kids. Please stop. Please check yourself.
Quote, the Davis Joint Unified School District has filed for a temporary restraining order against the leader of an advocate group in Yolo County after multiple bomb threats have been called to the Davis area and schools, educators' homes, libraries, and more. Beth Bourne has posted dozens of times to her Facebook page about Davis schools, sometimes mentioning teachers by name. In April of 2024, the Sacramento Bee profiled Bourne with an article titled, "A Mom of a Non-Binary Teen Became an Anti-Trans Activist, Fracturing a California Family." The piece disclosed that Bourne's own 18-year-old daughter came out 5 years earlier as trans and now identifies as non-binary.
Okay, yeah, so, like, that's a challenge for cis people sometimes in terms of discussing, you know, especially in terms of discussing, like, the history of trans people. That there's a desire by a lot of cis people to be like, well, at that time you were the son, so even though you are non-binary, now I will refer to you as such, or like at that time your name was this, so let me like bring up your dead name again. Just please understand that shit is not appreciated, and you should be thinking about what it's like for the trans person you're talking about to hear that shit about themselves, right? They are who they are, and they've told you who they are. Now, this isn't something that's coming from a place of transphobia. I don't think David Schuster's trying to be transphobic here. It's just like, you know, if you want to make things a little less awkward, there's one way to do it. There's one way to do it, right? Just remember that even in describing, you know, the past, you know, trans people did not change their identity. Trans people have revealed their identity. But yeah, this is just a thing that happens.
The daughter moved out from the Bourne home after years of clashing with her mom. And, quote, in the years since, Beth has become one of the most vocal and adamant anti-trans activists in the state as chair of the local chapter of Moms for Liberty and a regular fixture at the California Capitol school board meetings and protests for parents' rights. In other words, instead of accepting a daughter for the identity the teenager wants and celebrating the teenager's happiness, Beth Bourne turned against it. And in so doing, Beth Bourne infuriated and fractured members of her own family. Beth Bourne arguably has a lot of...
This is a TYT subsidiary. Look, yeah, you're right. You're right, it is.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Issues, and that may explain her tirade on vacation in Hawaii when Bourne seemed to be looking for a fight. Marina Del Rey, the drag queen who quietly and matter-of-factly bore the brunt of the hate, said in a statement on Facebook that the video stirred up strong emotions in many viewers, and that he, Marina Del Rey, hopes the clip of Beth Bourne is a reminder, quote, "I'm not here to figure her out, incite hate against her, or call her names. I'm here to remind you, many..."
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like figuring her out would be like an entire stream-long project. We need like 6 hours to...
Worse daily, the ugliness of this happens without regard to where, why, how, etc. Even in the lobby of your hotel. Love more on those beside you. Love on those who are turned away by their own, Del Rey said. Amen. We need more Marina Del Rey's in this world and fewer Karens like Moms for Liberty chapter leader Beth Bourne. By the way, in Arizona, a MAGA Republican leader recently threatened to lynch an election.
Okay, so now this is something that David Schuster's doing here that I need to start doing, right? He's actually going to mention another video that he has of a similar topic and even go into it a little bit, right? Apparently, YouTube loves it if people click on other videos of yours from videos that they're watching, right? So like it's the thing at the end where, you know, it shows, you know, another video or, right? So he's trying to get that to happen. And that's probably pretty smart. That's a pretty good strategy. I should adopt that. Anyway, chat. Should we get back on the trampoline? Oh my God, we got through it. We got through